This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Summoned by Magic, Book 1 of Drexel Academy. Written by Lexie Scott. Performed by Sarah L. Colton. Chapter 1. The view of the street from my perch on the roof near my bedroom window showed how completely alone I was. Not a single other person stirred at this time of night. Lucky them. They could sleep. Lose themselves to easy dreams in the warmth of their comfortable beds. I didn't have that luxury. The nights I was exhausted enough to slip into sleep, my dreams were filled with such horrific flashes of destruction, pain, and loss that I awoke screaming. It upset my little brother and sister. Brielle had only just outgrown her own night terror phases, and hearing me in the middle of the night was sometimes enough to trigger hers. Aiden told me he didn't mind when I woke him, but I could see the purple bags under his eyes and knew he worried more than any 7-year-old should. So, instead of sleeping, I spent most nights with my back against the roof, staring up at the starry night sky or watching the silent street. I used to read or study to make use of the hours, at least, but too often I would slip into slumber. So I no longer risked it. I got in the habit of braiding a tiny section of hair to keep myself awake, a habit that spilled over to the daytime as a way to soothe myself when there was just too much going on. Tonight, I was already working on my 5th. I should stop. They were a beast to get out, and made my wild, tangled hair even worse, like I needed to draw more attention to my red hair. A few years ago, a doctor gave Mom sleeping pills for me, but they made me feel groggy for half of the next day. I'd rather be tired with a clear head than wandering through school in a fog. Most people were used to me being somewhat of a zombie, so their expectations were low. My teachers didn't try to snap me out of my blank stares. As long as I turned in my assignments on time and did well on my tests, they left me alone. One teacher, my freshman year, asked if something was wrong at home, and it took me far longer than it should have to realize she thought I was abused or neglected. That couldn't be further from the truth. My parents were the most loving people on the planet. They'd searched for answers and solutions to my problems to the point of nearly draining their savings. But we hadn't found a doctor yet who could fix me.
Sage, are you out there?
Dad's deep voice broke me from my thoughts. Yeah, I called back quietly. Brielle's room was next to mine, and I didn't want her to wake up accidentally. I leaned forward on my hands to watch Dad step carefully out of my window and cross to my chosen spot. His dark blonde hair was rumpled, and he wore plaid pajama pants with his old college shirt. I could tell by the lines on his face that he'd been sleeping for a while. What brought him out here this time? He was usually the first to find me when I snuck out here, and I was beginning to wonder if he had an alarm set or a sixth sense for when I needed him.
Another bad night?
He asked once he was settled next to me. I shrugged. A bad night meant a nightmare, but since I hadn't allowed myself to attempt sleep, I hadn't had one. But my parents weren't exactly aware of how often I stayed up all night. They thought I came out after trying and failing to rest, rather than not even going near my bed.
You have to sleep at some point, honey. You can't go on like this forever. Nobody can survive without sleep.
I ducked my head into my folded arms resting on my knees. I can't. His warm hand rubbed circles on my back.
Just because there have been some coincidences doesn't mean something bad will happen every time.
I peeked up at him enough for him to see my scowl. Coincidences? The last earthquake killed over 10,000. He opened his mouth to argue, but I kept going, running through the last month's catastrophes. Then the flood in Thailand that wiped out 70% of the country's crops. The fire in the hospital in Italy. The shooting at the school in Florida. Oh, and we can't forget the typhoon in the Philippines. I let out a long breath as Dad stayed silent behind me. He couldn't deny the reality of my situation. My nightmares came true. Every major disaster that happened was something I dreamed about, and it usually happened within a few days of me seeing it. I was a danger to society, the world, and that was why I refused to sleep. I couldn't be responsible for more pain and death.
Honey, you have to know you aren't actually causing those things.
I used to believe that. But after years of trying, I could no longer ignore the truth. I rolled my eyes but kept my head down so he couldn't see and get mad at me. No, I just see them and boom, they happen. He shifted next to me.
That doesn't mean you caused them. It just means that you have wildly accurate dreams.
I shook my head. What's the difference?
A pretty huge one. You didn't do anything to make any of those events happen.
I couldn't stop them either. I can't ever save anyone. That was the worst part. I could almost handle the nightmares and subsequent screaming if I could do something about what I saw. If I could warn people, tell them to get out of the way, to prepare. But I never had enough details to know where the disaster was. Sometimes I could figure it out, but by the time I narrowed it down, I was too late. I wish I could make them stop. I didn't often admit that out loud. It was pointless since there wasn't anything anyone could do, and it only made my parents feel worse. But every so often, I reached the point where I just couldn't take it anymore.
I know, sweetie. Maybe one day we'll understand.
He put his arm over my shoulders and squeezed me to his side. I doubted that would ever happen. If we didn't have answers after all these years of searching, I was certain they didn't exist. I was just broken. Did you and Mom decide yet? I asked after we sat in silence for a while. He tensed next to me, and I knew their decision without him having to say it. Why is it always a no? I grumbled and tugged my knees up to my chest.
We want you to be safe.
It was the same argument they made every single time I asked to do anything outside of hanging out at a friend's house, the mall, or the movies. I was 17, and more restricted than most younger children. I was pretty sure Aiden had more freedom than I did. What is unsafe about going to a concert? It's not like it's at some tiny club with the threat of being trampled in a mosh pit. It's at the arena downtown.
It's 40 minutes away,
he said, as if I hadn't calculated the exact distance before asking them in the first place. I wouldn't be going alone. JC and Santana will be there, plus Ryan, so it wouldn't even be just girls. He pulled away from me and rubbed the back of his neck. I felt a tiny bit guilty for bringing this up now, rather than waiting to talk to him and Mom together. But he was the one who climbed out here.
It's not that we don't want you to have fun with your friends, or
you just don't want me to get hurt. I clenched my fists. It was the same thing every time. My parents were paranoid about my safety. They had been even before my nightmares got bad. They never let me go to sleepovers, instead insisting that my friends stay here. I missed out on any school field trips they couldn't chaperone. Plus, they insisted on meeting anyone new, especially if I went to their house. That meant I had to work on most school projects at my house, too. I knew other kids with protective parents, but it always felt like mine went overboard, since most had backed off as we got older. I wasn't even allowed to have a job. Mom said it was so I could focus on my schoolwork, but since I didn't get an allowance, it meant I was broke all the time. Babysitting on the weekends for my neighbors was my only income, but those opportunities were becoming less and less frequent. I wasn't sure if it was because I was getting older and they assumed I didn't want to babysit anymore, or if my parents said something. Either way, I was trapped. I tried not to resent my parents. I knew they loved me and were doing the best they could, but being the experimental oldest child sucked. I knew by the time Brielle was my age, she wouldn't have to deal with any of this. Lucky girl. The thought of having to call my friends and tell them I couldn't go brought anger I couldn't shake off. I was sick of always telling them no. This was supposed to be our last celebration before senior year started. A night to have fun and forget about the upcoming stress we were facing. One of our last chances to be young and free before the reality of adulthood set in. Okay, maybe that was dramatic. We still had senior year, but then everything would be different. We'd split up. They would go off to their various universities, and I'd be here, at home, going to the local college down the street. I clenched my fists and tightened my jaw. It wasn't fair. I just wanted a chance at being normal. The roof began rattling.
Sage?
Dad's voice sounded distant. I stared down at the darkness of our backyard as the tire swing swayed like a pendulum. The house swayed under me. Hands gripped my shoulders, and I had the vague notion that Dad was close. I was shaking. The house was quaking. The earth below was moving. I didn't know where I started and the ground ended. I was one with the vibrations. "Mommy!" A terrified shriek cut through my trance, and I shook my head.
Sage!
Dad was inches from me, screaming my name. "Yeah?" I met his eyes, and utter horror reflected back at me.
We need to get inside.
He stood, tugging my hand to make me follow. He climbed in through my window and helped me inside just as the bedroom door swung open. Mom ran in, carrying a sobbing Brielle in her arms while Aiden rubbed his eyes behind her. "Was that an earthquake?" Mom asked, looking between me and Dad. Her long brown hair was a mess of curls, and she had thrown on one of Dad's shirts straight out of bed without even putting on pants.
I think so,
Dad said tentatively. I fell onto my bed as the reality of what happened sank in. I was mad and frustrated. The feeling built up without release until the shaking started. I thought it had just been me, but what I watched was real. The swing, the ground rolling. I did that. I caused an earthquake. My heart hammered in my chest. If I caused that, what else had I accidentally done? Was I responsible for all of those other horrible events? Chapter 2. By morning, the earthquake was forgotten, at least for Brielle and Aiden. When I walked into the kitchen, my sister was in her high chair, chattering happily to herself while smearing a light pink substance across the tray in front of her. I kissed the top of her head and fluffed her wild curls. "Hi, sweetness." I traced a heart in the center of her artwork. She giggled up at me like I'd just done the silliest thing. "Emmy." I licked my finger, confirming my suspicion it was strawberry cream cheese. "Did any of that make it to your mouth?" "Nope," Aiden answered with a loud pop of the P. "She took it off and ate her bagel plain." Obviously, that was the better option. He nodded in agreement. "She thinks so." I walked behind his chair and stole a kiss on his cheek before he could wave me off. Despite always being little in my eyes, he was determined to be a big kid, and kisses and hugs from his sister were for babies. My heart only broke a fraction each time he told me that, but I was still faster and stronger. I'd pin him down and tickle him if he tried to stay away from me for too long. "What did you have?" He was busy building some dinosaur or airplane or something out of Legos, so I only had a small portion of his attention. "Eggs," he answered without taking his eyes off his work. I opened the fridge and looked inside for something that sounded appealing. "Where's Mom and Dad?" He didn't reply, so either he didn't know or he made a gesture I missed. I took out the orange juice and filled up a glass. I expected a discussion when they got up, but so far, I hadn't seen them. Mom sometimes went walking with a few of the other women on the street in the mornings if Dad was around to take care of the little ones. but I hadn't heard her call out that she was leaving. "Dad?" I yelled as I headed down the hall toward the garage. He was probably out there, tinkering on one of the cars that seemed to always need something repaired. When I opened the door, I paused. The garage door was open, filling the space with morning light. Mom and Dad stood at the back of his car talking to someone. I stepped out and ran over as soon as I recognized my aunt. "Macy!" I flung myself into her open arms and closed my eyes as she held me close. "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too." She rubbed my back before taking a step back to look at me. "You've grown at least an inch, I swear." "That's what happens when I don't see you for nearly a year. How have you been? What have you been doing?" I rushed out my words before realizing I interrupted her conversation with my parents. I glanced back at them and took in their concerned expressions. "What's going on?" "Let's go inside, Sage. I want to see my other babies, too." Macy hooked her elbow around mine, and we walked together through the house to the kitchen. I stepped back as she gave Aiden a hug. Apparently, he wasn't too big for her. Then she kissed Brielle's chubby cheeks. "Aunt Macy." Aiden slid off his chair and reached for her hand. "I have to show you my room. I built a whole city." Before anyone could stop him, they were heading up the stairs, leaving me with my parents. "Why didn't you guys tell us she was coming?" I asked, grabbing my glass and finishing off the juice. Mom hesitated. "It was a last-minute thing." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Is something wrong?" She shook her head. "No, nothing like that." I didn't believe her. My gut screamed at me that something was coming, but I couldn't figure out what. "How long is she staying?" I went to the sink to rinse out my cup. "Not long," Mom answered as the water started. Macy was Mom's little sister, and since their parents passed away before I was born, she was the only extended family we ever saw. Dad wasn't close to his family. His parents lived somewhere remote in Maine, and only visited once since Aiden was born. They hadn't even come to see Brielle, so I didn't count them as family. "Oh, bummer." "We have something to talk to you about." Dad's tone made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I froze, waiting for him to continue. My heart pounded in my chest. Something was wrong. I knew it. Something bad. My hand shook, and the glass slipped from my grasp. It crashed into the sink with a loud clatter, but the water that had filled it stayed suspended in the air, as if the cup was still there. "Sage!" Mom's scream startled me, and I flinched away from the ball of water in front of me. "Are you guys okay?" Macy came running back into the kitchen with Aiden on her heels. I looked from her to my parents, then back at the sink. The water dropped and splashed up the sides, but didn't reach me. My breath came in pants. Were they going to tell her? "What happened?" she asked, taking a small step toward me. I shook my head. "I'm not sure." "Aiden, why don't you go play in your room for a little while?" Mom suggested. He looked like he wanted to argue, but the tension on her face and in the air changed his mind. He glanced around the room one more time before turning and heading back up the stairs. "The water, it was floating there. Just a mass getting bigger and bigger." Dad's wide eyes stayed on me. "Sage, did you do that?" Macy asked, as if that wasn't the most insane question ever. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "She caused an earthquake last night," Mom said quietly. I stared at her. She thought I did that too? I expected her to come up with some random explanation to make it all seem normal. "Earth and water?" Macy muttered to herself. She stared down at the tile, lost in thought until her eyes snapped up to mine. "Has anything else happened?" I shook my head, but Dad answered. "Her nightmares have been getting worse. She refuses to sleep now."
She thinks she's causing the disasters.
Macy's face softened, and she reached her hand out to me. I stepped toward her, and she put her arm around me. Anything else unusual? Anything else? Wasn't what we said enough? There was clearly something seriously wrong with me, and she was acting like there should be more. I shook my head. Even if there was, I intended on keeping it to myself. The last thing I wanted was to give my parents more reason to have me locked up. She let out a slow breath. And this just started. Not the nightmares, I answered. Right. Let's go sit down. Mom picked up Brielle and followed the rest of us into the living room. Dad sat in one of the armchairs while Mom took the other, leaving me and Macy together on the couch. She sat close to me with my hand in hers. We hoped this wouldn't happen, she murmured, almost to herself. What? She didn't immediately respond, so I looked to my parents. What is it? Mom offered a sad smile. Please remember how much we love you, Sage, no matter what. I narrowed my eyes and turned to Dad. What's going on? He rubbed his hands over his jeans as emotions filled his face. He sniffed and finally looked up. We have a lot to tell you, but before we start, you have to understand that we didn't want to keep this from you. If it had been up to us, we would have told you years ago. But it was a matter of your safety. I bristled at that word. Yet another thing they were protecting me from. For my own good. I wasn't even sure what was going on, and I was already annoyed. You need to stay calm too, Macy said. Your emotions are what's causing the earth and water to react. I flinched. What? She patted my hands. We'll get to that. Mom and Dad shared a look, and I nearly snapped. Dad started speaking again. We'll start from the beginning. He swallowed, and his gaze drifted to Maisie. You know that Mom and I met in college. Why were they telling me this? I knew the story of how they met. We met our best friends there, too. Amber was Mom's roommate, and Peter and I joined the same fraternity. Starting from freshman year, we were inseparable. They were like family to us. We got married just 6 months after them. Dad sucked in a breath, and Mom smiled sadly. A year later, they were killed in an accident. None of this made sense. I'd never heard them talk about anyone named Amber or Peter. If they were so close, then why hadn't they ever mentioned them? The night they died, Macy showed up at our apartment. Mom took over. I glanced over at my aunt, and she gave my hand a firm squeeze. She brought you to us. My mind wasn't comprehending her words. I opened my mouth, only to close it again. You're adopted, sweetie, Dad explained. Your birth parents are Peter and Amber. I gasped as the world was torn out from under me. I stared at my parents, trying to understand. They weren't really my parents? Not by blood? Macy jumped in. I'm still your aunt. I'm Amber's sister, not Melissa's. The sound of Mom's first name jarred me from my spiral. What? They asked us to be your godparents, and when they passed away, we adopted you. Mom repeated the news, but it didn't help the meaning sink in. I focused on taking in several slow breaths to give myself time to process the information. I was adopted. My birth parents were dead. Killed in an accident? Was that what Dad said? Macy was still my aunt, but she wasn't related to Mom. While this was all overwhelming enough on its own, something stood out to me. I turned to my aunt. You said you hoped this wouldn't happen. What did you mean? She bit her lip before speaking. We were hoping some of their traits didn't pass down to you.
If I had to ask, "What do you mean?" one more time, I was going to break something. The ground started shaking, and Dad jumped up. "Honey, calm down." My attention went to him, and the rattling stopped. Macy sucked in a breath.
This is going to be a problem. Please just tell me what's going on. The bits and pieces are making me crazy.
Mom blinked at me with watery eyes. Brielle asleep in her arms and blissfully unaware of my life falling apart. "Honey, we will." Dad sat back down and nodded toward Maisie. "Why don't you take over?" She shifted to face me.
Right. Let's start with my family. After Amber died, my parents closed themselves off even more than normal. They're very traditional and didn't support her and Peter being together. When you were born, they started to change their minds. But then your parents died. They blamed Peter. I think they were in too much pain to think clearly. But they decided then to remove themselves from your life.
So, they're still alive?
Yes.
I had grandparents. People who knew and loved my birth mom, but they didn't want to know me? They never wanted to meet me over the past 17 years? It shouldn't bug me. I didn't even know they existed until 2 minutes ago, but it hurt to think that they'd been out there all this time and never once reached out. What about Peter's family? She sighed.
His parents and younger brother died too, around the same time as your parents. They were very sweet people, and were so excited when you were born.
Her sad smile sent a punch of loss that hit straight in my gut. They had loved me? Would they have wanted to be in my life if they were alive? How would things be different if they were still around? Did it matter now? Why didn't your parents like Peter and Amber together? It sounded like it was a one-sided problem rather than mutual hatred.
Well, Peter's family is very different from ours,
she answered vaguely, looking at my parents. Dad nodded, and she continued.
His family are shifters, and mine are witches.
Chapter 3. Nothing. Not even Macy sprouting horns and a tail, or Mom telling me we won the lottery, or, hell, even their telling me I was adopted. Nothing could have shocked me more than the creepy, obviously insane words my aunt just uttered. "What?" I gasped. I looked between Mom and Dad, waiting for one of them to crack, to burst into laughter, or even smile at the inside joke. No one moved. No one spoke. I blinked and refocused on Macy. "What are you talking about?" She tilted her head.
I know this is a lot to take in.
She glanced over at my parents and sighed.
We thought it was too late for you. We thought there was a chance their powers didn't pass on. We never told you because we were all hoping that was the case.
That explained why they all looked so guilty. So, the earthquake? And the water? I made that happen?
We believe so.
Because I'm a witch? I dragged each word out, giving her the opportunity to cut me off and tell me I was mistaken. She didn't.
It appears so.
Are you a witch?
Yes.
You have abilities? She nodded.
Mine aren't considered particularly useful anymore. I can create and remove light, but electricity makes that affinity outdated and less valued.
What about my mom, Amber? She smiled.
She was a great earth witch. She could make anything grow.
Mom and Dad agreed. I was always jealous of her ability to keep plants alive. Mom stared at the floor, looking lost in her own memories. I sucked in a breath and held it in while I closed my eyes. Their abilities didn't sound like mine. Mine were destructive and unpredictable. Maybe this was all a big misunderstanding. Either that or every adult in my life had lost their minds. Maybe I should take my brother and sister and leave for a while and let them get their heads on straight. What about my dad? Do I take after him too? The three adults shared a look, but Macy was the one to answer. You would have shown signs by now, so we don't think so. At least that was one thing I didn't have to worry about. I wasn't sure how I felt about the whole shifter thing. Sage. Macy's hand landed on my arm, and I opened my eyes, staring at where she was touching me. I'll explain everything, but we need to go. I furrowed my brows. Go where? Mom answered. There's a school for young people like you. They can teach you how to use and manage the abilities you have. I snorted. You're sending me to a witch school? Who am I, Harry Potter? The similarities set in, and suddenly, it wasn't so funny. My parents died when I was a baby. My pseudo-aunt and uncle raised me. Now I found out I was a witch and was being sent off to a school. I really hoped there wasn't some evil, snake-obsessed weirdo missing a nose who wanted to kill me. I drew the line there. Maybe I'd get an owl. Dad chuckled. Sorry, kid. But from what your parents told us about it, Drexel Academy is more normal than you'd think. Drexel Academy? They were serious? You're really sending me away? I stared at Brielle. I didn't want to leave her, or Aiden, or my parents. They might be overprotective, and my desire to rebel was at a constant simmer beneath the surface, but I was a teenager. That was normal. This was anything but normal. Oh, sweetie. Mom looked like she wanted to come over and comfort me, but the sleeping angel in her arms prevented her. It's not like that. Attending the academy is the best option for you right now. You need to learn how to control your abilities. It's not safe otherwise. It's not safe? I asked. Your abilities, your powers, whatever you want to call them, are getting stronger without you learning how to control them. It's getting more dangerous. Nothing was damaged from the earthquake or the water show, but that doesn't mean that next time won't be worse, Dad explained. I sagged against the cushions and gripped Macy's hand. Okay, so where is this school? When do I start? It's in Montana. Pretty isolated, so the students have free range to test their abilities without drawing attention, Macy answered, then dropped her eyes. The fall term starts this week. I blinked. No. School wasn't supposed to start for 3 more weeks. I still had some of summer left. That's why we have to go. Macy stood, and I looked at my parents. Now? They nodded, and Mom bit her bottom lip. Macy has taken care of everything. You've been enrolled, and they're expecting you to arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow? I repeated. What about my friends? What about Aiden and Brielle? I couldn't just up and leave. But I have to say goodbye. Dad shook his head. There's no time. You have a flight to catch. You need to go up and pack, sweetie. Mom's voice was tight, like she was holding back emotions. But I stopped when I realized this wasn't up for discussion. I had no other options. I'd woken up this morning expecting an ordinary Saturday, and within hours, I was being shipped off to nowhere, Montana. Come on. Macy offered her hand. I'll help you. I followed her upstairs, hearing the murmur of my parents talking, but not able to hear their words. It didn't matter. I entered my room in a daze and stood frozen next to the door while Macy went to my closet. Where's your suitcase? She asked, pulling clothing off the hangers. I shrugged. In the garage?
I'll go get it. You start grabbing everything you want to take and set it on your bed.
She slid past me, but I remained still. Was this shock? Was my body too surprised to function? That's what it felt like.
Sage?
Aiden's quiet voice made me jump, and I turned to see him peeking around the corner from where his room was down the hall. I forced my lips to curve into a smile. I couldn't scare him. I couldn't show him how terrified I was. If there was anyone I could pull myself together for, it was him. I would protect him from anything. And right now, it was me. Hey. I waved him over and he darted into my room, staring at the pile on my bed.
What's going on?
I sucked in a shaky breath. I could do this. I could put on a brave face and make sure he knew I would be happy and safe wherever I was going. I didn't want him to worry about me. Aunt Macy came to take me to my new school. Simplifying the information for him helped me process what was happening. It's a really cool place in the middle of a forest, and I'm going to get to learn all sorts of new things. His eyes widened.
A forest? Where?
I wasn't exactly sure if that was true, but when I thought of remote Montana, I pictured mountains and endless trees. I'd find out tomorrow how accurate that was. Something I never thought would happen. Because really, who thinks of traveling to Montana? Not me. It's in Montana. His eyes narrowed.
Where's that?
Right. He was still learning to read and do basic addition. It wasn't like geography was in the lesson plans for first graders. I pulled my phone from my back pocket and pulled up a map. This is where we live. I pointed just above Pittsburgh. And this is where I'll be going to school. I pointed to the middle of Montana as a guess. His eyes widened when he looked back up at me.
That's so far.
The sadness in his voice broke my heart, and I had to look away so I could blink back the tears before he saw them. I couldn't let him see me cry, or he would too. I cleared my throat and put my smile back in place. It's only a plane ride away. Remember when we went to Florida last summer? He nodded and started smiling.
I'll get to go on a plane?
Yeah. When you come to visit me, you'll get to go on a plane again. He seemed happy with that.
And Brielle?
I ruffled his hair. Of course. You can't leave her behind. He looked back at my phone again.
Can I still talk to you?
Yes. You can FaceTime me or call me whenever you want. I'll try to always answer unless I'm in class. Then I'll call you right back. He swung his legs, letting his heels kick the bed.
How long will you be gone?
I blew out a breath. I didn't know. I'll probably come home for Thanksgiving. Macy returned then and smiled at Aiden.
Hi, sweetie. Do you want to help us pack?
He eyed the 2 suitcases she set down and shrugged. I went around the room with him glued to my side and had him help me decide what to take and what to leave behind. It took the pressure off me to think too hard about what was happening and made him feel like he was contributing. A win-win. We sat on the floor in front of my closet, and I considered my shoe collection. I had a pair of sandals and 1 pair of dressy heels, and the rest were Converse of every color and pattern. My obsession started in middle school, and luckily, my feet stopped growing back then, so I had about 30 pairs. Which ones should I bring? I peered down at him.
You have to take these.
He reached for the bright pink pair Mom got me to reveal to Aiden and Dad that she was having a girl. Of course. I put them next to the bed. What else?
These are my favorite.
He pointed to the teal and green tie-dye ones we'd customized together earlier in the summer. That's a good choice. I added them to the pile.
And these, they're your favorite.
He tossed my gray high tops over. He was so excited and took each selection seriously until he stopped at 12. Do you think that's enough? Yeah, but if I miss any of them, I'll ask Mom to send them. I'll help. I'll make sure she gets the right ones. I wanted to hug him, but I knew this would be one of the times he'd push me away. He was being a helper, not a baby. I had to remember that. Thanks. He jumped up and looked around the room before running to my bed. You have to take this. He held up my old ragged Mr. Snuggles, the stuffed bunny I had since I was a baby. That wasn't necessarily something I wanted to bring with me to a boarding school, but the thought of leaving him behind twisted my gut. Would you mind keeping him company for me? It would make me feel better if I knew you were watching after him. His eyes widened. Really? He knew just how special that bunny was to me. Yeah. Can you do that? He nodded vigorously. I won't let anything happen to him. I grinned. Thanks, Aiden. Maisie folded the last of my clothes and carefully arranged the piles in the second suitcase. The first was already full and waiting by the stairs. You'll probably need a warmer coat this winter, but we can ship that to you, along with anything else you end up needing. I looked around my sparse room. My eyes landed on the window, and reality sunk in. I was leaving. My secret spot would be abandoned, and I didn't know when I'd return. Who would I be when I did? I was walking out of my room for the last time as a normal teenage girl. After this, I'd have to accept that I was really a witch. And my dad had been a shifter, whatever that meant. I could only handle so much, and if they didn't think I was a shifter, then I didn't have to worry about that right now. Life as I knew it was over. Hell, the life I thought I had maybe never was. I blinked the thoughts away and put my hand on Aiden's shoulder, leading him down the hall. With Maisie following, I picked up my suitcase, and we went back down to where my parents waited in the living room. All packed? Dad asked as he moved toward me. I nodded, and he pulled me in for a tight hug. I'm sorry we didn't tell you sooner. I never want you to question how much we love you. He kissed the top of my head, and I looked up at him. I love you too. I wanted to be mad at him and Mom, but there wasn't enough time. I could go through their lies later. Right now, I needed to soak up his strength. Let us know as soon as you land, and remember to call if you need anything. I agreed, and he kissed my forehead before stepping back so Mom could replace him. I'm so sorry, she cried into my hair as I squeezed her back. It was naive of us to think this wouldn't happen. We should have prepared you rather than trying to protect you. Preparing me would have been protecting me, but it was too late to change the past. Mom kissed my cheek before squeezing one more time. I love you so much, and I'm going to miss you like crazy. Please be careful. I sniffed and turned away toward Aiden. He stood next to Dad, watching us with a hint of confusion. I couldn't let Mom's emotions get to me. I forced a laugh. Mom cries over everything, huh? He giggled as I moved to him. I kneeled down and wrapped my arms around his small shoulders. He hugged me back, and I closed my eyes, wanting to commit this moment to memory. I'll miss you so much, I whispered. He balled his fists in my shirt. Be good for Mom and Dad, and take care of Mr. Snuggles and Brielle for me, okay? He squeezed me one more time and pulled away. I will. I smiled and kissed the top of his head the way Dad had done to me. I'll call and talk to you soon. I'll show you all the cool trees. He grinned. Maybe you'll see a bear. I widened my eyes. That would be so cool. He nodded, bobbing on his toes. Good. Now he had something to occupy his thoughts and look forward to talking to me about. Brielle was still sleeping on the couch, but I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. I snuck over and gently kissed her chubby cheek, then stroked a finger down her smooth arm. Bye, sweetie. She didn't move, and I was a bit disappointed. I knew she wouldn't remember whether I said bye later, but I couldn't help feeling guilty. Macy moved to the front door. Ready? I glanced around the room at my family, offering them each a smile before nodding and following her out to my future. We loaded my suitcases into the trunk of her car, and I waved once to where my parents and brother were waiting on the porch. My heart nearly shattered to pieces as I got into the front seat. But I didn't have a choice. I had to leave. I had to protect them. I had to find out the truth of who I was. The Drexel Academy might hold all the answers. Chapter 4. The closest major airport to the academy was still a 2-hour drive, but Macy explained as we landed in Grand Falls that we were taking another plane to a small private airport the school owned. What kind of school had something like an airport? Not even the fanciest of Ivy Leagues had that. That question fell pretty low on my priorities right now, though. I was too tired to care about those kind of details. Our last flight had been a red-eye, following a painfully long layover in Chicago. All I wanted now was a bed and to be left alone for 12 hours. Exhaustion would make sure I wouldn't dream, but my churning mind wound me up too much to rest. I tried to ask Macy questions on the previous 2 flights, but she kept her answers vague, promising to answer them all later. Well, we were running out of time. Later had to be now. This way. She led the way through the airport to a set of frosted glass doors. There was no sign marking an entrance, but she walked through confidently and smiled at the woman standing at a high counter. Miss Stone? The lovely brunette greeted. Yes, this is my niece, Sage. She offered me a pleasant smile. Welcome. Please make yourselves comfortable. Can I get you anything to drink? Water? Soda? Wine? No, thank you, Macy replied. If you think of anything, let me know. Macy thanked her and headed across the luxurious lounge. The cream and gold carpet coordinated flawlessly with the walls, furniture, and decor. What's this? I asked, heading to the soft leather couch she sat on with a heavy sigh. It's the lounge for the private flights, she answered, before kicking her feet up on the table in front of her. She sure was making herself comfortable. I glanced around for any other employee or other passengers, but we had the huge room to ourselves. When is our next flight? She closed her eyes and dropped her head back. An hour or so. Well, if we were waiting that long, I might as well relax too. I sat across from her in an armchair that had a massage remote built into the arm. I pressed a few random buttons and nearly squealed when the chair started vibrating and something hard pressed into the middle of my back and began moving up toward my neck. After a second, I relaxed into it and sighed. This felt wonderful after nearly 13 hours of traveling with 2 layovers and a brief nap at an airport hotel. My fingers twitched to check my phone, but I pushed away the urge. I sent my friends a group message letting them know I was going to a boarding school and would only have email access. My parents and Macy thought it would be easier to distance myself from them if we limited contact. And knowing my friends, none of them would bother. Soon enough, I'd become a memory. But it was better this way. I had no way of explaining anything to them. I couldn't tell them the truth, and I didn't want to have to lie. Macy Lynn Stone, sit up and act like a lady, a woman's voice scolded, and my eyes popped open. An older, very refined-looking couple stood at the door, staring down their noses at us. Macy shot up instantly with her back rod straight and her ankles crossed as her hands landed in her lap. Hello, Mother. Her eyes moved to the man. Father. These were her parents? My grandparents? They didn't look remotely how I pictured them. Macy was so free-spirited and kind and loving, and they were not. The woman, my grandma, had all too familiar red hair pulled back in a low bun that accentuated her fair, smooth skin. Had she had work done, or did I have some amazing genes? She wore a navy pantsuit and stilettos with an elegant strand of pearls at her neck. Her husband carried himself like he was the most important person in the room, and his well-fitting suit accentuated his tall, lean form. Neither of them looked old enough to be Macy's parents, let alone my grandparents. He was handsome, and reminded me of an actor I couldn't name with his distinguished salt and pepper hair and matching, neatly trimmed beard. His blue eyes matched mine, and Macy's. How had I never noticed how similar we looked when I looked nothing like Mom? After casting her daughter a disapproving look, the woman's eyes settled on me. She took in my rumpled shirt and baggy jeans with a small frown. Well, had I known I'd be meeting the Queen, I would have taken out my ball gown. I almost rolled my eyes, but didn't think that would help. Macy stood and stepped in front, blocking me from her parents' view. The tension in the air was so thick I worried I'd suffocate. The man cleared his throat. Now, Macy, we come in peace. We want to meet our granddaughter. She didn't move, but I leaned forward enough to see them. Why now? She asked. I wondered the same thing. You know the answer to that, the woman snapped. You always had the option of being in her life. Macy's voice was low, protective. You chose not to. The woman lifted her nose in the air and turned away as if she disagreed, but she didn't argue. It's not that simple. The man's voice held an air of authority that made me feel like I had to listen to every word. You could have found a way, if you really wanted to. Macy wasn't giving in. As much as I appreciated her watching out for me, I wanted to know these people and why they stayed away. They clearly knew who I was, which meant they'd chosen not to be in my life for the past 17 years. Unlike Macy. She was right. She found a way to fit into my life. Why couldn't they? I stood and moved to her side. Maybe it was the fatigue making my brain work too slow to stop me, but I was sick of being dragged along without understanding what was happening to me. I'd like to know the answer too. The couple stared at me, eyes trailing over every inch of me. Searching, but I wasn't sure for what. The man snapped his attention back to the conversation first. It's complicated. We're well known in our society. People watch us. We worried we might lead them to you. I narrowed my eyes. Lead who? Macy reached out and wrapped her hand around my wrist. Her father noted that and tilted his head up. Some sort of understanding set in. We have enemies, as most people in our position do. I was getting tired of being fed these vague answers. They were keeping something from me. Something big. I knew it as surely as I knew his wife didn't like me. She had finished her assessment and found me wanting. She stared at her manicure like it was more interesting than the granddaughter she was meeting for the first time. Well, the first time I remembered. They might have met me when I was a baby, before my birth parents died. Your position? Are you a politician or something? I asked. His lip quirked like he was about to smile, but it vanished in an instant. Not quite. There's a whole new world you're about to be a part of. The society he's talking about isn't the one you know. It's one of supernaturals. Witches, shifters, and... She blew out a breath. Vampires. I blinked, watching her to see the second she broke out laughing, slapping me on the back and telling me she was kidding. Vampires? I deadpanned. She nodded. I looked at the couple, and neither of them gave a sign that they, too, thought their daughter had lost their mind. Are there unicorns and dragons I should expect to run into as well? How about fairies and boogeymen? She shook her head. No, Sage. It's just the three. I was going home. Now. She was insane. So were her parents, and I wanted nothing to do with this. Well, this has been fun. I'm going to find a flight back home now. I pulled on the handle of my suitcase, ready to desert the other one, but Macy stopped me. You can't. I stared her down. Watch me. I pushed past her, but walked into a wall, an invisible wall. I stepped back and shook my head, then took another step and hit something solid. I slapped the air, making contact with it again. What the hell? He can manipulate air, Sage. He's blocking you, she explained calmly. I glared at the man. Let me go. He shook his head. I'm not going to do that. You can't go back home. Not until you learn everything you need to about your own powers. I was tempted to try causing another earthquake or another distraction, but that didn't sound like the best idea. I didn't want to hurt anyone accidentally, so I sucked in a deep breath and counted to 5 before releasing it. What do you want now? Why wait all this time, then show up now? Finally, the woman spoke. We've allowed too much time to pass. We've also allowed you to be raised with the norms, and that was obviously a mistake. We have much to rectify and not enough time. She sighed as if it was my fault they wasted my entire life. You need to understand some important things before you enter the academy. We're here to discuss those. Then, we will take you there. I turned to Macy, and she nodded. I left my suitcase where it was and returned to my armchair, dropping into it, too overwhelmed to care about sitting up properly, like I'm sure dear old grandmother would prefer. She eyed me as she passed to the couch, and I could feel her disapproval wash over me. I almost snorted, as if I cared what this stranger thought of me. The man, I still refused to think of either of them as anything else, sat on the edge of the cushion and rested his elbows on his knees. Macy took the armchair next to me and reached out to take my hand. I wasn't particularly pleased with her. Obviously, she knew the private jet ride was with my grandparents, but I accepted her peace offering and laced my fingers through hers. To make this as quick as possible, please hold your questions. If I don't answer them with everything I tell you, then you may ask at the end. He waited for me to agree, and I did, even though this was one of the weirdest conversations I'd ever had. Well, maybe conversation wasn't the right word. I was expected to sit and listen. No talking. You will continue to use the surname Williams. What else would I use? That was my name. You will tell anyone that asks that your parents' names are Jason and Melissa. You will not, under any circumstance, tell anyone who your real parents are. I cringed at his word choice. Jason and Melissa were my real parents. So was his daughter, though. Why couldn't I tell anyone my truth? If I wanted to share that, I should be able to. How else was I going to cope with the bomb that had upended my entire life? Has she displayed any shifter traits? He asked, looking at his daughter. No, not that we're aware of. Macy answered, and her mom made a small noise I couldn't decipher, but I was pretty sure she was relieved. Why was that a good thing? What was wrong with being a shifter? I wasn't even positive of what a shifter was. I'd assumed that was like a werewolf, but what did I know? Another question that would have to wait. Good. You will tell everyone that you are a witch, and you have exhibited an affinity for earth and water. He waited for me to agree, and I gave another small nod. Since we are escorting you, people may ask what your relation is to myself and my wife and daughter. You will tell them we are sponsoring you. We've done that occasionally over the years, so it won't raise any suspicions. We usually pick out students based on their needs and potential. Leave it at that, and allow them to draw their own conclusions. So I'm some charity case to them. Perfect. Finally, obey the rules. Don't draw attention to yourself. Do well in your classes, and live up to the reputation our legacy has earned. Respect, integrity, propriety, intelligence, and excellence," his wife recited. I nodded, and they both stood. "It's time," he said, and I jumped to my feet. "What about my questions?" I pressed. "You may ask on the plane." He waved me off before offering his elbow to his wife and striding across the room to a door I hadn't noticed. It opened, revealing a uniformed woman that greeted them by name. "Mr. and Mrs. Stone. Always a pleasure." She grinned and walked with them on the tarmac. "Come on." Macy grabbed one suitcase and I took the other. "Just a few more hours." She mumbled the words under her breath, and I almost laughed. I wasn't the only one dreading being in a confined space with those people. Soon, I'd be at the academy, alone and burdened with more secrets. Chapter 5. The private jet was small, with 4 reclining chairs on either side that faced each other, with small tables between each set. They were just as comfortable as the ones I'd occupied in the lounge. I sat across from Macy with her parents on the other side of the narrow aisle. I already had 3 tiny braids in the bottom section of my hair, and I had a feeling I'd end up with a dozen by the time we made it to the school. It was a 30-minute flight, which made this whole experience seem even more ridiculous and unnecessary than before. We could have easily taken a car and had time to talk, but the couple didn't seem the type to do something so plebeian. "What's a shifter, exactly?" I broke the silence with the only question I couldn't suppress. All eyes were on me. I could feel the shock from Macy's parents, but didn't turn to them. I didn't want to hear the answer from them. I wanted the only person I trusted for the truth. Macy's shoulders dropped. "There's so much you don't know." Her eyes searched mine, an unspoken apology in them. "Shifters are a supernatural species. You've heard of werewolves." I nodded, and she continued. "Some of the stories are close to the truth, but the biggest difference is that not all shifters are the same. There's more variety than just wolves." I narrowed my eyes. "Like other animals?" "Exactly. There are several apex predators like bears, lions, other big cats, wolverines, snakes. But there are also some you might not think of, like birds and small creatures like ferrets, rats, or lizards." "Those are the ones you have to watch out for," her dad added. "It's easy to notice a bear or lion, but you could be walking around thinking you're alone and a hawk is watching you. Or you might be in your dorm and a mouse is hiding in the wall listening to you." I cringed. I didn't want anyone spying on me. What if there was a creepy boy that snuck into my room? What? That's terrifying and wrong. How do you stop that? "You'll learn basic spells to protect you or reveal shifters," Macy assured me. "You just have to remember that not everything you see is what you expect, and to expect the unexpected." That was scary and slightly unhelpful advice. How can I expect the unexpected when I know next to nothing about this school and this whole new world? "It's best to assume you're never alone. Someone can always listen or watch." Her dad made my stomach sink. That's awful. I crossed my arms over my chest as if that could protect me from their words. "Oh, don't worry. You'll have a witch roommate to help you, and the others will help you get to their level," Macy's mom added. How was she so sure anyone would help me? "Witches take care of their own," she said proudly, unknowingly answering my question. Macy rolled her eyes. "That's something else you should know. The school encourages the 3 species to engage and unify, but if things are anything like they were when I was a student, then it will be pretty segregated." "Segregated? What decade is this?" I gasped. "Things in the supernatural community are much slower to progress. They've been stuck in their ways for centuries." "Millennia," her dad corrected. I glanced at him for a second, repulsed by the pride in his tone. They were obviously fond of the way things were. Macy looked to the ceiling like she was searching for help or patience. You'll likely find that the three groups stick to their own. But my dad was a shifter. Her father cleared his throat, and her mother fidgeted in her seat. It clicked then. Macy mentioned that her parents were traditional and didn't support my parents being together. I assumed at the time that maybe it was a religious thing, or maybe my dad didn't ask permission to marry my mom. No. It was this. It was because my dad was a shifter, and they didn't like my mom being with someone who wasn't a witch. I narrowed my eyes at them. Macy nudged my foot with hers and raised a brow. This was still a sore spot. Interspecies bonds and relationships aren't common, but it's not like it can't happen, my aunt explained. Bond? I asked, and Macy rubbed her temples. I should have told you sooner. There's too much. But isn't there a chance I could take after him too? Her mother's lips pressed into a thin line, and he frowned in the seat across from her. Witch blood and shifter blood doesn't mix well, and one is always dominant. So it's most likely you won't take after your father. Shifters transition during puberty, so you would already know by now, Macy added. I shouldn't be disappointed by that. I had enough to worry about being a witch, but it would have been something to connect me to my birth father. It felt like they were pushing him away, only focusing on their family line. We've begun our final descent. We should be on the ground in the next 5 minutes. The pilot's voice filled the small cabin. Great. We were running out of time, and I was just grazing the surface. Your mother never should have been with that man. Macy's mother nearly spit the words. Witches belong with witches. It's that simple. I ignored her, staring out the window at the expanse of trees. Nothing but green in every direction. Aiden would be so happy. What's done is done, Susan, her husband said in a defeated tone. Yes, Robert. And look what happened. She bit back. Stop it! Macy snapped at them. Sage has enough to worry about, and you two aren't helping. Her outburst surprised me, but I was grateful she stood up for me. They were stressing me out, and I was already at my max. Her father straightened in his seat. I apologize, Sage. Macy is right. You have enough to focus on. I was curious what his wife meant about what happened. My parents died, but my dad said it was an accident. Did she really blame my dad's heritage for everything? The plane bounced as the wheels hit the ground, and my nerves shot through the roof. This was it. I was about to see my new school, the place I'd be living for the next year. Once we stopped, the pilot stepped out and opened the aircraft door so the stairs could extend. I waited for the others to leave before standing and taking my suitcase. I expected to see another tarmac and airport, but there was only forest to the sides and grass below us. When I descended and looked back at the long, narrow field, I realized we landed in the middle of nowhere. At the end closest to us was a huge structure with one tall door open, revealing another plane. It looked like a storage building. Was that for the school too? We should be back within the hour, Macy's father told the pilot. Maybe I could think of him as Robert now that I knew his name. A black town car waited for us at a break in the trees. The three of them headed toward it, and I followed, swiveling my gaze around the surrounding forest. Were there any shifters here now? Were we being watched? Macy and her parents seemed unconcerned, so I pushed the thoughts away and hurried to load my bags in the trunk. No one spoke on the short drive. I still had questions, but I took a cue from Macy and stared out the window. I could call her later and ask her everything I didn't get a chance to, without the prying ears and judgment of her parents. All the sorrow and confusion over missing out on knowing them my whole life vanished. They weren't people I wanted to know. I was perfectly fine with this being our one and only meeting. If they still wouldn't claim me, and I wasn't allowed to tell anyone my relation to them, then I saw no point in ever seeing them again.
"Here we are, Drexel Academy,"
the driver announced. I leaned forward. A tall stone wall and wrought iron gate slowly opened. Trees lined both sides of the road all the way to the first building, an enormous stone structure like a carbon copy of a castle, complete with turrets, narrow slits for windows, and a freaking parapet. I watched, waiting to see if armed guards appeared to patrol the area. This was insane. "Come on." Macy nudged me, and I opened the door and stepped out with her close behind me.
"Mr. and Mrs. Stone, it is such a pleasure to see you again."
A polished man in a brown tweed jacket and tan slacks shook their hands. He was bald and, paired with his wide shoulders and bulking form barely concealed beneath his suit, intimidating.
"Headmaster Goldstein, it's been too long."
Robert shook the man's hand, then turned toward me.
"This is the student I was telling you about. Sage Williams is sure to make an excellent addition to the academy."
The headmaster gave me an appraising once-over before tilting his head up.
"I'm sure she will live up to the standard you've set."
His challenging glare wasn't very effective, since I wasn't sure what the standard was, and no one had explained much of anything about what I should expect or what was expected of me.
"We trust you'll take good care of her,"
Susan said with a charming smile, and the headmaster gave her one of his own.
"Of course, we will make sure she gets the best education."
It was then that he seemed to notice Macy standing behind me.
"Miss Stone, how nice to see you again. I wasn't aware you assisted your parents with the scholarship students."
I cringed at that phrase. Was that really what I was? Were they paying for me to be here? Was there a tuition cost? Were there other academies I could attend to learn about my powers? One not connected to my Robert and Susan? "She's a special case," Macy answered simply.
"Very well. Thank you all for taking the time to bring Miss Williams, but you can rest assured she is in good hands now."
Susan seemed satisfied and returned to the car without a backward glance. Robert shook the headmaster's hand and said bye before following his wife. He glanced at me as he passed and nodded once before opening the door. Macy pushed my second suitcase next to me and shot a look at the headmaster before facing me. "Call me if you need anything." "I will." I squeezed my phone in my pocket, the only connection I had left to my old life. "Bye." I could tell she wanted to say more, probably even hug me, but we were being watched, and it would have been strange for her to hug a random scholarship winner. I took the handle of my other bag and moved toward the headmaster.
"I'll show you to the administration building. My office, as well as the guidance, maintenance, and security offices, are located there."
His long strides forced me to jog to keep up with him. He led me up to the castle building. A symbol over the massive doors caught my eye. A 5-pointed star inside a circle. Was that a devil sign? It creeped me out, but I didn't have a chance to study it since he had already pushed the large doors open and stepped to the side to let me through. The swing shut behind us with a quick whoosh, delivering us into an open area also made of stone. The entryway felt cold and oppressive, except for the plush red and gold rug and pictures hanging along the hall.
"This way."
He led me toward the back where another hall branched off to the right.
"This is the guidance office. Your counselor will meet with you to go over your schedule, room assignment, and school rules. If you have any questions, please address them now so there is no confusion when classes begin tomorrow."
Without another word, he turned and disappeared around the corner. I let out a breath, grateful for even a second to be alone. I rolled my shoulders and rocked my head from side to side,
loosening my tense neck muscles before opening the door to the office and pulling my bags in behind me. "Can I help you?" the woman sitting at the first desk asked without looking up from her computer. "I'm a new student. Headmaster Goldstein brought me here and told me I needed to meet with my counselor." He could have come in and made the introduction himself, but he seemed to have far more important things to do. She stopped typing and looked me over. "Right, the Stone student." "I'm Sage Williams." She ignored me, lifting a phone to her ear and pressing a few buttons. "Dallin, your new student is here." She hung up before the person could have possibly replied and went back to ignoring me. A few awkward moments later, a man in a plaid button-up and khakis appeared from another hall. "Hi, Sage. Come on back." He looked young, maybe in his late 20s or early 30s, and his clothes confused me. The woman wore a crisp blouse, and the headmaster wore a suit. Did he not have to follow a dress code? Or maybe he could be casual, since it was Sunday. Did they have days off? I struggled to pull my bags behind me, but I made it to the doorway where he stood. "Come in." He took one suitcase and rolled it inside before shutting the door behind him. "Thanks." It would have been nice if the headmaster offered to have them delivered to my room, or at least let me store them somewhere rather than dragging them around. With a friendly smile, he waved me toward a chair in front of his desk. "Welcome to Drexel Academy, Sage." I sat. The office looked normal. Nothing that would have told me this place was for witches, shifters, and vampires. "Thank you." "My name is Dallin Haddon. You can call me Dallin. Most students do." He shuffled a few papers around before finding a folder and bringing it to the front. "And it looks like you are a witch." Chapter 6. Words I never thought anyone would say to me. That's right. He opened the folder and scanned the first packet of papers before sliding it out and turning it so I could read along. I noticed the star and circle again near the letterhead. "What is that?" I pointed to the symbol, wanting to clear that up before my imagination took over. "It's a pinnacle, and our school symbol," he said without further explanation. I tried again. "What does it stand for?" "The 5 points represent the 5 elements our powers stem from, and the circle is for balance and harmony between the supernatural species." So no evil satanic stuff. Well, that was comforting. He raised a brow as if asking if he could continue, and I nodded. "This is a list of rules and expectations for students in your year. I'll keep you with your age group, rather than having you start at the beginning of the courses, so you'll be quite behind." He watched me for a reaction, but once again, I didn't know what to expect, so I didn't know what to think or feel. Was I 1 year behind? 2? 10? Most students start with us after their abilities manifest, or in the case of shifters and vampires, at 14. So I was roughly 3 years behind. Great. "There is a school rule that if you don't pass your courses, you're immediately expelled, so you must commit to getting up to speed with the rest of your classmates. Drexel Academy does not make exceptions, no matter who your sponsor is." His voice took on an edge. Bitterness? Judgment? Did he not like the Stones? That wouldn't surprise me. On one hand, that made me trust him just a little. But on the other, it made me wary. What if more people found out who was behind my appearance here, and did more than warn me about expulsion? I curled the toes of my shoes into the thick carpet to steady my nerves. Once I got settled and I had a clue about what I was doing, I'd worry about that. I will do my best. It was the only thing I could promise. "That's all I can ask." He smiled, more relaxed. "Read these over tonight and bring the last page back to me signed." He slipped the paper back into the folder and looked at the next one. First thing tomorrow, you will meet Mrs. Hedgings for an assessment. Once you have the results, you'll come back here so I can create your schedule. Okay. Is there information on where and when to meet her? I asked. He continued to the next paper, turning it to face me. Here is a campus map. You will meet here. He tapped on the building in the very center. Her room is on the 3rd floor. Be there at 8. I made a note of the specific room number listed on the paper and agreed. This is the dorm where you'll reside. His finger moved to the second long building in a row of 4. All female students from ages 14 to 18 live in Bennett Hall. The males in your age group live here, in Mannering Hall. He tapped the building next to mine. These 2. His finger moved between the furthest 2, are where the older students and bonded pairs reside. My brows pulled together. Older students? I'm a senior. Isn't that the oldest? He gave me a look like he was waiting for me to say I was joking. What do you know about Drexel Academy? I sat back. Could I tell him the truth? That I found out about it yesterday? Not very much. He eyed me before giving a slight shake of his head. We teach students from what non-soups consider high school and college. Our oldest students are 21 or 22. My stomach dropped. So, I'm not here for a year? I'm here for 5? There was no way I could stay away from my family for that long. I learned as much as I could until next summer, then I was out of here. Some students prefer to go the non-supernatural route and attend one of their universities if their interests lie outside the majors we offer. But most students stay here. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I had a sinking feeling my parents, Macy, Susan, and Robert, would all encourage me to stay here and learn all I could, since I was so far behind. But what about my birth parents? They left. They went to a normal university. Was that because they were an interspecies couple? Did they not have a choice? My list of questions to ask Macy was already a mile long and just kept growing. I might never have all the answers I sought. Okay. My voice shrank to a near squeak. Just getting here had sapped all my bravery and strength. I was overwhelmed and so tired. I needed a few minutes by myself, preferably in my special spot on the roof, away from everything and everyone. That wasn't an option anymore. You'll be rooming with a witch your age, so you'll have someone to show you around and assist you as you settle in. Great. I had to share a room with a stranger. I'd have no peace or privacy while I was here. No space to adjust on my own. I nodded, not able to muster the energy to speak. Life kept rolling on with me, happening to me. I was only a passenger with no active decision-making role. Other people were telling me where and when to do everything, and I was forced to go along with it all. Your key is here, he said, flipping through the rest of the folder. After we get your schedule finalized, you can go to the library to collect your books. There's also a page here with information about whom to contact in case of emergencies, as well as the name and number of your RA. If you have any questions that aren't answered, please feel free to reach out to me. My office hours and email are included here as well. He pushed the folder at me, and I lifted it from his desk, clutching it to my chest like a lifeline. I've asked a student from your year to escort you to your room. I figured you'd prefer that to being seen with your guidance counselor. He said it as if he was doing me a favor, but being passed off to yet another stranger just made me tense even more. I didn't have a choice, though. I was being dismissed, so I stood and thanked him before turning to the door and struggling to get both of my bags out while holding on to the folder. I'll see you tomorrow, he called behind me. I gave a small wave before heading down the hall toward the oh-so-pleasant woman. Ms. Williams, she said without looking up from her screen because I still wasn't worth her full attention.
Miss Jeffries is here to escort you." I looked at the row of chairs against the wall and smiled at the pretty brunette who stood. She wore black fitted pants and a black sweater dotted with tiny pearls over a white collared shirt. Combined with her high ponytail and light makeup, she looked preppy and exactly how I pictured a boarding school student, down to the leather Oxfords. "Hi, I'm Hannah." She gave me a genuine smile and looked at my suitcases. "Can I help you with one?" I let out a breath and relaxed. "Yes, please. I'm Sage." "What a pretty name." She took one handle and started down the hall, glancing over her shoulder once. "So, where did you transfer from?" I wasn't sure what she meant. Did she want to know my old high school? What were the odds she was familiar with my area? I'm from Twin Fields. It's just north of Pittsburgh." She stopped walking and faced me. "What?" I stared back at her, equally confused. "I went to Twin Fields High." She cocked her head to the side. "You came from a non-supernatural high school?" I nodded. "But you're in my year. You're 17? "Yeah." I hated sounding so unsure, but we clearly misunderstood each other. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. "Sorry, let's start over. Who are you and where did you come from?" I was almost offended until she started laughing. I chuckled lightly. "I'm pretty new to this world. I didn't know I was coming here until yesterday morning." Her brows shot to the sky and her big blue eyes widened. "What? How?" "So the surprise you're a witch thing was unique to me?" I wasn't sure how much I should share with her, but I had a feeling I'd be getting reactions like this a lot in the next few days. Maybe she could help me come up with a better explanation, so I didn't have to repeat myself quite as often. "I didn't know I was a witch. My powers..." I wasn't sure I even wanted to accept that label yet. I was perfectly fine ignoring the freak accidents. Didn't really show up until recently. My family thought I didn't have abilities, so I was raised in human society. I used phrasing I picked up from Macy and hoped that explained things. Her surprise faded some. "Interesting. You have some catching up to do, but I can help you. And we can get a study group together so we can bring you up to speed." "Really? Why would you do that?" She just smiled. "Because I remember how overwhelmed and confused I was when I got here, and I knew my whole life that I was a witch. I can't imagine what you're going through. Plus, you're one of us now, and we watch out for each other." She spun back around and started walking again. Was it that simple? She made it seem like it was, but what did she mean by us and we? The students of Drexel or witches? I wasn't sure I wanted to join in on the segregation, but maybe it was another area where I didn't have a choice. She led us through a back entrance connected to a wide brick pathway. She waited for me to fall into step with her and told me about each grand building we passed. Pinnacles were etched over the entrance to each of them, and even in random spots like the side of a bench and some of the pavers. "Over there," she began, pointing behind us, "is the assembly hall. If there is ever a school or grade-wide meeting, that's where we go. If there are performances or anything like that, they use the stage in there. Since tomorrow is the first day of the new term, we'll have a school assembly, so you'll see it." I hurried forward to keep pace with her as she pointed to the next building on our right. There weren't very many other people out, but I noted that none of them wore what would be considered uniforms. It was yet another thing I wasn't sure about. Since no one had brought it up yet, I hoped there wasn't a pleated skirt or blazer waiting for me in my room. "That's the greenhouse. Witches with an earth affinity are usually the only ones who use it, but anyone that's interested in growing plants is welcome to use it." I wanted to ask her what her affinity was, but I wasn't sure if that was taboo or not. What about shifters? How could I tell the difference between a vampire or a witch? Would I know instinctively? And that's the health center. She pointed to a smaller version of the administration building. It had fewer turrets and no parapets, but was still a similar style. That's pretty self-explanatory. If you're sick or injured, head there. Some of the witches and vampires with healing abilities intern there, but those are only the older students. Healing abilities? That was an option? I wanted those. How cool would it be to wave my hands and fix a broken bone or cure an illness? There was a curve in the path, then a split. She paused and I stopped next to her. This is the lab building where most of the science-related classes are. The path to the right led to where I needed to go in the morning for the assessment, so I made a mental note of where to turn. And that's the library. The building on the opposite side of the path from the lab building was massive and far grander than any library I'd ever seen. I couldn't wait to explore it. She started down the path to the left. This way leads to the dorms, dining hall, and the tower. The tower? That sounded ominous. She grinned. Its real name is Bradbury Tower, but that's a mouthful. It's the only tower on campus, so it's not like you'll get confused. It's where most of the witches' classes are, so you'll be spending a lot of time there. I saw the tall building in the distance and hoped my classes weren't at the top, since I doubted it had an elevator. Thoughts of the imposing tower and all the work ahead distracted me. 1 second, I was upright, and the next, the ground was speeding toward my face. Chapter 7. I tried to catch myself before I hit the ground, but my hands were full. Just as I was about to faceplant, I stopped. I sucked in a breath, inches from the bricks, then looked around for what had caught me. Hands wrapped around my biceps, lifting me back up like I weighed nothing. Panic washed over me. What was happening? When I was standing and no longer in danger, the hands disappeared. Are you all right? Hannah's eyes filled with worry. I nodded. I think so. Everything had happened so fast. I wasn't even sure what made me trip. I turned around, searching the ground, but nothing stood out. Hannah stood with her hands on her hips. Come on, guys. Don't mess with her. She's new. I looked for who she was talking to, but didn't see anyone. Daniel, Malik, come out. She tapped her foot and waited. Suddenly, a mountain lion appeared around the corner of the building, and I let out a shrill scream. Hannah jerked and looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Did she not see the freaking wildcat coming toward us? I pointed and took a step back. Sage, that's Daniel, she said in a bored tone. And that's Malik behind him. I took my eyes off the terrifying animal long enough to see a smaller black animal behind him. Was that a skunk? I scrunched my nose, ready to run. In a blink, both animals morphed into teenage boys. Naked teenage boys. I covered my eyes, not caring that they were now laughing at me. Oh man, she is new, one of the boys said. Put clothes on, you heathens, Hannah hissed. Give us a second. Jeez. Not all of us have rings. Sounds like a personal problem, she muttered. One you could easily solve, the other boy said in a sultry voice. I nearly jumped out of my skin when one of them touched my arm. You can look now, princess. I peeked through my fingers enough to see that both of them were now wearing sweatpants. I would have preferred shirts, too, but I wasn't exactly in a position to make demands. New girl status rarely came with a ton of influence. Sorry we scared you. The taller boy with dark brown skin and black hair that hung to his shoulders apologized. He was ridiculously muscular, far too defined to be around our age. Yeah, we didn't mean to make you fall. The golden-haired boy with a friendly smile shrugged his tanned shoulders. He looked like a statue of a Greek god. Seriously, where did these boys come from? No one at my high school was nearly as attractive as they were. I stared. How did you make me fall? I didn't even see you.
We ran right in front of you. Sorry, we were racing and I wasn't paying attention,
the brunette one said. Malik, Hannah scolded him. You guys need to be more careful. He rolled his eyes at her before looking back at me. Which one were you? I asked before he could open his mouth. He narrowed his eyes.
What?
I looked from him to Daniel. Who's the mountain lion and who's the skunk? Daniel burst out laughing while Malik just glared at me. I turned to Hannah, feeling my face burn. Is that not okay to ask? Sorry, I'm still learning. She waved me off. No, that's completely fine. Shifters don't care if you ask what their animal form is. It's just that you called Malik a skunk. Oh. I bit my lip and looked at him. Sorry, I just saw a black animal with a white streak. I didn't get a good look. He sighed and his lips turned up.
It's fine. I'm a honey badger. We're not all that common around here, so it's fair that you didn't recognize one.
Where are honey badgers from? I asked, wanting to know as much as possible about the first shifter I'd ever met.
Western Asia and parts of Africa.
Okay. Does that mean you're from there? He smiled while narrowing his eyes.
Yeah, I'm Arab. But my grandparents immigrated to the U.S., so I consider myself American.
I didn't know if that was a sore spot since he said it so frankly, or if it was just his personality. I was too curious to worry right now. So are shifters animals based on where they are from? Daniel and Malik shared a look before Daniel replied,
Just how new are you?
Hannah stepped forward and punched his arm. Be nice. She only recently manifested. She was raised in the non-supernatural world. Both of the boys looked shocked.
Really?
Malik asked.
No wonder you have a million questions.
Be nice. Sage is in our year, so we're going to help her navigate things, Hannah said with a pointed look at each of them.
Oh, we are? Well, it's a good thing we ran into you.
Daniel grinned. Hannah's chin tilted up. I was going to text you when we got back to the dorm. I told her I'd put together a study group to help her. Now we just need a few vampires. I cringed, still not quite sure about meeting the undead, or whatever they were.
Don't worry. They're not nearly as scary as non-soups make them out to be.
Daniel winked at me. I forced a smile and looked down at the ground. Something was still nagging at me. If you guys ran right in front of me, then who caught me? Hannah held up her hand and did a small finger wave. That would be me. I'm an heir. She said that as if that should explain it all.
Hannah, she's new,
Malik teased.
She means her affinity is air. She probably manipulated it to catch you.
Yep. I compressed it to take a form to hold you and pull you up. I blinked at her. Those were the hands I felt? She smiled proudly. Cool, huh? Will I learn to do stuff like that? Of course. She seemed excited. Well, similar things, depending on your affinity. Things like that come pretty naturally to us. Give yourself a few weeks and you can show off some of your abilities. I seriously doubted I'd be able to have that sort of control. So far, I only made mistakes.
We should finish our run. We'll see you both later.
Daniel waved and started walking backward.
Bye,
Malik called over his shoulder. I watched as the mountain lion and badger reappeared and took off around the dorms. That's insane, I whispered, and Hannah laughed. Don't worry. You'll get used to all the madness soon enough. She grabbed the handle of my suitcase and waved me on. Come on, we're in the next building. She led me to the front doors of Bennett Hall, another castle-like building with far more windows, before asking to see my folder. She flipped through until she found my room assignment. Perfect. 4th floor with me. But you're down a few rooms. We went to an elevator, and I was grateful we wouldn't have to carry my bags up. The doors opened up to a long, empty hall with red carpet that matched the administration office. We walked past several doors until we reached 415. "This one is mine," Hannah commented, but continued on to 422. It was almost at the very end of the hall. "And here you are." She took the key from my folder and unlocked the door. "Oh, Tasha," she sang as she swung it open. A girl with thick, glossy black hair and hazel eyes looked up from the book in her lap. She glared at Hannah. "It's Natasha. You know I hate that name." Her low, sultry voice fit her exotic look, and I bet she was one of the popular girls that always had the boys begging for her attention. "Sure." Hannah ignored her, and tension filled the room instantly. "This is your new roommate, Sage." I offered a small wave. "Hi, nice to meet you." Natasha sized me up with a look, then went back to her book. "Keep your side of the room clean and tidy." "I was planning to do that already," I said, but she ignored us. Hannah rolled her eyes and patted the bare mattress. "All right, I'll leave you to unpack. If you need anything, let me know." She stopped and held her hand out. "I'll put my number in your phone so you don't have to walk down to my room." "Thanks." I handed her my phone and she typed quickly before handing it back. "Most of us go down to dinner around 7 if you want to come. If you're too tired, I totally understand." I smiled and agreed. My stomach knotted too much to think about eating, but I hadn't had anything substantial since leaving my house Friday night? Why did that feel like years ago? Her eyes darted to Natasha with a small frown before she glanced back at me and grinned. "Bye." She shut the door behind her, and I stood in the middle of the room for a minute, dropping my shoulders and sighing. Finally. I was done for a while. No more moving. No more surprises. This was my space. Granted, I had to share it with someone who didn't seem particularly pleased about that fact, but I didn't have it in me to care. When I glanced over at Natasha, she had emerald headphones on, and I took the sign to leave her alone. I leaned against my bed and texted Mom to let her know I made it on campus and was settling in. I wanted to ask what she knew about this world, but my emotions were all mixed up. I didn't want to know exactly how much she'd been keeping from me. I also wanted to keep that part of my life the same. I needed some semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. I dropped the phone on the bare mattress and frowned. Macy and I hadn't packed bedding. I only had clothes, shoes, toiletries, and a few personal items. I didn't even think about sheets or pillows. There were probably 100 things I'd realize I needed over the next few days. But priority number 1 was my bed. Natasha sighed and pulled her headphones around her neck. "There are 2 sets of sheets in the bottom drawers. A pillow and comforter are in your closet along with 2 sets of towels and washcloths. If you want anything else, you'll have to order it." Before I could thank her or ask her how she knew what I was thinking, she covered her ears again, eyes locked on her book. I pushed away from the bed and looked at the 4 drawers in the base. I pulled the top 2 open and found them empty. The left bottom one was as well, but the right held light gray sheets. I pulled one set out and went through the motions of making the bed. Then I went to the double doors on my side of the room and opened them to reveal a large closet with 2 rows to hang clothes, a tower of 6 drawers, 6 cubbies, and a shelf that ran the entire length at the very top. It was bigger than my closet back home. At least I wouldn't have to worry about finding places to store my stuff. The comforter and pillow were both white and waiting in the cubbies. I took them and pulled the pillowcase on before spreading the blanket out. They were nice enough, but boring. Natasha's side of the room was decorated in rich jewel tones from the comforter, desk chair, lamp, and tapestry she pinned up on the wall next to the bed. My side was white, blank. That was fine. I could add personal touches over time. I had everything I needed for now. I unpacked my 2 suitcases, then shoved them out of the way on the high shelf. My belongings filled less than half of the closet, and I almost laughed at how odd it looked. I closed the doors and went back to lie on my bed. Mom had replied, saying that they all missed and loved me. If I thought about them for too long, I knew I would cry. So I closed my eyes and tried to rest. I'd gone without sleep for too long. I couldn't make it another night. So I had to hope that all the activity over the past 2 days would be enough to knock me into oblivion. My body gradually relaxed, and my mind calmed until all was quiet and blackness took over. I knew what was happening before I opened my eyes. Chapter 8. It had been months since I was here last. I missed it, but I couldn't control when I visited. I blinked open my eyes and smiled at the beautiful view below me. The field of wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze, moving like waves in the ocean over the rolling hills. I once tried to count the different colors, but gave up. It was impossible, with how vast the field was, going on forever in every direction. I loved these nights. I never had dangerous dreams after I came here. I was safe to sleep. A single screech echoed around me, and I looked to the sky for the familiar hawk and spotted it circling directly overhead. I smiled and waved as it dove toward me, landing next to me with a small cry in greeting. "There you are." I slowly reached out my hand and stroked its reddish-brown feathers. He shifted to allow more access to his back, and I laughed. "Oh, does that feel good?" He turned his head around and blinked his golden eyes, and I took that as a yes. "Why haven't I seen you recently?" "I used to visit this place once or twice a week when I was younger. I don't remember when it started. Probably around 5 or 6. But as I grew older, it became less and less frequent. All this time, and I never named him. Nothing I came up with ever felt right. And it wasn't like he could tell me. He cocked his head at me as if asking the same question. I shrugged. "I guess I've been busy too." My hawk dropped his head and looked up at me like that wasn't an excuse. I tapped the bright yellow spot on his beak and giggled. He hated when I did that, but I couldn't help it. The color stood out so much against his cream and russet feathers that I couldn't help but be drawn to it. "If you tell me how to get here, I'd come more often." He let out a squawk and ruffled his feathers. I sighed. I had vague memories of once being able to talk to him, but now I wasn't sure if that was only my childhood imagination. The only thing I knew for certain was that this hawk and I were connected. I didn't know how or why, but I could feel it in my soul. He came most often when I was sad or stressed or lonely. I'd never told anyone about the visits either, at least not in several years. I might have told my parents back when it started, but they never mentioned it to me. They probably assumed I was dreaming. But this was different. I was awake or conscious, aware. I wasn't sure how to explain it. I knew I was lying in my bed in my new dorm, but in my dreamscape, I was able to move around and talk. Maybe it was a witch thing. That possibility explained a lot more than I'd ever been able to figure out. He sidestepped closer, rubbing his beak against my leg, and I went back to stroking his back. Even if he couldn't talk back, I found comfort in confiding to him. He was a great listener, and since he normally showed up when I needed someone, he often heard my deepest and darkest thoughts. "I moved," I told him. He didn't acknowledge my words, but I continued anyway. "I'm at a new school, and it's kind of scary, intimidating, overwhelming." I sighed and laid back with my free hand under my head. I'm also kind of excited. It's a big change, but it's the only chance I have of getting the answers I want. I think this is the only place that will help me understand what I am. And I might even learn something about my parents. I looked down at him and found him watching me. Not my parents. My birth parents. He cocked his head. I know. I was shocked too. I found out yesterday I'm adopted. I dropped my head back and studied the clouds floating by. My birth parents went to this school. My mom might have even lived in this dorm. I smiled. Maybe even my room. I wonder if I can check and find out. A light weight landed on my chest, and I smiled at my hawk. He was staring down at me. Maybe my story was interesting to him. I found out I have grandparents too. They're kind of awful. I twisted my lips. Okay, that might be an exaggeration. I shouldn't judge them after one encounter, but I don't think I regret not knowing them sooner. He hopped forward. You want to know more? I swear he nodded, and I grinned. Well, Macy is still my aunt. She's not my mom's sister, though. I paused. I mean, she is my mom's sister, but my birth mom, not the one that raised me. I thought about the witch bomb they'd dropped on me, but I wasn't quite ready to say those words aloud. Not yet. I needed more time to process and understand what this new world was. I had to leave Aiden and Brielle. My throat tightened, and I closed my eyes, willing myself not to cry. Not right now. Not in the one place in the world I was free. I came here to escape the bad and talk things out with my hawk. I'd shed many, many tears in this field, but I didn't want to cry tonight. I wish you could tell me what you've been up to. I stared back at his golden eyes. Flying and hunting and not having to worry about stupid emotions like grief. He opened his beak, and I grinned. I could feel the familiar tug that signaled my time was wrapping up. I've got to go. I hope I see you again soon. I patted his head and tapped my spot before he could snap at me. He took off, soaring across the sky as I sucked in a breath and opened my eyes. Chapter 9. Natasha was already gone when I got back from the shared bathrooms down the hall the next morning. I wanted to ask her opinion of what I should wear for my assessment, but I was on my own. How physical would the tests be? Would Mrs. Hedgings have some magical tool to see what my affinities were? I couldn't help but think about a certain sorting hat. Maybe there was something similar at this school. Or maybe I needed to accept that my life wasn't like a book. What did I know? I met a mountain lion and honey badger yesterday. The possibilities of what I might discover were endless. Just in case I needed unrestricted movement, I settled on jeans and a loose t-shirt, then slid on my tie-dye Converse, so Aiden could be here with me, in a small way. I didn't want to go down to the dining hall alone, and I was still too nervous to eat. So I waited in my room, listening to voices and footsteps fill the hall until it was time to leave. I gave myself 10 minutes to walk over to the lab building, and the pathway was full of students heading in both directions when I stepped out of my dorm. Excitement filled the air as people hugged and greeted each other. I hadn't planned on being the new girl my senior year, and I missed my friends back home more than ever. They were still enjoying their vacations and would get to continue our traditions without me. There was no point wasting time or tears thinking about how my life could have been. That was over. I wasn't that girl anymore. I had to be brave and accept my new reality. With a steadying breath, I rolled my shoulders back and merged onto the path toward the labs. It was easy enough to get to the building, but finding a staircase or elevators to the 3rd floor was proving to be a challenge. I clutched my folder to my chest and looked for someone to ask. Each person who neared me acted as if I was invisible. I opened my mouth like a fish trying to stop someone, but failed miserably. I checked the time and started to panic. 3 minutes left to get to the right office. Being late wasn't the first impression I wanted to give, even if she didn't end up being one of my teachers. "Excuse me," I said, louder this time, and a girl around my age actually stopped. "Yeah? Can you tell me how to get to the 3rd floor?" I nearly held my breath waiting for her reply. "The stairs are behind that door. The elevator is around the back end of the building, so you're better off using the stairs." She pointed to an unmarked door down the hall, and I thanked her profusely before hurrying over. Why would they hide the stairs? Did they just assume everyone knew? It wasn't marked on the campus map. Details like that weren't included. I huffed and took the steps 2 at a time before pushing through the door into the hall and searching the name plaques next to each door for Mrs. Hedgings. Halfway down, I found it and knocked on the door. "Come in," a gentle voice replied. I opened the door and stepped inside to find an elderly woman waiting beside a wide oak desk. "You must be Sage Williams." "Yes." "Good." She patted her white hair, which was pulled back into a low bun. She wore a simple, ankle-length dress in light blue, topped with a knitted white cardigan, despite the warmth of the room. "Come and sit." She waved me toward 2 armchairs facing each other deeper into her office. She sat, so I took the other and laid my folder across my lap. She watched me, studying my face more intently than was comfortable. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her head tilted to the side. My skin tingled under her appraisal, and I combed my brain for an opening to redirect her attention. Finally, she stopped and gave me a warm smile. Mrs. Hedgings was what I imagined most grandmas were like, the complete opposite of Susan. "I will be administering your assessment today, but why don't you start by telling me a bit about yourself? It's quite rare for a witch to join our school at your age." I swallowed, running through what details I was allowed to share and what I was supposed to keep secret. "Okay. What would you like to know?" That seemed safer than giving too much information away. "Tell me about your family. What affinities do your parents have?" I blinked. I didn't know. Macy hadn't told me what my mom could do, and I didn't ask her about her or her parents either. "I'm not sure." She cocked her head. "Air? Water? Fire?" Okay, maybe I needed to start this conversation with what I knew. Hopefully, then we could skip more awkward questions. "I'm adopted," I admitted for the first time to a stranger. My hawk didn't count. "I don't know very much at all about my birth parents. I didn't even know I was a witch until this weekend." Her brows rose. "Oh my." Maybe she would realize I don't belong here and would send me home. That would be nice. "We have quite a bit to cover, dear." She picked up a notebook from the side table next to her. "What do you know about witches and Drexel Academy?" My shoulders slumped. Very little. I didn't know witches or shifters or vampires existed until Saturday, when I was told I was coming here. I packed up my suitcase and was on a plane within hours. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to tell her that. How did that fit in with the Stone Scholarship story? It wasn't like they could get mad at me. They did a horrible job of explaining anything. If they spent more time talking and less time ignoring me, I might be a little more prepared. She tapped her pen against the paper several times while watching me. "Sweet thing. You must be all sorts of confused. I can't imagine how overwhelming this must be." My throat constricted. I didn't want to cry in her office, but she was the first person to consider how I was handling this. "I want to be here. I want to learn how to control the powers I have. I don't have any idea of what to expect or what I'm getting into. I wasn't sure why I felt so comfortable opening up to her, but my gut told me I could trust her. Let's fix that. She smiled again. I'll start at the beginning. Does that sound okay? I nodded and relaxed into my seat. Drexel Academy is named after William Drexel. He was the first shifter to make a pact with the witches and vampires, thus establishing peace and unifying the supernatural world. He left his fortune to the improvement of interspecies relations and education. So, this school was founded. It was the first of its kind, allowing all the species to gather and learn in the same place. I wondered if I shouldn't grab a pen or take notes or something. The history was fascinating. When did that happen? The pact was formed in 1780 in Scotland. The school was built in 1842. While you will share some classes with shifters and vampires, there are specific courses for each species. I'll let your counselor explain the class offerings in general, but as far as the witch curriculum, you should be able to create potions, cast spells, and learn to manage and manipulate your affinity by the end of your 4th year, which is your year. The goal for witches is to build to the point that you can cast a spell without speaking it, as well as creating portals, animate objects. If you have any psychic abilities, then harness those to reveal information or see the future. You may find witches your age enjoy using their abilities to create potions and spells to treat blemishes, color hair, dry or style your hair quickly, and other things that simplify your life. Those are often easy spells taught at home, but since you came from a non-supernatural family, you will have to ask for help with those as they are not a part of the school's curriculum. My mind was buzzing with the possibilities. I knew Hannah would be able to help me discover all the fun things I could do. Now, all witches can cast spells and brew potions, and most, but not all, have an innate power where they excel. We call those affinities, and they are based on the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Just one of those? Macy hadn't warned me about that. Mrs. Hedgings nodded. Generally, yes. On the very rare occasion, a witch might have 2. Her answer put me at ease, but this was yet another thing that made me different. Before we start, have you experienced anything that would lead you to believe you have an affinity? Actually, I think I have 2. She seemed shocked for a second before returning to her gentle smile. Well then, let's see. I followed her to a table with 5 boxes at the other end of the room. She went to the opposite side and stopped in front of the first box. Let's start with the easiest to identify. She lifted the top and revealed a small planter with several flowers blooming. I wasn't sure what to do, and I didn't want to cause another earthquake. Hold your hand directly over the flowers. I lifted my right arm and hovered my palm a few inches over them. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, all of the blossoms leaned in one direction, toward my hand. My eyes widened, and I wanted to pull away, but didn't move. Good. She made a note and returned the cover before taking a step to the next one and lifted it. A bowl of water stood still. My heart pounded as I moved my hand over it. Was it going to shoot all over the room? I sucked in a breath as the water rippled and droplets rose until they touched my palm. Interesting. She made another note, and I wiped my wet hand on my jeans as she continued down the line. The next box held a candle, which she lit, and I returned my hand to the position. I waited, watching the flickering flame. But nothing else happened. Okay. She blew it out. The next one was a glass cylinder with glitter in it. I stared at it, and she laughed lightly. If you can manipulate air, the glitter will move. It's the most obvious way to see movement. That made sense. I held my hand over it. But after about 20 seconds, nothing happened. "This next one is different," she began. "The ability to manipulate space, or ether, used to be more common, but over the past 2 centuries, it's become quite rare. It includes changing the weather, creating and removing light, and influencing gravity. This one sounded by far the most interesting, but I doubted I had it if it was so rare." A light bulb sat on the table and she turned it on. I put my palm over it and waited for something to happen. It dimmed for a second, then went back to normal. I sighed and dropped my arm. I waited for a reaction from her, but she quickly added a note before returning her attention to me. "It appears you were correct. You have 2 strong affinities." She grinned. "That means you have twice as much to learn, but don't let yourself worry. The Academy is full of people who can help you." I hoped so. Otherwise, I'd be expelled by Christmas. As much as I already missed my family and wanted to go home, having confirmation that I belonged here made me determined to stay. I had to learn all I could so it would be safe for me to be around my family again. "You can take this to your counselor, and he can get you in the right classes." She handed me her notepaper, and I went back to the chair to add it to my folder. "I don't normally offer extra help, but you are in a unique situation. If you would be interested in my tutoring you, we can come up with a schedule that works for both of us." "Thank you. I would really appreciate that." She was so nice, and I would need all the help I could get. "Now go on. The start of term assembly is at 10 and you don't want to be late." She walked me to the door of her office, and I thanked her again before taking the stairs down to the main floor and heading outside to go back to the administration building. Only a few people milled around. It was probably class time, so I rushed down the path without the crowds. When I reached the back entrance of the building, I froze. I skimmed over the rulebook last night, but fell asleep before finishing. I pulled out the packet and quickly signed the back like I was supposed to before heading inside. I hadn't noticed anything that stood out from the basic rules I was used to from my old school. No mention of promising my firstborn child for a sacrifice or offering myself up as a blood donor. I could finish reading over them later. I doubted there was anything all that unusual. And it wasn't like I was the rule-breaking type. Chapter 10. I stepped into the office, and Miss Personality didn't bother looking up again. "I'm here to see Mr. Haddon," I said quietly. Without acknowledging me, she lifted the phone and held it between her ear and shoulder. "Dallin, you have a student here." She hung up before he could reply and continued typing. I didn't bother thanking her, just stepped back and waited silently. "Good morning, Sage." Mr. Haddon waved me to follow him back to his small office. "How did the assessment go?" I took the same seat as the day before and pulled out the note Mrs. Hedgings gave me. "I have 2 affinities." He covered his look of surprise quickly and nodded. "Very well." I handed the note to him, and he scanned it quickly before turning to his computer. "This will add to your workload, but with Mrs. Hedgings offering to tutor you, I have every confidence you can manage." His words held a hint of challenge. "I will. Hannah offered to put together a study group as well. We met 2 shifters on the way to the dorms that also volunteered to help." He glanced at me. "Good." I pursed my lips to keep from smiling. He wasn't one to give praise easily, but I could tell he was impressed. I accepted the compliment, even though I wasn't really responsible for the idea. Hannah was the orchestrator. "And do you have your signed acceptance of the school rules?" He held out his hand, and I pulled the last page from my folder and passed it over. He checked my signature and sat it down next to the note before focusing back on the screen. "We split the schedule between traditional, non-supernatural classes and those specific to your abilities. So those who prefer to go to an outside university are able, and all of our students are prepared to blend into non-supernatural society. Normal classes? I wasn't sure if I was relieved or let down. At least there would be times when I didn't feel so out of place. But I was here to learn to control magic, not study algebra. Okay, I said to fill the silence. I've gone ahead and reviewed your transcripts and assigned you to the appropriate classes. You fulfilled your previous school's language requirements with your Spanish classes. The only language we offer here is Latin. It might be helpful in your studies, especially spellcasting. Would you like to take it? Latin? They taught the dead language? Will that count as a normal class or a witch class? His lip twitched at my word choice. A normal class. I didn't know what to do. It sounded like a good idea, but keeping up with my workload was going to be a struggle as it was. You can also take it next semester, he offered. I smiled. That sounds good. It would give me time to adjust before taking on another challenge. I'll make a note of that. He clicked around, and a minute later, the hiss of a printer started from behind him. He spun in his chair, grabbed the paper, and turned back to face me. On Mondays, you will attend all classes. Tuesdays and Thursdays, you have double periods, and you will attend only your first 3 classes. Wednesday and Fridays, you will attend your last 3. He used a pen to point them out on the paper. History 4, Math 4, Science 4, Literature 4-W, Advanced Water, Advanced Earth. There are only 2 witch classes. I gazed up at him, wondering if he made a mistake. He tapped on Literature. This is the witches section. It emphasizes the classics as well as spells and the power of words. That seemed 100 times more interesting than what I imagined. Okay. He watched me for a moment before sliding the pen back to the beginning. You'll cover not only non-supernatural history, but also the supernatural history that parallels the events you're more familiar with. In math, there's an emphasis on measurements and conversions that you'll be using in potion and spell making. Science 4 is a mix of chemistry or potion making, and physics that will help you master portaling and object manipulation. My mouth nearly dropped open. So, all of my normal classes were really witch classes, just under disguise. This was going to be so much better than normal school. If you fall behind, remember to reach out to me, and I will set up tutors for you. Thank you. I took the schedule and read it over once again, paying attention to the class locations. I'd be rotating around between 4 buildings. Hopefully they were close. I wasn't sure where history or literature would be. Mr. Haddon stood. It's nearly time for the assembly. I can show you the way, if you'd like. I got up and wrapped my hands around my folder. Yes, thanks. We walked down the hall together, and Miss Personality narrowed her eyes at us as we passed. What was her problem? There were more people outside now, and all headed in the same direction. Did Hannah give you a tour yesterday? He asked as we walked side by side. She pointed out the buildings we passed on the way to the dorm, but I didn't see this side of campus. We were walking in the opposite direction from where I'd gone the day before. He pointed to a large, flat-roofed building on the other side of the path. That's the athletic center. There's a pool, indoor track, cycling studio, classrooms for various training, and an exercise room with all forms of workout equipment. You are free to use it in the mornings, evenings, and weekends. I stored away that information. I wasn't a huge fan of working out, but things could change. Beyond that are the sports fields, and just past those is an area specifically for shifters. It's where they are free to train and practice shifting without onlookers. Got it. I read between his words. Witches were not welcome. We followed the gentle curve of the path, and I saw another building. What's that one? That is where your literature class will be. I nodded before recognizing what I was pretty sure was the lab building. I asked if I was correct, and he confirmed. So, this path is a big circle. Yes. If you continued, you would eventually pass the history building, tower, dorms, health center, and end up back at the administration building. There are paths that cross through and connect for shortcuts. He pointed to the one in front of the lab that I'd already used. The map I'd reviewed now made more sense, and I felt better about finding my way around. We reached the entrance to the auditorium, and Mr. Haddon straightened and began looking around. I didn't recognize anyone. Not surprising, since I knew 5 people at this school. "Mr. Kelly!" His voice rose over the chatter. A guy my age with dark, nearly black hair falling across his forehead, and the brightest blue eyes broke away from the group of students and strode toward us. He was tall and lean, wearing black jeans, a black t-shirt, and combat boots. If the frown he sported was any indication, he didn't seem like the kind of student teachers would look to for assistance. "Yes, darling." His hint of an accent made me wish he'd keep talking so I could identify it. Mr. Haddon gestured to me. "Niall, this is Sage. She's a new student. Would you mind showing her where she should sit for the assembly?" I silently groaned. I didn't need this random guy showing me to a seat like an unwilling usher. Why couldn't he just point me in the right direction? "Sure." Niall turned and walked down the stairs toward the stage. I tossed a glance at Mr. Haddon before hurrying down after him. He stopped only a quarter of the way down and pointed to the mostly empty row. "4th years sit here." Was it an English accent? Irish, maybe. He arched a dark brow, and I realized I'd been staring at him. "Thanks." I smiled and walked along the folded chairs. I stopped a few spots away from the next student, a lanky boy with blonde hair that stuck up in every direction, and sat. When I glanced back, Niall was gone. It stung that he didn't bother saying goodbye, but I guess that wasn't his responsibility. He fulfilled his duty and took off. The room filled up, once again reminding me of my new girl status. I hated sitting here alone in a room full of people with no one to talk to. My fingers drifted to my hair, separating 3 sections and braiding while I looked around. Students claimed the seats around me one by one, but left either side of me empty, as if they didn't want to get too close. I guess it didn't matter if the students here were supernaturals or not. High school rules were universal. Avoid the unknown. Stick to your friends. "Sage!" I turned at the sound of my name and saw Hannah waving from the end of the row. "Is there room for me?" The others around us watched me, and I took the opportunity to pretend like this was planned. "Yeah, I saved you a seat." She beamed and shuffled along toward me until she dropped next to me. "I didn't see you this morning. Or last night. Things okay?" "Yeah, sorry. I crashed early and didn't wake up until it was time for me to take my assessment." "Oh, right. How did that go? Do you have your schedule?" "Yeah." I handed her the printout, and she looked it over. "You have 2 affinities?" Her voice carried, and several heads turned toward us. I ducked a bit, but that didn't help. "Yeah, earth and water." Her eyes brightened. "That's so cool. You know that's super rare, right?" "That's what Mrs. Hedgings said." "Everyone's going to want to be your friend once people hear about that." I huffed a laugh. I doubt that. She stared me down. "No, really. It's all about power and strength here. You're an anomaly as it is, but add this news in, and you're going to be known by everyone within days." That was an unsettling idea. "We have history, science, and literature together, so at least we'll see each other every day. Remember me when you're popular, okay?" I ignored that comment. "That will make studying together easy." She nodded and pulled out her phone. "I found a few more people to join our group. I think we should have all our bases covered." "Really? Thanks." Hopefully, with their help and Mrs. Hedgings, I wouldn't fail my courses. She grinned and sat back in her chair as the lights dimmed and a spotlight appeared on the stage. A single podium stood in the center, and Headmaster Goldstein walked out from behind the curtains. A few people clapped, but no one around me. Was he not well liked? He didn't really give off caring or friendly vibes.
Good morning, students. Welcome back to a new term. The faculty and I are confident this will be another excellent year.
He paused, probably for applause. None came, so he continued.
We have a few announcements that are included in this year's rulebook, but I wanted to cover it here to make sure you clearly understand. The barn and attached fields are only open to vampires and students currently taking agricultural classes. Anyone caught in or around that area will face detention at minimum.
I leaned over. An actual barn? They breed all sorts of animals. Pigs, cows, chickens, llamas. That only confused me more. Why would vampires be in charge of farm animals?
Additionally, as a reminder, be respectful to the brownies. One report of harassment, and you will be suspended. Multiple infractions will result in expulsion,
the headmaster said in a stern tone. Brownies? I asked. He couldn't mean the baked good. She covered a small laugh. I keep forgetting how much you don't know. Think of them like house elves. I narrowed my eyes. Like Dobby? Yeah, but they're not as cute as him. They are over housekeeping. We rarely see them since they clean the dorms while we're in class and the classrooms while we're sleeping. Some people aren't very nice to them. They think brownies are beneath us. I frowned. That was horrible. My aunt told me there were only 3 types of supernaturals. She rocked her head back and forth. That's sort of true, but sort of not. Witches, vampires, and shifters are the only human species. But there are brownies, trolls, demons, and demons. She whispered the last word, and a shiver ran through me. Demons? Yeah, but the school grounds are protected. Don't worry about them. Shh! A girl turned and glared from the row in front of us. Hannah rolled her eyes. I'll explain more later. Her revelation overwhelmed me, so I was fine with silence. Headmaster Goldstein dragged on about other reminders, but I ignored him. My brain was too full of information I didn't understand, so I let my eyes roam over the students. I glanced over my shoulder and froze. The guy, Niall, was staring at me so intensely I couldn't help but shrink in on myself. I faced forward, but the back of my neck burned with the persistent feeling of being watched. What was his problem? Chapter 11. The headmaster instructed us to head to our 4th period classes, then dismissed us. Hannah stuck with me as we merged into the crowd leaving and headed down the path toward the literature and language building. Students spread out, walking on the grass and crossing to the other paths. But we stayed right in the center of the bricks. Today is just basically information about the class and what we'll be doing this term. After we're done, I'll take you over to the library so you can get all the textbooks you'll need. Tomorrow, bring a backpack or bag and notebooks. Thanks. I moved out of someone's way as Hannah waved to someone else. She said I was going to be claimed by the popular kids, but it seemed like she was one of them. We didn't make it 3 steps before someone called her name or waved. Someone bumped into me as they hurried past, and she called out to them, "Watch it, Theo!" The guy stopped mid-step and spun around. He grinned back at us, revealing 2 perfect dimples on his smooth, tan skin. He looked to be of Asian descent, with shiny black hair and a tousled style, achieved by either running his hands through it to keep it out of his face, or by using a ton of product and a blow-dryer. There was no way of knowing without asking. But he was beautiful, handsome, stunning.
Oh, hi there, Hannah.
She stood her ground with her hands on her hips. You need to apologize to my friend. You can't just bulldoze into everyone smaller than you.
That would include pretty much everyone. He was at least 6'4" with wide, muscular shoulders and biceps that strained the confines of his white t-shirt. His attention turned to me, and his grin widened. I swear my knees shook as he stepped closer. I fought to keep my eyes on his and not sweep them down to admire his bulky form. I was a sucker for athletes, and he was clearly built like one.
Sorry, gorgeous. I should have been paying more attention. I have no idea how I could have missed you.
His deep voice sent a shiver down my spine. I was melting. And there were witnesses.
Oh, stop flirting. She's my friend, so she's off limits to you.
He turned to glare at Hannah at the same moment I did. Off limits? No thank you. She returned his look with a scathing one of her own, and he finally sighed and stepped back.
Fine, but can I at least get your name?
I'm Sage. I high-fived myself mentally for keeping my voice steady. He took my hand and placed a quick kiss on my knuckles. I swear I felt a zap of electricity and snapped my hand back. His eyes flashed.
Sorry. Did I offend you?
I shook my head, not sure what just happened. Had he not felt that?
Just go. You're being weird.
Hannah waved him off, and he shot us both a wide smile, making those damn dimples appear again before turning around and jogging off.
Sorry. Theo's nice and all, but he's also a player. I don't want him thinking he can use his tricks on you.
Tricks? I watched him disappear into the crowd, already missing the sight of him.
He's fully aware of how good-looking he is, and uses that to his advantage. Plus his other abilities.
Like what? She pursed her lips.
I'll tell you later.
Her eyes drifted around the crowded path. She didn't want to tell me out in the open? Okay. Thanks for watching out for me. We got to the lit building without running into anyone else she knew or getting tripped by racing shifters, which was a relief. She led us up the main staircase to the second level and down the hall to our classroom. It was nice having someone with a clue of where we were going to lead me along. Most of the desks were open, and she headed down the center aisle toward the back, but stopped a few rows from the end and sat before patting the one next to her.
Most classes don't have assigned seats, but some teachers make us sit alphabetically, she explained.
I nodded and glanced forward just as Niall, aka Mr. Friendly, walked in. He scanned the room, his eyes moving over me as if I didn't exist, before walking to the very back and taking a corner seat. When I faced back around, Hannah was watching me with a sly smile.
So, Niall caught your eye?
Mr. Haddon had him show me where to sit before the assembly. He disappeared as soon as he pointed to the row. She chuckled. Yeah, he's not really a people person. Where is he from? I asked, fighting the urge to look back at him.
What do you mean?
She cocked her head. I thought I heard an accent, but I couldn't place it.
Oh, right. He grew up in Ireland, but his parents moved to the States when he was like 10 or something, so his brothers and he could go to school here.
Why did they move? Couldn't they just send the boys here? She shrugged.
I'm not sure. Maybe they wanted to be closer so they could come home during the holidays.
I wanted to know more, but she didn't seem to have the answers. The brooding boy scared off our classmates. At least I assumed that explained the 2-desk radius around him. He caught me eyeing him and his face darkened. I jerked my gaze forward.
He's kind of a loner. He used to be friends with a group of guys, but in our second year, he just stopped hanging out with them. I never bothered asking why.
She shrugged.
I've been in several classes with him, but he never talks. Just sits in the back and glares.
Strange. Now I was really curious. Not that I could explain why.
Maybe I had a weakness for the mysterious type as much as athletes.
Welcome to Literature 4 for Witches, class. I'm Miss Martin, and I hope you are as excited as I am to begin this term.
A short woman with a platinum blonde pixie cut strolled into the room and handed out stacks of papers to each person in the first row. They each took one and handed the rest to the person behind them. When the stack made it to me, I took a packet, then glanced back. No one was behind me, but the girl next to me didn't turn around. She either chose to ignore Niall behind her or was just oblivious. I turned out of my seat and walked back, handing him a packet. Mr. Friendly took it from me without glancing up, so I spun around and went back to my desk and passed the extras forward. Miss Martin started reading through the syllabus, and I followed along, dread growing in my stomach at how much went over my head. She referenced books we should have already read, and I rushed to write them down.
We will not only be reading and breaking down spells to understand how they are constructed, but we will learn how to write our own. By the end of the year, you will have gained the understanding necessary to choose the perfect words to fulfill the purpose of your spells.
I couldn't believe this was my life. I was in a literature class with the promise of learning how to not only read and practice spells, but come up with my own? How quickly my life had changed left me dizzy. Drexel didn't have a bell system, but Miss Martin dismissed us at 10 till noon, and Hannah stretched as she stood. Time for lunch. Does everyone have their lunch break at the same time? We followed our classmates out of the room and down the stairs. It was like a herd moving together, but it seemed like we were all going to the same place. Years 1 and 2 are together, then years 3 and 4. The older students' courses aren't on the same schedule, so they just eat when they have time, she answered. Have you seen the other buildings yet? Mr. Haddon pointed them out this morning, I replied as we merged onto the path that cut in front of the lab building. Good. I was going to take us the long way to show you if you hadn't. As we walked, I took in the people around us. I still couldn't tell who was a witch, vampire, or shifter. That was something I wanted to ask her at lunch if no one else was around. I didn't want to embarrass myself around new people if that was an inappropriate question. Then again, how was I supposed to know unless I asked? I doubted anyone would be offended if I asked the wrong thing. I had ignorance on my side. How's the food? That seemed like a good distraction. She shrugged. It's usually pretty good. There are normally 3 to 4 options per meal. Like this morning, there were eggs, French toast, fruit, and yogurt, and oatmeal. You're allowed to take as much as you want, too. They rotate the options, so you can usually find something you like each time. That was reassuring. At least I wouldn't have to eat gross cafeteria food for the next year. Or longer. I still hadn't quite accepted that I might be here for a lot longer than I expected. It all depended on how quickly I learned what I needed to know. This way. She pointed to the line forming near the entrance of the enormous room. A buffet stretched on one side, and lines of long tables filled the length of the space. She handed me a tray before taking one for herself. We shuffled forward as the line moved, and she stood on her toes to look ahead. I think there's salad, burgers. She pursed her lips in concentration.
Chicken tenders and fries.
A voice finished behind us. I turned around and smiled at Daniel. Yes! Hannah did a little happy dance. The chicken tenders are my favorite.
You're a child,
Daniel teased. No, they're delicious. She looked at me. Trust me, you'll want those. I laughed and nodded.
The ranch is the best part.
Malik appeared next to Daniel.
The chicken is merely a vessel to get ranch to your mouth.
Hannah raised a brow. And I'm the child? Daniel laughed and elbowed his friend.
How was your first class, Sage?
I let out a small sigh. It was fine, but I'm already feeling overwhelmed. I have no idea how I'm going to catch up. Hey, no freaking out. You have us. Hannah reminded me. "We won't let you fail." The guys agreed, but I didn't think I would feel any better until I started doing something. We made it through the line, and Daniel led us to an empty area of the furthest table. We sat, and I took a bite of the chicken and groaned. "This is so good." Hannah laughed. "I told you." Daniel rolled his eyes and took a huge bite of the massive bacon cheeseburger he assembled. Malik was sitting across from me, and after finishing off a tender, he looked up.
"So, are you going to tell us about yourself? Or do you want us to go first?"
Hannah tossed a balled-up napkin at him. "Don't pressure her." I watched them and laughed. "It's okay. I'm from a town just outside of Pittsburgh. I have a little sister and brother. I don't play any sports, but I like watching them. She has 2 affinities." Hannah cut me off with a mock whisper.
"Aw, damn!"
Daniel shouted, and several people turned to look at us. He ignored them and leaned forward.
"That's crazy, new girl."
I narrowed my eyes at the nickname.
"What are they?"
Malik asked. "Earth and water," I answered. He asked me directly, so maybe that was okay. I seized the chance to redirect their attention off me and asked the question that had been on my mind. "How can you tell what someone is?" Daniel and Malik shared a look, and Hannah tilted her head. "What?" "Is there a way to tell if someone's a shifter or vampire or witch? Or do you have to ask?" All 3 of them went silent, and I knew I said something wrong. Chapter 12. My stomach dropped. I offended them, made a major mistake, showed how oblivious I was. Then the 3 of them burst out laughing. I glared them down and crossed my arms, waiting for them to finish.
"You mean you haven't noticed the mark?"
Daniel asked. I shot him an incredulous look. "There's no mark." Malik punched his arm.
"No, but there's an aura."
I turned to Hannah, and she was still giggling, shaking her head. "Guys, stop. She's completely new to this world. She knows next to nothing. We can't laugh at her, or she'll never ask us anything." "Thank you, Hannah." They composed themselves, and she continued. "There's no outward sign or way to distinguish between the races."
"Races isn't a biological term,"
Malik interrupted.
"It's been proven."
Hannah rolled her eyes. "I feel like I'm describing animals when I say species." Daniel growled and wagged his brows.
"Some of us are."
I chuckled, but she ignored him. "As I was saying, there's no way to tell based just on appearance, but there are some general trends that can help." She looked down the table and called out, "Hey, Savvy!" A girl sitting in the group next to us looked our way. "Yeah? Can you show us your ring?" She scrunched her nose in confusion, but lifted her hand in the air and waved it around before dropping it and turning back to her friends. "Vampires have to wear amulets created by witches to be able to walk in the sun without getting seriously burned," Hannah explained. "Like to ashes?" I asked. Daniel looked like he was fighting a laugh and shook his head.
"No, like the worst sunburn ever."
"So, they wear rings." I tried to understand. "Some have rings. Some have bracelets or necklaces. Just look for really old-looking jewelry," Hannah said.
"Not always old,"
Malik countered.
"The really old or rich vampire families have plenty of amulets to pass down to each generation, but some don't."
"So they're stuck inside during the day?" That sounded awful.
"Unless they're covered head to toe. The school has underground tunnels for the vampires who don't have them, so they can get to their classes,"
Daniel said before taking another huge bite. "Really?" I wasn't sure if that was another joke. "Yeah, but usually by the end of their freshman year, they've made friends with a witch who can create one for them," Hannah added. "So we can make them?" Something so powerful sounded like it should be too hard for teenagers. Yep. She picked up her last chicken tender. We learned that pretty young, since it's one of the things that creates a balance in our world. I leaned my elbow on the table. Food forgotten. What does that mean? The three of them shared a look like they were deciding who would tell me. Malik blinked and seemed to have lost.
The three species exist in a mutualistic relationship, each needing something from the other. It's been that way since recorded time. It keeps any one species from overpowering the others. Nature's justice.
That's interesting. So vampires need witches for sun amulets. How does the rest work? Witches need vampires for their potions. A vampire's venom, hair, fingernails, even their eyelashes make spells stronger. Hannah explained, and I tried to hide my disgust. Daniel and Malik laughed. I hadn't pulled it off.
It's gross, but true,
the mountain lion confirmed. What about shifters? I asked. Malik reached over and stole a handful of fries off my plate.
We need witches for their magic, too. You guys can provide us with amulets that make it so our clothes stay on when we shift back into our human forms. And in exchange, shifters often work for witches providing protection, or are used for information gathering, depending on what kind of animal form they take.
And sometimes their fur, feathers, whiskers, or whatever can be used for spells. Especially if you're trying to track something or someone, Hannah said. As weird as this all was, I wasn't freaking out or overwhelmed. They explained it so matter-of-factly, I just listened and stored away the information for later. This was my new world, and I was happy to learn more about it.
And vampires need us for our blood,
Malik said with a wicked grin. I froze.
No,
he was joking.
Did you see that?
Daniel chuckled.
She went pale in like 1 second. I've never seen blood drain that fast. Then you haven't been bitten by a very good vamp,
Malik teased him. I was going to be sick. Drink this. Hannah held my water out to me. They're just trying to freak you out. I glared at them. It's working.
Vampires are forbidden from drinking the blood of witches. It's a crime punishable by death, so don't worry.
Daniel composed himself.
Shifters, too, but only in our human form. Yeah, it's not technically against the rules for them to feed off our animal forms. And it gives them a crazy power boost. So sometimes we trade.
Malik shrugged, like letting someone drink from your veins was completely normal.
Trade for what?
I barely got the words out.
Usually healing.
A guy stopped behind the shifters and smiled across the table at me.
Sai, there you are.
Daniel and Malik scooted to make room for him on the bench, and Sai sat down. He had thick black hair, dark eyes, and skin a similar shade to Malik. I almost asked if they were related, but Daniel interrupted my perusal.
This is Sage, the new girl we told you about. Nice to meet you, Sage. It's not every day a Year 4 student appears out of nowhere.
His full lips quirked into a smile and my cheeks heated. His voice was deep and smooth. I could listen to him forever. Plus, he was ridiculously gorgeous. Where were all of these guys coming from? Were supernaturals just super attractive as well?
Oh, good. Your color's coming back.
Malik winked at me, and I nearly threw a cold fry at him. Nice to meet you, too, I croaked out, then cleared my throat. This was humiliating. Right, so vampires will heal shifters in exchange for their animal's blood. Hannah continued quickly to save me. They can go to the health center, of course, but the school keeps track. It raises too many questions if they go in too often. Why are they getting hurt so often? I asked. The three guys shared a look, and Daniel sighed.
There are some activities that take place that aren't necessarily school-sanctioned.
There's a fight club, Hannah clarified. I smirked. I thought the first rule was that you don't talk about Fight Club.
Sai whooped. Sage, my love, where did you come from? I giggled while Hannah shook her head. Pittsburgh, Daniel answered for me. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Cy stood and slid across the table to wrap me in a tight hug. A familiar zap of energy filled me at his touch, and I stiffened. He pulled away from me, beaming, and waved to his friends. I'll see you guys later. He winked at me. And you. I smiled, too stunned to wave or say goodbye before he turned and headed out of the hall. So that's Cy, Malik said, watching me. He's a shifter too. What kind? I blurted the words without thinking. A tiger, he replied. I let out a relieved sigh. A fan of terrifying beasts? Daniel teased. I shook my head. No, I just didn't know if it was okay to ask about that, but the words kind of slipped out. It's completely fine to ask what kind of witch or shifter someone is. If you don't know what species they are, you can ask that too. No one will take offense, Malik promised. Yeah, it's perfectly normal to us, Hannah confirmed. Is it perfectly normal for you to be glared at? Daniel leaned forward and whispered the words. Me? I gasped. He nodded. Niall Kelly has been staring at you like you murdered his puppy for the last 10 minutes. How did you manage to piss him off already? I fought the urge to turn and look for those crystal blue eyes. Nothing. Mr. Haddon had him show me where to sit before the assembly, and we're in lit together. I don't know why he hates me. Hannah waved me off. He hates everyone. Just give it a few days and he'll forget all about you. Why didn't I like the sound of that? Ugh. I didn't want the mysteriously dark, angry, and annoyingly sexy guy hating me, but that didn't mean I wanted him to forget about me. Which was stupid. Of course I did. Making an enemy on my first day was not ideal. What's his deal? I asked, pushing my hair behind my ear and trying to glance discreetly over my shoulder. I didn't see him. Maybe he was on my other side. I don't really know, Daniel admitted. He was fine freshman year. Normal, even. He hung out with some witches and shifters. Then something happened during summer break and he came back all grumpy and quiet. He doesn't talk to anyone, and everyone gives him space. Huh. Did anyone ask his friends? Malik shook his head. They said they didn't know what happened. He just stopped answering their calls and texts and showed up for the next term like a completely different person. What happened to him? What would make a person close themselves off completely and turn so angry? Had he lost someone? Had someone hurt him? It was hard to imagine what could have been bad enough to create someone that looked so mad at the world. My entire life had been turned upside down within hours. I'd been taken from my home and dropped off in a strange place, expected to adapt to this new world alone. And I wasn't bitter or shooting daggers at people. That option appealed to me, but what would it accomplish in the end? I hadn't exactly been given a choice, but I could have refused, or at least fought to stay with my family. That wasn't what was best for them, though. I needed to be here so one day I could safely return to them. Well, he's sure interested in you for some reason, Daniel said, not sounding pleased about that. Don't worry. We'll make sure he stays away. Malik nodded in agreement. Thanks, guys, but I'm sure it's fine. He's probably just curious about why I'm here. I forced a smile to show them it wasn't bothering me. I've already been asked like a dozen times what I knew about you, Hannah admitted. Me too, Malik chuckled. Same. Everyone wants to know about the new girl, but none are brave enough to just come up to you. Daniel scoffed. Cowards. Well, it's already gotten around that she has 2 affinities. No one knows what to think of that, Hannah said, showing her phone and the notifications for 13 unread messages. These are just from while we've been sitting here. Really? I looked around. Why don't they just come over?
Malik shifted uncomfortably.
We're not exactly the norm.
I looked at each of them. What does that mean? Hannah sighed. I didn't want to tell you because it's a stupid and antiquated way of thinking, but most students stick to their species. I scowled. Really? We're obviously allowed and encouraged to be friends with each other, but the supernatural community is incredibly slow to change. For most families, it's a struggle to even send their kids here because all three species are here together. They prefer for vampires, shifters, and witches to stay with their own kind. Just like Robert and Susan. I couldn't believe Macy had been right. Things at the school hadn't changed. They were still choosing to segregate themselves. But not these three. Then why are you guys? Our families are more progressive, Hannah answered before I could finish my question. We've known each other our whole lives. And when we got here, we became friends with others who didn't want to follow the social norms. Like Sai? I asked.
Yeah,
Daniel said.
we're not the only group of friends from all three, but we're definitely in the minority. Yeah, some of our friends are even hybrids,
Malik said proudly. Hybrids? I asked.
The kids of mixed species parents,
He explained. My heart hammered. I was a hybrid? There was a name for it? It's pretty rare for people of different species to have relationships, let alone bond, but it's becoming more common. I think our generation is the first that's ever been open about it. The more progressives in our society want to normalize interspecies relationships and hybrids. Hannah grinned. So, do people hide it if they're hybrids? I asked. Daniel shrugged.
probably. Not everyone does, though. Theo's open about it.
Theo? The guy I met? I checked with Hannah, and she nodded. What mix is he? I cringed. That's not how I should ask, is it? Malik laughed.
Probably not, but Theo isn't easily offended. He would tell you if you asked.
Are you saying I should ask him? Are you not going to tell me? I waited for one of them to answer. Hannah grinned. Maybe you should. He seemed to like you.
What?
Daniel scowled.
What do you mean?
Don't worry. I warned him to stay away from her. She's not going to be his next conquest. But he is our friend. It could be good for her to meet other people. She shot me a wicked smile. It felt like a challenge. Like she didn't think I would have the guts to go up and talk to him. Fine, I grinned. Next time I see him, I'll ask. He's right over there. She pointed past me, and I turned to see him laughing with a bunch of guys at the table next to ours.
Don't.
Daniel reached out and caught my hand.
Wait until he's at least away from his rugby friends. You don't need all of their attention on you.
Hannah shifted next to me, sending him a questioning look. But he widened his eyes at her before turning back to me.
Just do it later.
I wasn't sure why he was warning me away from those guys, but I decided to listen to him. Okay.
Good. It's almost time for our next class anyway.
Malik stood, and we all got up and gathered our trays. On the way out, I glanced back and locked eyes with Niall. He didn't even bother pretending not to watch me. I arched a brow in question, and he just blinked, making my gut clench. Chapter 13. We were finally going into the tower. I'd been anticipating this all day. Something about the imposing building pulled at me, like a strange sense of belonging. I could only hope that was a good sign, and soon enough, I'd be caught up with my peers. Water is in the basement. There's an underground stream that feeds into the class, so you have access without needing plumbing. Also, it limits the potential for damage, so if someone causes a flood, it doesn't affect the entire building. Hannah chuckled like it was something that had actually happened. Earth is on the second story, but sometimes you'll meet outside. I'm sure today we'll be in the classroom.
I probably won't see you until tonight, but you can text me if you want to meet up and go to the library before dinner.
Thanks, I will. Yesterday, I worried she was only being nice because she was the student assigned to show me around, but it seemed like she genuinely liked me. I hoped so. I liked her and Daniel and Malik, but it felt a little too good to be true that I could make friends so easily. She waved as she headed up the stairs to the air classroom. Only a few clusters of students headed down to the basement, but I followed along and entered the chilly, damp room. I took a seat toward the back, hoping to blend in. My plan for my classes was to go unnoticed for as long as possible. I didn't want to draw the attention of my classmates or teacher. All I needed to do was pass these courses so I could stay long enough to learn what I needed to control myself. I wasn't looking to be top of the class or impress anyone. School wasn't my thing. I got average grades, high enough to stay out of trouble with my parents, but nothing that was going to get me into a fancy university. It wasn't that I didn't try, I just didn't push myself. I never felt the need to. Why stress about my GPA when I knew I would end up going to the closest community college? I didn't think my parents would be okay with me moving too far away, and I didn't want to. I wanted to be close, so I could be there while Aiden and Brielle grew up. A plump woman with soft blonde curls framing her face greeted us from the front of the room. "Welcome to Advanced Water Magic, students. I'm Mrs. Brooks, and it is my responsibility to ensure that each of you leaves my class at the end of the year with a mastery of the following." She paused, turning toward the whiteboard with her uncapped blue marker, and wrote in flowy handwriting as she continued. "Summoning water, controlling water flow, and using water in defensive magic." I jotted down the list on the back of a page from the folder Mr. Haddon gave me and waited for her to continue. Several of the other students groaned or rolled their eyes. I glanced around, wondering what their problem was, and my eyes met up with a very displeased Niall. Again. Was he following me? Of course not. He must be a water witch as well. "This might not seem exciting, but each skill builds on what you already know, and true mastery takes time and practice." Now I wanted to groan. I didn't have the other skills yet. I was building from nothing. Mrs. Brooks' eyes landed on me, and her lips twitched into an almost smile. "I understand we have a new student joining us. Ms. Williams, how is your training coming along?" Everyone turned my direction. I wanted to sink into my seat, but I had no reason to cower. It wasn't my fault I was so far behind. "I haven't had any, Mrs. Brooks," I answered. Her brows pushed together. "None?" A few snickers tittered through the class, but I ignored them. "No, ma'am." Was I supposed to tell her the only time I've ever done anything with water was Saturday? Just 2 days ago? Her eyes skimmed over the class and landed in the opposite corner. "Mr. Kelly, you will tutor Miss Williams twice a week until she is caught up to the rest of the class." My stomach dropped to the ground. Great. More Mr. Friendly. I turned toward him, but he glared straight ahead, giving no indication he'd even heard the teacher. She didn't wait for a confirmation before passing out the class syllabus and reading over the key points on the first page. It wasn't even the end of my first day of classes, and I was feeling buried up to my nose in work. How was I supposed to fit in tutoring with Mrs. Hedgings, Hannah's group she was putting together just for me, and now Niall? When would I sleep? Or eat? I had a vague idea this was how it was going to be. I was several years behind everyone else, especially those who grew up in witch families and had been around magic since birth. My late start was worse than I expected. I wrote dates and notes as Mrs. Brooks continued for the rest of the period, focusing on her and trying not to garner any more attention than I already had. When she dismissed us, she called me and Niall forward. "I trust you two can coordinate times for tutoring." She looked between us, and I nodded,
while Niall remained silent. Was he mad about this? I probably would be. He hadn't asked for this added responsibility. Mr. Kelly, I expect a weekly update on Miss Williams' progress. The faster you can get her caught up, the better. He finally acknowledged his new assignment with a lift of his chin and turned to leave the class, while she looked at me like she was wondering why I was still standing in front of her. I smiled and hurried out, trying to remember if Hannah said the second or third floor for my Earth class.
I'll review my schedule and get a list of my available times to you tomorrow,
Niall said, his slight accent more prominent this time. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you helping me. He eyed me up and down before turning and stomping out of the tower. He sure was friendly. At least he hadn't told me he refused to tutor me. It might not be very fun to study with him, but that wasn't what mattered. I'd be caught up soon. I headed up the stairs, weaving between the students coming down. I glanced into the classroom on the second floor. I was in the right place. I couldn't see air, space, or fire needing the spotted pots of dirt, pictures of mountains, and plants along the windows. An empty desk sat in the second-to-last row, so I slid in just before a girl wearing a long flowing skirt and a blouse with equally flowy sleeves took the open desk next to me. She pushed her wild, golden-brown curls over her shoulder and smiled at me. "You're the new girl I heard about." It wasn't a question. Hannah was right. Word already spread. "I'm Sage." She smiled. "I'm Saffron." I almost laughed. That name fit, given her tanned skin and hair color. Even her eyes had an unusual orangish tint to match. I know, I live up to the name. Trust me, I've heard all the jokes. She didn't seem upset about it, at least. I'm sure you know all the spice jokes, too. Yep. My hands went to my hair, finding 3 small sections and braiding before I could stop myself. Really, don't worry. If it bugged me, I'd go by my middle name or something. She sighed contently. I heard you haven't had any training. That's right. Again, she wasn't asking. Well, from what I've seen with other affinities, Earth comes the most naturally, so you should be able to learn what you need quickly. That was a relief. I smiled at her as the teacher strolled in. Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Mr. Beckerman. He instantly reminded me of Indiana Jones with his tan pants, a beige button-up, and brown hat he took off to reveal thinning brown hair. This year will be different from your previous Earth studies because we will divide into groups based on your innate talents and the skills you gravitate toward. Excited chatter started up amongst most of the students, but his announcement only made me more nervous. As you know, Earth is a rather broad affinity, with several specialties. Most of you don't have the capacity for all of them, which is normal. Some of you may have 2, and a very few of you will have 3, and I can almost guarantee none of you will have 4. He handed a stack of papers to the closest student, who immediately stood and began passing them out. I read over the syllabus. Mr. Beckerman would test us this week and sort us into groups to work together on projects and examinations, only passing if everyone did. He would help, but we would learn mostly on our own. You should all know this from your previous courses, so who can tell me what the 4 specialties are? He scanned the room. His eyes paused on me for a second, and I froze before he stopped on Saffron. Miss Abrams, if you will. She sat up straight. Controlling and manipulating vegetation, healing, changing the seasons, and controlling and manipulating Earth itself. Correct, Mr. Beckerman affirmed. And most of you already know what your strengths are, but throughout the week, I will be testing each of you to assign you to your group or groups. If you have more than one, it will be up to you to balance your time and make sure you are doing your share. Come up with an arrangement that your entire group agrees to. Those of you with vegetation will be in the greenhouse this year, so plan for that.
He stepped around behind his podium and looked down. We'll start now with Miss Abrams. She gave me a small smile and headed to the front of the class. The teacher didn't give any other instructions, so I watched along with the rest of the class as he directed her to the corner and told her to place her hand on an orb. Was that a crystal ball? Was he telling her future? Vegetation and healing, he said, while writing down her results. She seemed pleased as she walked back toward me. Mr. Anderson, he bellowed from the front, and a short brown-haired guy stood from the front row and went to the corner. He put his hand on the orb and returned to his seat moments later after Mr. Beckerman announced, Seasons. Small groups formed as he worked his way through the roll, but since I had to wait until the end, I opened my notebook and wrote the 4 strengths. I was certain I had earth manipulation since I caused a few earthquakes, but I wasn't sure if there was anything else. Healing would be cool. How did it differ from what vampires could do? I wanted to ask, but Saffron moved to the other side of the room with the other vegetation specialists, so I decided to wait it out. Once I got my textbooks, I'd look it up. We only made it through the H's before Mr. Beckerman dismissed us. Once I was outside, I sent a text to Hannah asking if she wanted to meet at the library before following the path in that direction. I checked my phone to see if she responded when someone slammed into me from the front, then the back. I tripped, but strong hands grasped my arms, keeping me upright. I'm so sorry, a silky smooth voice said close to my ear. Aston, be more careful. I turned and recognized Sai, a friend of Daniel and Malik. Another guy was running away from us, not bothering to apologize. Hey, Sage. Sai's grin widened, and I had a flash of a memory of the two of us. Wait, no, that wasn't possible. How could it be a memory if we'd just met? We were walking down a sidewalk with buildings surrounding us, like a big city, maybe New York, and we were holding hands and laughing, looking utterly happy and maybe even in love? No, it couldn't be. Hi, Sai. I stepped away from him and he dropped his hands. The image disappeared. I shook my head. What was that? A daydream? It didn't feel like it, though. He watched me for a second. Are you okay? I nodded. Yeah, just a little overwhelmed from today. He ran his hands through the front of his hair, making it stand up in a messy way that looked far too attractive to be an accident. Did he practice that move in the mirror? Yeah, the first day of term always feels like that. He looked behind me. I've got to run. We've got rugby practice. He jogged away from me, waving before taking off toward his teammates. I watched him go, wondering what just happened and what it meant. Chapter 14. Sage? Sage! I looked around and found Hannah hurrying toward me. Are you okay? I've been calling your name. I wasn't sure. Should I tell her about what happened? Maybe it was normal. Maybe it was nothing. I wouldn't have been so shaken up if it hadn't felt so damned real. She cocked her head. What's wrong? I looked around the crowded stairs that led up to the library's entrance. Let's talk inside. She followed me without argument. The main lobby was set up with dozens of rolling carts filled with textbooks. That made it a lot easier to find everything we needed, rather than having to hunt them down in the stacks. Hannah double-checked my pile before we went to the checkout counter. Once we finished, she led me toward empty study rooms along the back wall. She pulled open the door of one and waved me in before shutting it and dropping her books on the large table, and I sat mine next to it. These rooms are charmed so no one outside of it can hear us. I glanced around as if I could see proof of the spell.
It makes it so groups can meet here without disturbing the quiet of the students studying out in the main area.
That's nice.
It also means that whatever you say in here won't be heard by anyone else. So tell me what's going on.
Where was I supposed to start? I felt like a crazy, obsessed girl because of what I saw, even if I couldn't control it. Have you ever seen something? She narrowed her eyes.
You're going to have to be a tad more specific.
Like a memory of something, but it hasn't happened yet.
A premonition?
She offered. As soon as she said the word, it felt right. My intuition recognized it. Yeah, that. She leaned her hip against the table and folded her arms.
I've had a few. My psychic abilities aren't very strong. Why? What did you see?
This was it. The moment I decided to trust her. She could use this information to tease me and humiliate me in front of Cy and the guys. Or she would prove she was really my friend. I didn't have much to lose, so I went for it. Cy ran into me on my way here, and when he touched my arms, this premonition came into my mind. But it felt familiar, like I was watching a memory. But it couldn't have been because we barely met each other.
Okay. What did you see?
I sighed, preparing myself for her to tell me I was crazy. We were walking down a city sidewalk, holding hands and laughing, and we looked like we were in love. I rushed out the last 3 words, hoping she wouldn't hold on to that part. Her brows shot to her hairline.
Really?
I swallowed. Yeah. What does it mean? She puffed out a breath.
From what I understand, premonitions are glimpses into possible futures. Since there are a million decisions we make each day, the future can change.
It was just strange how real it felt.
That's interesting. The few I've had didn't necessarily have emotions tied to them. I simply saw myself at this school in my first one.
It didn't feel like a memory? She shook her head.
Not that I remember.
What do you think that means? I had no one else to ask, and I wanted answers.
Maybe it's more likely to happen?
She guessed.
I'm really not sure. I wasn't put into the psychic program because my abilities weren't strong enough. Maybe yours are.
I dropped my head back. I'm not sure I can handle another thing. She chuckled. I'll keep your secret for now. But if Miss Hedgings is tutoring you, then I bet it will take a week or 2 to figure it out. Great. I can't wait. I sighed and picked up my stack of books, but I paused. Oh, there's something else. She perked up.
What?
Mrs. Brooks told Niall he has to tutor me in water magic. Her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth, but I caught the corners turning up and I swatted at her. No laughing at me. That broke her, and she giggled uncontrollably. Sorry, it's just him? Of all people? I rolled my eyes but finally caved. I know, it's terrible. He already hates me, and now he's being forced to help me. At least he'll be able to glare at you up close now. Thanks, I deadpanned. Super helpful. She just grinned.
You'll survive.
I hope. I groaned and picked up my books, and she took hers.
Come on, let's go drop these off, then we can get dinner and study after.
I wanted to take a break, maybe catch my breath after a whirlwind day. But she was right. I had way too much to do just to get my head above water. When we got to the dining hall, it wasn't nearly as full as I expected. Where is everyone?
Most of the sports have practice right now. Plus, the hall is open from 5 to 8:30 each night, so we can come when we want.
We each took a tray, and she selected a chef salad, while I opted for a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. She went back to the spot where we ate lunch, and I sat across from her. Do Daniel and Malik play sports? I assumed that was why they weren't here.
Her cheeks pinked just slightly. Yeah, they both play soccer and rugby. I watched her closely, but she avoided my gaze. So, is it Malik or Daniel? Her fork dropped to her tray. What? Which one do you have a crush on? She shook her head and focused on her salad like it was suddenly the most interesting thing in the room. Oh, come on. You blushed when I brought them up, so just tell me. She looked around before her shoulders dropped. Promise not to say anything? I nodded and leaned in. Daniel, she sighed. I've liked him since our first year, but he's only ever seen me as a friend. I thought over the times I'd seen them together, but I didn't pick up any signals from either of them. Does he know? She shook her head. No, and he never will. Why not? I bit off a corner of my grilled cheese. Because he's one of my best friends, and I don't think I'm his type. I can't tell him and ruin what we have. How do you know you're not his type? Has he dated anyone else? Not seriously. He's gone on a few dates, but they never last. I wagged my spoon at her. I wonder why. She rolled her shoulders back and tightened her high ponytail. He goes for the typical blondes with perfect bodies and more interest in makeup than school. So, the cheerleaders. If the school had a cheer team. But they don't last. So, that's obviously not his right kind of girl. Tell that to him, she grumbled. I felt for her. It sucked having a crush on a guy who didn't notice you. At least, not that way. I didn't want to make her more upset, so I changed the subject back to sports. We didn't have a rugby team at my old school. Is there not a football team? She perked back up. No, the school tried to offer it, but the shifters took offense to the pads and helmets. Apparently, real sports don't have protection. So rugby took its place and is now so popular that there are 4 teams. 4? Not just varsity and junior varsity? Nope. Each year there are too many shifters and vampires, even a few witches who are brave enough that want to play. Plus, it's not like they can play against any local high schools. Not that there are any within a few hours. But shifters versus non-soups in sports is just unfair. The championship team from Drexel plays one of the other soup schools. The school that wins holds the title for the year. Other soup schools? Where are they? There's an all-shifter school in Alaska, 2 schools in South America, 1 in Australia, 2 in Asia, and 1 in Europe. Those are all open to the 3 species now, but it's only been a few years. Why isn't the one in Alaska for all species? I asked. I'm not sure. Maybe not enough witches and vampires want to go there. She stabbed her fork into her salad and took a bite. So what other sports are there? It goes rugby, soccer, track and field, then swimming. Only those 4? What about basketball, volleyball, tennis? Those are the favorites, so the schools decided to focus on those. There are girls' teams for each, if you're interested. I shook my head and broke off a corner of my sandwich. No thanks. I have 0 athletic prowess. I held up my right arm and pointed out 3 small bruises. I get hurt enough just existing. These 2 are from walking into corners, and I can't remember where this one came from. Me too. Plus, going up against super speed and strength isn't very much fun for witches. There's not a spell or potion you can use? She shook her head. No, there are rules against that. Which is stupid, but oh well. That hardly seemed fair. But since I had no interest in joining any of the teams, it wasn't something I had to worry about. There was more than enough on my plate already. So Daniel and Malik won't be around for dinner? She pushed her salad around. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday they have games or practice. They already committed to studying with us on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and even the weekends if you need more help. They're willing to spend their only free time helping me? Why would they do that? She nodded. they're your friends now, too. Plus, it's not like there's a ton to do outside of studying here.
That was a fair point. We weren't allowed off campus, and I'd overheard that the nearest town was over an hour away and had one gas station, diner, and motel. Not exactly the most tempting place to escape to. That's really nice of them. I'll have to find a way to repay you all. She waved me off.
Sage, I'm serious. We're friends. You don't need to pay us back. I'm sure a time will come when you can help us, but no one is keeping score.
That was good, because I doubted I would be of help to them anytime soon.
Have you heard about the new group that's here?
She leaned toward me, but her eyes were on the food line. I shook my head. Not unless you told me about them.
I forgot to mention them before. I guess they kind of count as a fourth soup species, but it's debatable. They aren't completely non-soups, but aren't exactly witches either. From what I've heard, they only have one ability, and it doesn't fall under the normal elements.
Really? What are they then? She faced me.
They're a part of a group called the Sorcerers Society. They're descendants of witches, but I guess over time their abilities changed. I heard the group of them were in some sort of trouble, so they had to come here because it was the only safe place.
She shrugged.
I'm not sure of all the details. The girls live on the floor below us, because they're a year younger.
I studied the group of 3 girls and 8 guys. They did seem a little out of place. No one else was talking to them, and seemed to give them a wide space.
The best part is that the girl,
she pointed over her shoulder.
That one, with the long brown hair.
I darted my eyes the girl's direction, and Hannah continued.
She's with 5 of the guys.
With them? Like, in a relationship? I was so confused. Do the guys know?
Oh yeah, it's like they're bonded, but I don't think the Sorcerer Society members bond, if I'm right.
Bond? I asked.
Like mated or married,
she hurried on.
It's not that uncommon in our society for polyamorous relationships to occur, but 5? Man, she's either the luckiest girl in the world or cursed.
Which are her 5? I asked.
I'm not sure. They kind of always move as a group, and they're all in the same classes, so I haven't been able to narrow it down.
I continued to watch them, focusing on the pretty brunette. She seemed friendly with all of them, and touched all of their arms, shoulders, and backs, so I couldn't tell either. Huh. I didn't know what else to say. I dated some back home, but never anything serious. My longest relationship lasted 2 months and ended when his best friend wrote me a note in biology, telling me he wanted to break up. I'd only shrugged and told him that was fine with me. He didn't like holding hands at school, and always wanted to make out during movies. I didn't miss him. I couldn't imagine having 5 boyfriends. Hopefully they were better than my ex. But who had time for that? How did she split her attention between all of them? Or did they do massive group dates? 5 guys doting on you couldn't be so bad, though. Right? Chapter 15. A knock sounded on our door, and I looked up from my history book to check if Natasha was going to get it. Even though it was late, I wanted to read through the first chapter of all my texts before tomorrow's classes, so I didn't feel as behind going in for my traditional classes I'd missed for my assessment. Natasha had her emerald headphones on, so I slid off my bed and went to see who our visitor was. When I opened the door, I stepped back. A tall, pale boy had his arm up, holding a plastic bag out at my eye level. I cringed at the contents. Fingernail clippings. Gross. These are for Natasha. He waved it, and I took the offending bag. He left without another word. I closed the door and tossed the bag next to my roommate on her desk. She flinched and pulled off her headphones to glare at me. Who are these from? How many vampires do you have bringing you their nails? I climbed back on my bed and resumed my reading position. A few. That wasn't comforting.
I didn't like the idea of strangers' body parts laying around our room, even if it was just nails, hair, and venom. My human-raised brain had trouble adjusting. He was really tall, thin, and super pale. She rolled her eyes. Jesper. At least Hannah and the guys warned me about the exchanges between the 3 species, or this would have been a much different conversation. Are you working on a spell? Her gaze snapped to me. What if I am? I wasn't going to back down just because she was trying to intimidate me. It might be a stupid idea, but I was sick of quietly taking it when she tried to push me around. I was just curious. I haven't seen one that uses any vampire contributions yet. Her eyes narrowed just slightly. I'm helping a friend find their bonded. I've tried with hair, but it didn't work. I'm trying nails this time. Bonded. Hannah's mentioned that before, but it was also with so much other information that I never really paid attention. What's a bonded? She turned in her chair, completely facing me. You really have no idea what you're doing here, do you? I shrugged. I'm here to learn about my abilities. She rolled her eyes. I mean, you don't understand our world. It's been 1 day. Cut me some slack. The corners of her lips flicked up for a nanosecond, almost like a smile, but stopped. I had to be wrong. No way was Natasha softening toward me. But your parents didn't even tell you? About the bond? She asked. I shook my head. They're human. They don't know anything about this world either. Right. She pulled her headphones from around her neck and sat them on the desk. The bond is a magical connection between 2 soups. Sometimes we call those 2 people pairs. When a pair finds each other and forms the bond, it can amplify their abilities, making them individually more powerful, as well as together. I'd read enough fantasy romance novels for this to make sense. I never thought I'd be living in one, though. How do you find your pair? I asked. That's the tricky part. There's no way of knowing who it is until you meet them. And even then, sometimes it isn't an instant connection. Some people say they feel a sort of energy around their pair, but others don't. Some just get lucky. Then why are you making that spell? She grinned. Because it's one of the few magical ways to find your pair. The problem is that it takes some trial and error customizing it for the bond. The one I'm working on is close. We've been able to narrow it down to the school, so now I'm working on getting it even more specific. And nail clippings were supposed to help with that? It's one of the tricks witches have that shifters and vampires want access to. Finding your pair is a big deal, she continued while looking back at her notebook. Yeah. Most people would want to be more powerful. Can the bond be between anyone? I asked. Like shifter and witch? She asked to clarify, and I nodded. Yeah, but there are some traditionalists who refuse to accept that. Or they think that the bond is only platonic in those cases. Are they not all that way? Is a bond more than just about powers? Most, if not all, pairs end up in a romantic relationship, if that's what you're asking, she said with a smirk. So it's like your soulmate. She shot me an exasperated look. If you want to turn it into a fairy tale, sure. And your friend's pair is here? At the school? That's amazing. What were the odds of that happening? It's not that unusual. There's a reason the student body is so diverse. This was the only school that accepted all 3 species for a long time, and it's the best one in the world. With such a high concentration of soups in one spot, it makes finding your pair a lot easier. That reminded me of what Hannah said on my very first day. The bonded pairs live with the older students. Yeah. Once you bond, you don't really want to live apart from your pair, so the school allows them to live together, no matter their age. I leaned against the wall.
So have you tried to find yours? She shook her head. Not yet. Why not? Because I don't need or want anyone telling me what to do or trying to control me. She snapped back. I flushed. Sorry, I didn't mean... It's fine. You didn't know. She sucked in a breath. Not everyone wants to be in a bond. They don't always end in a happily ever after. I wanted to ask what that meant, but she spun back to her desk and put her headphones on, ending the conversation. My history book could no longer hold my attention, so I grabbed my shower caddy and headed to the bathroom. Later that night, when I was lying in bed, fighting to keep from falling asleep, a familiar tug pulled at me. I closed my eyes, allowing it to take over. When I opened them, I was in my wildflower field with a brilliant cotton candy sunset hanging over the horizon. Warmth spread through my chest. This was one of the only constants left in my life. A piece of who I used to be that wasn't going away. I cherished every second of being here. A shrill call filled the air, and I scanned the skies for my hawk. His wings spread wide, gliding in circles over me before he dove and landed on a patch of grass next to me. I stroked my fingers over his russet wings before bopping him on the yellow dot on his beak. He snapped at me, and I laughed. No, I will not stop doing that. He ruffled his feathers and hopped a foot away from me. I rolled my eyes and returned to the gorgeous view. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. He flapped his wings and landed on my bent knee, facing me. Miss me too much? I teased, and he nodded. That was how I knew this was a dreamland. Birds couldn't understand English, and they certainly couldn't respond. But my hawk always had. He'd been there for me wherever I needed him over the years. He listened to me complain about how strict my parents were, when girls were mean, and when boys didn't like me back. It was probably a weird way for my brain to process, but I wasn't sure lucid dreaming was all that normal. Maybe it was for witches. It was a really long day. I dropped back and stared up at the orange sky. I knew I was behind, but I was reminded of it in every class. This boy, who I'm pretty certain hates me, has to tutor me. I don't know how that's going to go over. We'll see if I survive one day with him. My hawk hopped lightly onto my thigh, stomach, then chest, before peering down at me with his head cocked to the side. I'm not sure why he doesn't like me. It's been one day and I have an enemy. I sighed. There's something about him. I can see it in his eyes. He's lonely, sad. I get that. Maybe he doesn't like that I can recognize that in him. Or maybe I was overthinking, and he just didn't want to be bothered by people who kept telling him to help me. Also, I had the strangest thing happen to me, which is saying something since I'm at a witch school now. I huffed, and he waited. I think I had a premonition, and not like my dreams. I was completely awake. I bumped into a guy here, and I had this flash of seeing us together in the future. It was so bizarre. I told my friend that it felt like a memory, but she didn't know what I was talking about. He snapped his beak, and I studied him. Sometimes, like now, it felt like he was desperately trying to communicate with me. But even after all these years, I wasn't great at deciphering his movements and calls. What? He ruffled his feathers around his neck. He didn't look happy. Is that a bad thing? He nodded. I swear he did. Why? He snapped again. Huh. He didn't like me having premonitions? But why? I kind of thought it meant I was getting more powerful. But maybe I was wrong. I was just happy I didn't see anything bad. I could have seen Sai get hurt or die. I'd much rather see us laughing and holding hands. Fine,
We don't have to talk about that. I thought over the rest of my day. I learned about bonds and pairs. I waited to see if he would react, but he didn't. I guess some people, well, supernaturals, have a pair in the world that helps strengthen their powers. Cool, huh? He made a low sound, but at least he wasn't grumpy anymore. What else? I ran my arms along the soft grass. Oh, my new friend has a crush on another one of my new friends, but she doesn't think he likes her back. I think she's wrong, though. He would have to be stupid not to like her. Maybe I'll be their matchmaker. He shrieked, and I laughed. Jeez, you're not into the gossip either? What do you want me to talk about? His golden eyes held mine, and I swore he was trying to talk to me through his signals. I sighed. Maybe if I had a pen and paper I could play 20 questions or something until I knew what you were thinking. Could you answer my questions? His head turned to the side. Or maybe I'm crazy for talking to a bird like he understands me. He shrieked again and snapped at me. Okay, fine. You do understand me. He shuffled on like he was pleased I understood that. It would be really convenient if I were a shifter. Maybe if I had an animal form, we could communicate. I didn't understand why I didn't take after my dad's side. Did all hybrids only have the characteristics of one parent? Theo was a vampire and a witch. Maybe I should ask him some questions. That would only require me to work up the courage to talk to him again. My hawk cawed again, and I looked around. The sky darkened, and the wildflowers faded. My dream was ending already. I stroked his feathers one more time. I'll see you soon. When I woke up this time, I was lying on my stomach, with my water magic textbook still open next to me. It was the only chapter I hadn't finished, but hopefully I'd have time during class while everyone else was getting sorted into their specialties. As long as nothing unexpected happened, I was pretty sure I was ready for my classes. I let myself drift back to sleep, hoping it was dreamless. Chapter 16. 5 nights without a nightmare. I felt more refreshed and energetic than ever. Maybe it was all the reading and studying I was doing. I went to bed each night so exhausted that my mind couldn't come up with any disasters. I wasn't positive about what caused the change, but as long as this kept up, I wasn't going to ask any questions.
Do you need help?
Malik asked, leaning over and reading my answers to the history homework. I don't think so. I smiled and read the next question. My classes weren't as terrible as I expected. History 4 was pretty close to the world history course I took my sophomore year, but with a lot more information about the supernatural world. Phenomena humans couldn't explain were caused by soups. The sudden change of tides and battles? Soups. The mysterious death of a corrupt king or ruler? Soups. Several inventions that helped progress humankind? Soups. It wasn't all that surprising once I accepted that the world had more beings and events than humans knew. There was less speculation and assumptions. The historical records kept by the soups were much more detailed, so there wasn't a need for interpretation. Another thing I noticed was how much less biased the texts were. They were written from the supernatural perspective, sure, but when they made mistakes or shameful decisions, they still recorded them, and we learned them. Things weren't shoved under the rug, forgotten about, or distorted by time. It was the class I was most confident about, since it was all facts. I simply had to learn the supernatural pieces and commit them to memory. I wasn't sure how it would help in the long run, but I dedicated time every night to making progress. I needed to pass all my classes. For the first time in my life, I was doing well in math, and it was the only class where I wasn't behind. Conversions and measurements weren't something that changed from the human world to this one. The best part was Mr. Fritz accepted we would almost always have access to tools like conversion charts and calculators in real-life situations, so he let us use them on assignments and the upcoming exams. It wasn't the most interesting course, but I was grateful to have one worry-free class.
Did you get to the one about Joan of Arc yet?
Daniel asked, chewing on the end of his pen. Yeah, you need to skim the entire 100 Years' War section for the answer, Hannah replied. This was how most of our study sessions went, and I was glad it wasn't entirely focused on me like I'd expected. We did our assignments together, and as questions came up, we asked each other. On Tuesday, Malik and Daniel's friend, Carter, joined us. He was a vampire from their rugby team, and he hadn't said much other than asking how I was liking the academy and letting me know he was willing to help me too. It was really nice of him. I thought the students might be more competitive or mean, like at my last school. But everyone I met was nice. Aside from Niall and my brash roommate. Maybe it was because they were friends with my new friends. I hadn't talked to enough of my other classmates to know for sure. I closed my math book and opened my Science 4 text with excitement. I was actually going to learn magic for potion making, portal creation, and animating objects. Not that we'd done any of that yet, but I'd read through the previous year's textbook Hannah helped me check out. Since their first 2 years had been really basic, I was only behind by 1. I'd never done so much schoolwork or studying in my life. But things were different now. I cared more. Learning mattered. This wasn't useless information to cram in minutes before a test, only to forget as soon as I turned it in. I needed to know how to create spells, brew potions, and control magic. History gave me a much better understanding of my new world, and answered questions I hadn't even known I had. Like the Supernatural Council. It was founded hundreds of years before William Drexel established peace. The group led the entire soup world, keeping non-soups unaware of their existence, and acting as the governing head of all the people. The council was the judge and jury for crimes, wrote the laws for the soups, and established a welfare system so no soup was left homeless or hungry. With the peace pact in place, the main council was now located in Scotland, but branches oversaw different regions. Ours was in New York City, and once a year, a representative came to the school to check on the students and give a report, like a State of the Union.
I can't do it anymore.
Malik fell back on the floor and threw his arm over his eyes.
Can't we be done?
Hannah chuckled. Did you finish everything? He sighed.
No. Just get it done, man. You'll regret it if you have to do it during lunch tomorrow.
Daniel encouraged.
You don't want to cancel on Travis, do you?
I looked back and forth between the two guys. Who's Travis? Daniel smirked at Malik's groan.
His latest crush. They have a lunch date planned. It's not a date, Malik protested while he sat back up. You asked him to hang out. He said lunch worked best. Sounds like a date.
Daniel taunted.
It's just hanging out.
Malik didn't sound convincing at all. I smiled. It does kind of sound like a date to me. He turned and glared at me while Hannah giggled. It so is. If Malik would be busy during lunch, maybe I could find an excuse so Hannah could have some alone time with Daniel. I caught her staring at him at least a dozen times tonight, and I was ready to shake my friend until she spilled the truth, because the other thing I noticed was how many times Daniel watched her when she wasn't looking. How they kept missing each other was a mystery. Did Malik know? Could I recruit his help? I didn't want to violate Hannah's trust, so I'd have to find a discreet way to ask before going to him.
Hey, guys.
A familiar voice greeted from behind me. I twisted around to see Sai.
Mind if I join you?
My cheeks warmed before I had time to face my books again. I hoped he didn't notice. I didn't want to make things weird, but every time I saw him, I couldn't help but remember the vision I saw of the two of us.
You're late,
Malik scolded.
I could have used your backup a minute ago.
Sai laughed and sat a few feet from me with his back against the wall.
What did I miss?
Just teasing him about his crush, Hannah answered.
Oh, Travis.
Sai smiled knowingly.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about him too. Apparently this summer was very kind to him.
Malik dropped his head in his hands.
I hate all of you.
I reached out and patted his leg. There will come a time when you can get back at us. I'm sure of it. He peeked through his fingers with a wicked gleam in his eye.
Oh, I'm planning on it.
I laughed and went back to my textbook, trying to ignore the pull I felt toward Sai. He was so handsome and sweet, and it wasn't much of a surprise I had some sort of daydream about him. Something hit my foot, and I glanced up to see Hannah grinning at me and darting her eyes towards Sai, like she wanted me to do or say something. Unfortunately, we weren't quite close enough yet to have the silent communication thing down, but I was pretty sure she wanted me to talk to him. About what? I didn't know him, other than he was a tiger shifter. I only knew that because they'd told me. But maybe I could ask anyway. Was that a polite conversation starter? I wouldn't mind if he asked me what kind of witch I was, so maybe it was okay. Sai, they told me you're a shifter. What's your animal? The words came out in a rush, but I kept my smile in check so he couldn't see how nervous I was waiting for his response. He pushed his hair up, away from his face, and grinned at me in that way that made my heart race.
I'm a tiger shifter.
That's so cool. I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth to keep from grinning too wide. Malik scoffed next to me.
I can still take him in a fight.
I looked at each of them. Like at the fight club? Sai's brows furrowed.
No, just with the vampires and shifters, to practice.
On campus? Like rugby? It didn't sound all that unusual to me. Shifters wanted to be in their animal forms, and it made sense they'd want to practice fighting in those forms. All the guys made non-committal noises, so I turned to Hannah. It's not school-sponsored, but there are 2 dedicated areas out past the sports field for shifters to stretch their legs, so to speak.
It's where we fight and train in our animal forms,
Sai added.
Fights do occur, but not like random brawls. It's only for training purposes.
That's so cool. Can I watch sometime? Sai and Daniel shared a look, and Sai rubbed the back of his neck. Oh no. This was one of the lines I shouldn't cross. Sorry, is that not allowed? Every time I think I'm catching on, I stick my foot in my mouth. Daniel laughed.
No, it's not like that. It's just sometimes it can get pretty nasty. Most witches and vampires don't like watching.
Oh. That was surprising. Weren't they all just used to each other by now?
You can come, though, if you want,
Sai offered.
Maybe after the rugby game tomorrow night? My tiger is normally dying to get out after.
Daniel nodded, and Malik agreed.
Sure, we can do that.
I beamed, excited to see more of their world. It's a date, Hannah teased, and Malik stretched to knock her ankle with his shoe. We all laughed, but her eyes locked on mine with a slight raise of her brow. I knew what she was hinting at and shook my head. She bit her lip and looked away. Luckily, Daniel changed the subject to the game, and the guys talked about their plans to beat the other Year 4 team. I finished up my assignments and added a few questions I wanted to go over with Mrs. Hedgings during our Saturday tutoring session. She left a note for me in the dorms, stating we would meet each week in her office from 8 to 10 until she felt I was caught up. Niall told me he was open on Mondays and Wednesdays from 7 to 8. Between my 3 different tutoring groups, I felt pretty good about my progress. As long as I stayed on track and kept my focus, I might have a chance to make it past the holiday break in December. I couldn't let any visions or daydreams lead me off course, even when the subject of them tempted me from mere feet away. Chapter 17. While I had some idea of what a rugby game looked like, it was 10 times more brutal than I imagined. Each hit and tackle made me cringe and tense like I was the one getting thrown to the ground. The first time Daniel was the victim,
I grabbed Hannah's hands and closed my eyes. It was too much. Football at my last school was tame, boring even compared to this. It's okay. They can take it. They're tougher than non-soups, she said, prying my fingers off her. How is any of this legal? Shouldn't the refs be calling penalties? No, this is how the game is played, she reassured me. Even without the helmets and pads, it was hard to recognize Malik, Sai, and Daniel. Hannah told me their numbers and the positions they coordinated with, but I couldn't keep up. All it looked like to me was someone trying to throw the ball, and then everyone on the field trying to kill whoever was unfortunate enough to catch it. How no one broke bones on each play was an absolute miracle. How much longer? I whined. I wasn't sure I would ever want to watch another match. Maybe I'd just wait for soccer season to cheer for my friends. 30 minutes. Great. There was a pause in the game. The two teams huddled, and a really cute, tall guy with a mop of curly brown hair stepped away from his group and waved toward the stands. I followed his line of sight and spotted a pretty brunette waving back. She was sitting with 3 guys. I didn't think anything of it until the guy with messy hair and adorable freckles on her right kissed her cheek, while the one on the left with blonde hair and a serious expression was holding her hand. I tapped Hannah's thigh. Who were they? She glanced over to the small group, then out to the guy on the field. Those are the Sorcerer's Society kids, the ones I told you about. Those must be 3 of her boyfriends. The other 2 are probably playing. Seeing them together was different from what I imagined. The guys didn't seem jealous or in competition. They were a unit. She looked really happy. Huh. My phone vibrated in my pocket and I pulled it out. Macy. Now I've got to take this. Hannah nodded, and I climbed down the metal bleachers to the grass and headed away from the field so I could hear without the crowd cheering in the background. Hi, Macy, I answered. Sage, how are you? I moved to a nearby tree and leaned against it. Overwhelmed still? I'm sorry I haven't called you back sooner. Things with my parents have been a little crazy. That wasn't really an excuse to ignore my calls or texts all week. She dropped me off in a new world and vanished. What's going on? She sighed. You coming back into their lives was unexpected. They want to be more involved. They want to know me? I asked, somewhat surprised. Not necessarily. They want your teachers to send them weekly progress reports, and they want to be included in any decisions made about you or your education. I guess they found out Mrs. Hedgings is tutoring you and they weren't pleased. I nearly laughed. Why not? There's some history between them, apparently. I'm not sure about the details. Headmaster Goldstein isn't giving in to their demands, though. He insists the staff is more than capable of watching out for you and your education. He said they're overstepping as sponsors. I think he's suspicious about your real connection to them and is pushing for them to confess. Little does he know they're the most stubborn people on Earth. She sighed. Don't worry about any of that, though. I'll make sure they keep their distance. I didn't necessarily want a relationship with the people who chose to ignore my existence for the last 17 years. But if there were things they could tell me about my mom, I wanted to know. Then again, Macy could probably answer any questions I had. I want to know more about my parents. You guys dropped a bomb on me, and I never got to ask you. I know, I'm so sorry about that. Nothing about last weekend went how I imagined. Well, I never really thought it would happen in the first place. Macy. I cut off her ramblings. Please, can you tell me about them? Why they left the academy? What happened to them? My fingers ached to work on a braid, but I needed 2 free hands. She sighed. They were both more interested in building a life together in the norms society than staying where there were so many expectations put on them from outside sources. Your dad wanted to be a writer, and your mom was an earth witch with a strong specialty in vegetation.
She wanted to grow her own flowers and open a shop.
I could almost picture them. It sounded like a quaint, happy life they had planned. What went wrong?
They didn't agree with the prejudice against hybrids and mixed bonds, obviously, and didn't want to raise a family where they knew they would face discrimination. They had friends who felt the same way, and after they graduated from their 4th year at Drexel, the group of them left.
Where did they go? I wished she was here now, so we could have this conversation face to face.
Seattle.
She sounded so sad.
Their group was mostly interspecies couples, and they kind of formed their own pack or family there. I was still in school, but during breaks I went to visit them. They were all so happy, Sage. I wish you remembered that time, but you were too young.
They're friends. I was almost afraid to ask.
Where are they now?
She cleared her throat.
Most of them are dead.
Some part of me expected this. Like I knew what the answer would be. But I still felt sick. What? How? Why?
Accidents, like your parents.
That didn't make sense. What were the odds so many would die young in accidents? Is that really what happened? Or is that just what people were told?
You're too smart for your own good, sweetie.
She sighed. I could hear in her voice this wasn't easy for her.
The car accident that took your parents was caused by their brake line being cut. Their best friends were killed in a house fire, caused by the gas on the stove being left on. Another family was killed when their car went off a bridge. Most of the accidents were easy to explain away, but when I stepped back and looked at the bigger picture, it was easy to see that they were connected. Someone was targeting and killing them.
I covered my mouth, holding in a gasp. But why?
Because of what they were, who they loved. They were breaking the rules, and a lot of people had a problem with that.
But they left. They were starting over.
I know. People didn't like that.
Do you know who? I couldn't believe my parents were murdered, along with so many others.
You cannot ever repeat this information, Sage. I'm serious.
Okay. I could feel the gravity of her words.
I believe it was members of the council. Have you heard about them yet?
Yeah. They're the governing body over the soups.
Right. I think they were the ones who wanted your parents and the others killed. They didn't want hybrid children around. They still don't know enough about hybrids to understand their powers or the full extent of their abilities. They fear them, so they had them killed.
But Theo, he was a hybrid. And me. Then why didn't they kill me? It was such a morbid question, one I never thought I'd ask.
They thought they did. You were supposed to be with them that night. At the last minute, Amber called and asked one of their friends to watch you. They were going to dinner with friends, but you got sick. It was a miracle you weren't with them. Their friend called me the night they died, and I came and picked you up. I knew it wasn't safe for you to stay in Seattle with their new family. I couldn't take you to my parents either because they're too connected to the council. You would be noticed. So I called your godparents and drove you across the country to Pittsburgh. Jason had just gotten a job out there, and I figured you would be safe. It was far away, and they were norms. No one would think of looking for you there.
I closed my eyes. This was too much. Too horrible. Macy, I'm so sorry. I can't believe you did all that. And while grieving her sister and brother-in-law.
I did what I had to do to keep you safe. Jason, Melissa, and I agreed that as long as you didn't show any powers or shifter traits, we would treat you as a non-soup. While magic is passed down, there's never a guarantee a child will have powers. We just prayed you wouldn't.
I understood now. I got why they hid my past from me.
I didn't know if I would have done anything differently if I was in their shoes. I'm truly so sorry that we kept you in the dark, but it was the safest plan we had. I know. I wanted to hug her and soak in her comfort. You did your best in an impossible situation. I love my parents and my siblings. I'm grateful for the life you've all given me. She choked back a cry. I can't tell you how much that means to me. I've lived every day wondering if I did the right thing, if Amber and Peter would be disappointed in me. No, Macy. I've had so much love and happiness in my life because of you and them. I might be behind the others here, but I'll eventually get there. I'll be safe here. As long as you don't tell anyone, Sage. You have to keep your past a secret. I know. I will. There was no way of knowing if anyone was still looking for me, or if the council still wanted me dead. There were hybrid students here, so maybe things had changed. But it wasn't a risk I wanted to take. Do you need anything? More clothes? Anything for your room? I debated asking for a new blanket or something to add color to my side of the dorm, but it could wait. I think I'm okay for now. There was a sound in the background, and I could hear her talking to someone. I've got to go, but I'll do better about replying to your messages and calling you. If you think of anything you need or want to know, just reach out. Bye. I love you. Love you too. She hung up, and I pushed my phone into my pocket. The game was still going, and I watched from my spot at the players and the students in the stands. Life was carrying on for them. Everything was normal. They didn't just find out a huge missing piece of their history. I didn't know what to do or how to feel. After the whole adopting and witch announcement, not much could shock me. But finding out that my parents were murdered, and I should have been killed with them, was a lot to swallow. And it was another thing I couldn't talk to anyone else about. It wasn't just a matter of trusting my new friends. This was huge. My safety could be in jeopardy if the council found out I was alive. If the wrong person overheard, I couldn't think about what might happen. And Robert's warning about not knowing who or what might be around to listen played in my mind. I couldn't risk it. After composing myself and filing the new information away with all the other recent life-changing news, I headed back to find Hannah. Nothing I learned was actionable. I couldn't find the person responsible for my parents' death. I couldn't search out their friends to see if there were more survivors. I couldn't ask too many suspicious questions. There was only so much one person could do, especially while I was isolated in the middle of Montana. The most important thing was to do what I came here for. Learn, master, control. Someday I would get all the answers. Everything okay? Hannah asked when I sat back down. Yeah, just my aunt checking in. She smiled and pointed to the scoreboard. You missed Malik's try. I narrowed my eyes. I know you spoke words, but I have no idea what you said. She threw back her head and laughed. A try is like a touchdown. He scored his team 5 points. Oh, good. I tried to match her enthusiasm, but fell short. The match is almost over. The guys will probably shower, then we can walk with them out to the shifters' fields. Are you ready to see their animals? Up until now, I was. Or at least, I thought I was. But now that the time was here, I wasn't so sure about seeing a tiger. A mountain lion and honey badger made me nervous, even though I saw them once before. It had been so brief that it didn't really sink in. I hope so. She laughed again and the match ended. Our guys' team won, and we cheered for them as they waved and ran off the field. Here we go. Chapter 18. Excited energy filled the air as we walked on the faded path through the edge of the forest. My coral Converse kicking up dirt. Daniel, Malik, and Sai pushed each other, laughed, then shoved back until we arrived in the open field twice the size of the rugby pitch. The three of them sprinted to the far side and disappeared behind the trees. "What are they doing?" I asked Hannah. A few other people hung around, but I didn't see any animals. Were they shifters, or just trying to avoid the rest of campus? "Undressing. They aren't generally worried about modesty. Most shifters aren't. But I told them not to get naked in front of you. At least not until you've had more time to adjust." I laughed. "Thanks for that." The last thing I wanted was to see my new friends in the nude, even with my budding crush, or fixation, on Sai. It was just too weird for me to imagine ever being comfortable with that. I wasn't sure I would ever get used to this particular part of our world. Why don't they have amulets that keep their clothes on? Malik told me about that on my first day. She shrugged. It requires a really powerful spell, one I can't do yet. It takes 2 or 3 witches. One of them has to be fire, and another has to be earth. Plus, they're used to it. Most of the shifters have clothing stashed throughout campus, and as long as you replace it, they don't care if someone else borrows it. It's like some unspoken shifter code. Huh. I guess with a concentrated population of shifters, it wouldn't be a big deal. But once they graduated and moved on, it would probably become a necessity. Interesting. The spell to allow vampires to walk in the sun seems a lot harder than keeping clothes on, and they learned that one as children. Seemed backward, but what did I know? There they are. Hannah pointed toward where the guys had gone, and in their place stood a tiger, mountain lion, and honey badger, all standing in a line staring back at us. Holy shit, I breathed out, and I swear the tiger chuffed, making me scoff. Did Sai just laugh at me? He stepped forward, lowering his head down, then up again. I'll take that as a yes. Hannah burst out laughing. Come on. She tugged me forward, and they met us in the middle of the field. Even though I knew these were my friends, I couldn't overcome my instincts to be afraid. Wild animals that could easily hurt or even kill me were circling me. I fought to remain calm and pretend like I wasn't completely freaking out inside. They stayed a few yards away for a minute or two, just watching us watch them. Hannah was talking to them, but I was too focused on tracking the predator's movements to listen. This was real. My human-looking friends were now animals. How did it work? Were they still them? Or did their animal side take over? Were they thinking and feeling like they normally would? Daniel stepped closer and sniffed me. I glared down at him. That was rude. Hannah hadn't stopped giggling the entire time. He's getting your scent. He'll be able to recognize and find you now. I cringed. I didn't like the sound of that. It makes playing hide-and-seek in the woods a bit more challenging for us. She smirked. He's a cheater. She was looking down at his animal form with so much love and admiration. How could he not know how she felt? The honey badger came closer to me, and I realized how dumb I'd been to think he was a skunk. He was bigger, and the white fur created a little funny line on his head. I couldn't help the giggle that escaped at the hairstyle. His eyes met mine, and I could see the question in them. He wanted to know why I was laughing at him. It looks like you have a bowl cut. Hannah doubled over. Oh, it does! It totally does! Malik turned and hit me with his tail, and I composed myself. I mean, you're a very handsome honey badger. He walked off, and Sai took his place, rubbing his long body against my leg. I hesitated, nervous again, but he turned his head and his eyes met mine. This wasn't just a wildcat. This was Sai. I could sense him in there. You're beautiful, I whispered, and slowly reached down to touch his fur. A low purr came from him as I worked my way up his body and rubbed behind his ears. You found a spot. Hannah grinned as the purrs got louder. Sai lifted his head and licked my cheek. Ah! I almost fell to the side but caught myself. He was so strong and powerful. I could feel it in the way he moved. "Nice kitty." He looked at me and chuffed again, making me laugh. Daniel leaned against Hannah while she rubbed under his chin, making low, guttural sounds of approval. We were spoiling them. Malik made a noise from where he'd wandered off, and Cy and Daniel both reacted at the same time, charging toward him. I gasped, expecting them to run into him, but he took off in another direction. They had to turn to catch up. "What are they doing?" Hannah stepped next to me. "Just wait." I held my breath as Daniel pounced from several feet behind Malik, and his lithe, graceful form took to the air before they tumbled on the ground like a ball of limbs. That had to hurt one of them, but Malik snuck out from under his friend and took off running. He was faster than I expected, but no match for Cy, who seemed to be teasing him. He zigzagged behind Malik, so every time he glanced back, Cy was out of his line of sight. Hannah laughed and pointed at them. "They love messing with Malik. He acts so tough, and he can be terrifying when he needs to be. But Cy is built for speed and longer distances than him. Honey badgers aren't really supposed to run all that much." I needed to do some research about the guy's animals. I wanted to know everything about them, their strengths, weaknesses, and habits. Then I could compare them to how the guys acted. I couldn't wait to ask questions. When they're in this form, do animal instincts take over? Or are they in control? I figured Hannah would know the basics. They're always in control and aware, but there are instincts that they don't try to suppress, like Daniel smelling you and Cy rubbing on you. Neither of them would do that normally, but in these forms, it's natural. I nodded, glad they wouldn't suddenly slip into wild animals. They're one with their animal forms, if that makes sense. It's still them. There isn't a tiger's soul living in that body, too. That was at the root of most of my questions. It's fascinating. All the werewolf movies and books had it wrong. Well, some of them were closer to the truth. They weren't forced to shift based on the moon or a curse. They could change at will. And they weren't at the mercy of their animal. It was just another side of them. For the first time since I learned who and what I really was, I hoped I took after my dad. Was it possible that side of me was dormant too? What kind of shifter had he been? Might I be? How could I find out without asking? I had to be discreet. Macy reinforced that with her call. I couldn't get too comfortable, even with my friends. As much as I liked each of them, I didn't know them well enough to trust them with my whole story. I didn't think any of them would run off telling the rest of the school, but I couldn't risk it. It wasn't worth my life. Maybe I could ask Mrs. Hedgings. I was so new to this world that maybe she would assume I was just curious. When did shifters first change? Did they display any abilities before then? Was there a way of knowing? I could always do my own research in the library. There was probably a record of past students somewhere. Yearbooks? I could check, but with what free time? I had so many tutoring sessions on top of my normal homework and classes that I barely had time to sleep and eat. It would save time to ask, but I'd have to wait and make sure I could bring it up naturally, without raising suspicion. The guys continued chasing and fighting, although I could tell they were going easy on each other. They warned me some shifters could get violent, but it didn't seem like they wanted to take it to that level. Maybe they would, if there was actual danger present, but there was no need right now. After they tired themselves out, they came back to where Hannah and I were sitting on the grass and laid around us. Cy rested his head in my lap, and I grinned down at him while playing with his fur. I flatted the extra fluffy area under his jaw with the palm of my hands until it stood up like a mohawk. "Look!" I pointed out my masterpiece to Hannah. She chuckled and tried to do the same to Daniel, but his fur was too short. Cy raised a paw and rubbed it over his face. "Aw," I cooed. He looked adorable, fumbling with his big paw. He glared at me, and I combed my fingers through the mohawk and smoothed it down. "There you go, Grumpy." His lips raised, revealing his teeth. and I couldn't tell if he was smiling or trying to look scary. Either way, I was past being afraid of him. I'd gotten used to his tiger and could see his personality clearly. Go change. I'm craving something sweet. Hannah pushed at Daniel and Malik, who had curled up on either side of her. Cy huffed, and the three of them got up and lazily trotted to where they'd left their clothes. Within a minute or two, they emerged. Daniel and Cy were running their fingers through their hair, but it was in vain. Hannah and I had done an excellent job of messing it up. They would have to shower to get the strands to lay back down. Malik hurried past us at the mention of desserts.
I hope the dining hall has the sundae bar out.
Daniel hesitated, glancing between his friend and Hannah, like he couldn't decide who to walk with. I turned suddenly and walked slower than normal, accidentally cutting him off and making the decision for him. Hannah could thank me later. Cy fell into step next to me.
So, what did you think?
I smiled up at him. My brain was struggling to connect this version with the tiger version I'd just been petting. It's a little weird. I mean, I get it. I saw you, then the tiger. But it's hard to accept that it was you. I pinched my lips together. Hannah said, you're still you. That you're in control and aware, just in the form of a tiger.
That's right. I know some legends state that the animal is a separate spirit with its own mind and desires that the shifter has to control and work with. But it's not like that. It's just another form I can take. I'm still me.
So, no cravings for raw meat? I teased, only half joking.
Gross, no.
He laughed, and I relaxed. Thanks for showing me. I felt shyer now, even though I'd just spent an hour or so petting him. That was different. But it felt like something changed between us.
Anytime.
He winked.
I could get used to your ear rubs.
That might have been the weirdest thing anyone ever said to me, but I couldn't help the excitement that grew in my gut at the thought. Spending more time with him, in any form, was exactly what I wanted, even if he was a distraction. Chapter 19. Natasha didn't move as I got dressed and snuck out on Saturday morning. With little siblings, I never got the chance to sleep in on weekends, even if I wanted to. With my string of nights of restful sleep, I was too full of energy to stay in bed anyway. Back home, Aiden and Brielle would jump on me by 7 if I wasn't up to watch cartoons with them. My friends thought it was cruel and unusual, but I didn't know any different. And looking back now, I was grateful to share those memories with them. This was the first weekend I wasn't home to make them pancakes or waffles and snuggle up on the couch while they watched their favorite shows. My heart ached. Did they miss me? I knew they did. Aiden would put on a brave face and try to console Brielle. He took his job as big brother very seriously. I'd call them after my tutoring session. I needed to hear their sweet voices and remind myself why I was here. I crossed the empty lawn toward the labs and headed up to Mrs. Hedging's office without getting lost. I knocked on her office door right at 8 and she called me in. Good morning, I said as I closed the door behind me. Good morning. She was blowing into the mug in her hands. Would you like a coffee? I shook my head and sat down on the couch across from her and put my backpack on the ground. No, thank you. She nodded and rested the cup on her lap before lifting her gaze to mine. How was your first week? It was the obvious first question she would ask, but I still sighed. It's been long and overwhelming, and I feel like I'm barely treading water upstream. Her smile was kind. That's to be expected. You've had quite the shock and change with no time to adjust. I got a report back from your teachers, just to get their impressions on where you might need the most help. Yikes. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what they said. Your history, literature, and math teachers aren't concerned. Miss Jeffries informed them of your study group, and they believe you will advance to the level of your peers in those subjects soon enough. That was a relief. and I was grateful Hannah had vouched for me, so my teachers knew I was trying. Mrs. Sheridan is another story. She slid her glasses from her hair and put them on before reaching for a paper on the table next to her. She recommended you start with the Year 3 students at the least. I cringed. While that was one of my favorite subjects, she wasn't exactly the friendliest teacher. I've been reading the 3rd year's textbook to catch up. I don't have any experience with potion making, let alone portals or making things move. I did well in my chemistry class last year, and I really enjoy science. I just need time. I agree. I told Mrs. Sheridan that if you weren't performing to her expectation by the end of this term, we would reevaluate. Right. Because if I didn't pass my classes, I would be expelled. That was one way to reevaluate. Mrs. Brooks informed me she has assigned a classmate to tutor you in your water ability. I'll start meeting with him on Monday and Wednesday evenings. Good. Mr. Beckerman stated your assessment results were surprising. You show signs of having not only healing abilities, but vegetation and earth manipulation. Her lips turned up at the corners. You're a rare student indeed. Yeah, that was pretty much what Mr. Beckerman had said the day before, for the entire class to hear. Not only was I an anomaly for having 2 affinities, but 3 specialties within Earth were nearly unheard of. I imagine it's adding to the already heavy burden you're under, but I assure you that it won't always feel like this. I'm sure within a year, you will level up and even surpass some of your peers. You are a powerful witch, Sage. That much is certain. But how? My mom was an earth witch with a vegetation specialty, and my dad was a shifter. It didn't seem like either of them was special or particularly strong. So why was I? Was it because I was a hybrid? Did their combined abilities make me different? Yet another question I couldn't ask anyone. I think our time would be best spent on science for now. As long as you put forth your best effort, I believe we can get you to the level you need to be before the holidays and in time for exams. I sucked in a breath. Really? I'm a water witch, so I can help you with any questions concerning those abilities as well. If you need help with Earth, I recommend asking a classmate or Mr. Beckerman for a tutor. Okay, thank you. Let's not waste another minute. She stood and walked over to the table she used during my assessment. I followed her and bit my lip at the instruments waiting for us. Several labeled bottles were clustered near a small cauldron. A real, black, cast-iron cauldron. Now this was the witch stuff I expected. I'll let you pick what we do today. Remember the things I told you about when we first met? The hair dye, blemish remover, and basic things witches usually learn at home. Yes. I'd been interested in those, but pushed them to the back of my mind with everything else going on. We'll start with one of those. They're simple enough to show you the process we use to create potions. My eyes widened. Really? I'm going to be able to make one? Her grin widened, but she quickly contained it. Yes. What would you like? Well, my skin wasn't flawless, but I usually only got 1 or 2 pimples around my time of the month. I didn't want to color my hair. I loved my natural red, even if it made me the target of bullies in elementary and middle school. But it did get tangled easily, and my nervous braids were a beast to get out. Is there something to make my hair smooth or detangle easily? I swear her eyes twinkled. Yes, we can do that. She read over the labels on the bottles, keeping a few and putting the rest on a shelf behind us while searching out some others. Here we go. She explained the purpose of each ingredient, and I was surprised by how common they were. Shea, rose, honey, some oils. I recognized most of them by name, at least. The most important part is intent. All magic is sensitive to the intent of the witch. You can use these same ingredients to create a potion to make someone's hair fall out, or a floor wax that will last a year, What you must focus on is the why. You must never forget that purpose." I nodded. I read this in my science textbook, but the way she explained it made sense. I didn't plan on ever forgetting it. The last thing I wanted was to go bald because I wasn't paying close enough attention. She explained each step she took, whether to use heat, the order to add each ingredient, and how to tell if something went wrong. I'd never tell anyone here to save myself from hearing their laughter, but it was a lot like baking. Once I made that connection, it seemed a lot less intimidating. By the end of our 2 hours, I had a large bottle of deep conditioner better than anything money could buy, because it was specific to exactly what I wanted and needed. I thanked her profusely, and she waved me off after she made me promise to keep studying and working during the week. As I walked back to my dorm room, I couldn't help but feel Mrs. Hedging liked me more than she wanted to admit. She tried to act strict and direct and no nonsense, but she and I chatted easily. I caught her looking at me with something in her eyes. More than a teacher's pride in a student's learning. No, it was like she cared. Really cared for me. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was desperate for acceptance and support from any adult right now. I missed my parents and Macy, and just wanted someone I could rely on. I shouldn't project onto Mrs. Hedgings because she was tutoring me. This was my first weekend at the academy, and I wasn't sure what to do. I went back to my room to drop off my creation, but Natasha was gone. Was she at breakfast? Was there some activity going on? I sat on my bed and sent a text to Hannah asking if she had plans. I didn't want to be clingy, but she was my only friend so far, and it seemed like I was her only girlfriend. If she didn't want to hang out, she would either let me know or ignore my message. That was fine. It wasn't like I should be wasting time today. I should be in the library, studying. But I'd already had a 2-hour class. I wanted a break. A brain break. I needed it. After 5 minutes of resting my eyes, I jumped off my bed and headed outside. There had been more people out on my walk back. Maybe I would run into someone I knew. Or maybe I would meet someone new. I could always use more friends. Feeling braver and far more extroverted than ever before, I took the stairs and headed out the front doors to the open area in front of the dorms. There were some people throwing a frisbee. A couple of girls lying on a blanket and reading. A couple of guys set up a hammock between the trees, and I could hear their laughter. That looked like fun. I wanted to march over to them and ask them about how they set them up, but the thought alone made all my bravery disappear. I was the new girl, the weirdo, the one with more abilities than I should have. "Hey!" a voice called, and I tried to look around casually. I was pretty sure they weren't talking to me, but just in case, I didn't want to be rude. 2 guys were jogging toward me. I stepped to the side of the path to give them room, but they stopped in front of me. "You're Sage, right? The new 4th year?" the tall one asked. He had black hair buzzed close to his head and very light skin. "Yeah, I am." I offered them a smile. His chubby blonde friend beamed. "We figured. We don't get very many new students after 1st year. Weird you have 2 affinities. That's nuts," Buzzcut said. I wasn't sure what to say to that. It was nuts. "You're probably really powerful too, huh?" the chubby one asked. I shrugged. "I'm not." "Can you make us a potion?" Chubby asked. "We'll pay you, of course." Buzzcut winked. "We're vampires, so we can give you whatever you want. Hair, eyelashes, nail clippings." I tried to hide my revulsion to that idea. We need something that will keep someone asleep for at least a day," Chubby said. "Closer to 2 days," Buzzcut corrected. I narrowed my eyes. This didn't sound like a good idea. "Have you tried normal sleep medicine?" Chubby roared with laughter. "Huh, that's such a Norm thing to say." He said that like it was a derogatory word. Something gross. Beneath him. I didn't like either of them, and I was ready to leave. Sorry, I can't help you. I stepped back, but Buzzcut followed.
Come on. You're obviously the most powerful witch in our year.
Yeah, Chubby added.
We know you can do it.
Maybe I could, but I didn't want to. Sorry. Chubby took a step forward, adding to the intimidation his friend was already showing.
Sage.
A cool voice called from my right. I looked over to see Theo striding toward me.
There you are.
I stared at him, thoroughly confused as he threw his arm over my shoulders and kissed my temple. Chubby and Buzzcut started backing off. Theo glared at them.
Simon, Frederick, can I help you with something?
The boys shared a look before shaking their heads and walking off. I watched them until they turned a corner and disappeared behind the boys' dorm, then pulled away from Theo. Thanks for that. He shot me a perfect dimpled smile.
No problem. Those two are always up to something sketchy. I heard you try to turn them down. They need to learn that no means no.
I was so caught up in staring at his beautiful face that it took me a few seconds too long before I replied. Yeah. He eyed me like he was considering something.
What are you doing right now?
Nothing. Anything he asked me to.
Perfect. Come on.
He took my hand in his, and I felt a small spark. There wasn't anything in the universe that could have talked me out of following him. Chapter 20. He led me past the dining hall and tower toward a path I hadn't taken yet, before he stopped suddenly and stood in front of me.
Can I ask you a favor?
The unexpected stop and question threw me, and I had to take a second for my brain to comprehend what he said. Maybe? What do you need? The corners of his lips tilted up in the barest hint of a smile.
You're so suspicious.
Not normally, but things have been a little strange for me this week. He laughed.
Fair enough. You've probably seen and heard things you never imagined. I'm not asking anything from you, other than trust.
Well, now I was nervous. He was a stranger, and a vampire. Besides studying with Carter, I hadn't spent any time around them, that I knew of. I still wasn't able to figure out what the other students in my classes were, outside of water and earth.
I know Hannah probably warned you to stay away from me, but I'm asking for a chance. I want you to form your own opinion about me, rather than believing what you may hear.
That was more than fair. I wouldn't want anyone to assume they knew me just because I was the late bloomer that came from the non-soup world. I wanted a chance to prove who I really was, what made me the person I was. Okay, I agreed. His brows rose an inch.
Really?
I nodded. As long as you'll keep an open mind too. I'm not sure if anyone is talking about me, but I'd like it if we can both offer each other the chance to get to know each other, for ourselves. He studied me for a moment before grinning, making those heart-stopping dimples appear. I was becoming obsessed with him, but I couldn't let him know that. Not yet.
That sounds fair.
He squeezed my hand and continued down the path. It led through the trees to a bend that opened up to reveal a massive barn with a white fence stretching out on either side for as far as I could see. What is this? Hannah mentioned there was a barn for the vampires and agricultural students to use, but this was so much bigger than any I'd ever seen. It was at least 3 stories, and the width of 2 or 3 of the dorm buildings.
This is where we raise livestock.
I'm not allowed to be here. Not that I made any move to back up or leave. I was curious. Why was there a farm? What did they need livestock for? Were a lot of vampires also farmers? I'd never heard of that, but stranger things had happened.
On the weekends, we can bring guests. We just have to make sure to sign you in. They mostly keep it off limits, so the animals aren't disturbed too much. Our teachers want to make sure they know our scent, so they're more relaxed around us. Too many unfamiliar people make that difficult. But I'm not going to take you in there anyway. We're going to the backfields.
He stopped next to the wide black doors and wrote our names down on the clipboard hanging from a nail.
This way.
We walked along the barn toward the fence. Theo opened the gate and waved me through before shutting it firmly behind us.
These are normal animals, right? He chuckled. As opposed to shifters?
I stopped and covered my mouth. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. He shook his head.
Then what did you mean?
Like, there isn't a chicken with an alligator tail or a horse with an eagle's head.
What have you been learning?
He barked out a laugh.
No, Sage. There are just pigs, cows, chickens, sheep, horses, and llamas. They're all completely normal.
That's good. He pumped his elbow into my side, making me giggle.
Either you have a wild imagination, or some of the others have been feeding you stories.
Hey, I just learned this world existed a week ago. I'm still in a state of shock. I'm not sure what could surprise me at this point, but mutated farm animals wouldn't even come close.
I can't even begin to imagine what this has been like for you.
He was the first person to say that. We walked through the pasture and reached another fence. Thea whistled and leaned against the chest-high wood. I waited for something to happen, but nothing appeared.
Just wait,
he whispered close to my ear. His warm breath sent a shiver down my spine. He smelled like expensive cologne, manly and woody. I wanted to lean into him and let it wash over me. Instead, I kept my sanity in check and watched the tree line for movement. After several long, silent minutes, 2 figures appeared. A silky black and a white and brown horse trotted toward us, neighing and throwing their heads up and down.
There you guys are,
Theo called in a loving voice.
You kept us waiting.
The beautiful animals stopped next to the fence, stretching their necks as Theo rubbed them both from shoulders to chin and back again. They were acting like puppies. I grinned, and he glanced back at me, smiling wider than I'd ever seen. It was different this time, though. He wasn't being flirty or teasing. This was pure joy.
Come on,
he encouraged. I scooted closer and held out my hands for the horses to sniff. I wasn't sure if they did that, but I knew dogs liked to, and it seemed like the right thing. The black one hesitated, standing closer to Theo, but the brown and white one shoved its nose against my palm and tilted its head up, like it was asking for me to give more rubs.
Her name is Paisley, and this is Rex.
He climbed onto the fence to sit and brushed his hand over Rex. I continued to give Paisley scratches. I like her.
I think she likes you too.
He watched me, and I ducked my head to keep him from seeing how much I was blushing. Are they yours? I asked without looking at him.
No. All the animals belong to the school, but they were just colts when I got here, so I've been around to help raise them.
Why are these animals here? I finally worked up the courage to meet his eyes, but they darkened at my question. He focused back on Rex.
For us,
he sighed. I didn't understand, so I waited, hoping he'd continue.
The vampires.
So, they were farmers. Boy, did the movies get them wrong.
To feed on,
he finished. I froze, my hand resting in the middle of Paisley's neck.
You do know that vampires need blood to survive, right?
I bit my lip and nodded.
Well, part of the treaty that brought peace to the supernaturals was an agreement that vampires would no longer feed on non-soups.
Really? I held his stare, trying to ignore the tension in my gut.
Yeah. So instead, we feed on animals.
Does it hurt them? Kill them? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. It wouldn't matter.
It's not like I could change anything about what they were doing, and I would have to accept their way of life eventually. It was about survival, after all, and it was better than feeding on non-supernaturals. Right? I wasn't sure. At least they could give their consent.
Not at all. We never take enough to make them feel even the slightest bit sick.
It still made me uncomfortable, but there was something else I needed to know. Do you only drink animal blood? His smile wavered.
Yes.
All vampires?
All that want to stay out of prison, yes.
Good. I didn't have to worry about anyone trying to drink my blood. Some teenage girls might think that would be romantic, but no thank you.
A part of the agreement that stopped non-suit blood consumption also included not drinking from any of the other supernaturals.
Oh. So we were all safe.
Yeah. Not that shifters were ever much of a temptation. They taste gross. But witches are forbidden due to the temporary powers vampires got after feeding on them. Too many accidents. So the council made sure that was included.
What kind of powers did they get? He shrugged.
I'm not sure. It's been hundreds of years since it happened. Most of the stories are so distorted and exaggerated that we don't really know anymore.
Hannah mentioned that there are other supernatural species at the school.
They don't really get counted. The trolls, brownies, demons, and demons are technically from other worlds, so the treaty doesn't include them. The council only involves themselves in their matters when it affects one of our three.
So you could drink their blood? He made a disgusted face.
No vampire would. Trolls taste worse than shifters, and brownies are considered so far below us that no one would want their blood in their system for fear it could weaken their own powers. Demons don't have blood, and the only ones here are teachers.
And demons? I asked.
I think a vampire would sooner kill them than feed from them.
He cringed.
I can't even imagine what their blood would taste like. Tar?
Ew. This conversation had taken quite the turn. I went back to stroking Paisley's neck and back.
Yeah, sorry. It's not the best topic to discuss. But I guess you've got to learn about it at some point.
Hannah and the guys said you're also a witch. His hand paused, and he nodded.
That's right.
He wouldn't look at me. Was he embarrassed? Ashamed? I knew there was a stigma around hybrids, and I wished I could tell him I was too. But I didn't know him. Not well enough to trust him with my life. And that's unusual for supernaturals? He nodded again and sucked in a deep breath before holding it and slowly relaxing.
Yeah. Our generation is the first to broadcast what we are. The council wants to make it seem like it's the first time we've ever existed, but I think people were just more careful to hide it. The world, at least the non-soup world, has become more progressive and accepting, and a lot of soups want that too. I was the first known hybrid student at the academy, but about 10 or 12 are here now. I was the guinea pig. But I think once other parents saw that I was alive and well here, they felt safe sending their kids.
I couldn't believe he was the first. That must have been terrifying.
It was. My parents raised me to be proud of who I was, and I never knew I was different. Not until they sat me down the summer before I came here. They told me most kids' parents were the same species, and that some people might not like that I got to have two different powers.
How does it work? Do you have all the same abilities as a vampire and a witch? I was dying to know about shifters, but he couldn't help me with that.
My witch side makes my vampire side stronger, because I have witch blood constantly in my system.
Oh, and when vampires feed on witches, they get powers.
Exactly.
He smiled.
So, in a way, I'm feeding off that power. But at the same time, it's a part of me.
So vampire and witch blood was more compatible. Was that why he had the abilities of both species, while I only had one? It was also confusing. What kind of witch are you?
Fire.
He raised a brow.
And you?
Water and earth. His head shot back.
Really? You have 2 affinities?
Yeah. I heard that's unusual. I swallowed.
That's so cool. You're kind of like me.
He seemed happy about that. If only he knew how right he was.
Yeah, you have twice as much work too.
He groaned.
Yeah, that part sucks.
At least I knew someone that could relate and commiserate with me. I don't think I'll ever get to where you and the others are. He patted Rex's back and angled his body toward me.
You will. Hannah told me about your study group. I'll come when I can and help you too.
I wasn't sure how much he could do for me since he was a fire witch, but I appreciated the gesture. Thanks. Our gazes locked, and I felt something. It was like I knew him. Something about him was familiar. Comfortable. He was so easy to talk to. And I felt better now than I had all week.
Sage!
A stern voice called from behind me, and I spun to see Niall Kelly marching across the field toward us in his all-black glory. Chapter 21. Even from this distance, I could see the fire in his eyes and practically feel the hate emanating off of him. I waited until he was closer before responding. Niall? What's going on? He never took his attention off me.
I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm not some dog that's willing to chase you around. What's your problem?
Theo stepped in front of me, but not blocking me entirely from Niall's wrath.
She is, he ground out. Headmaster Goldstein called me to his office this morning and reprimanded me for her teacher's concern. They don't think she'll be able to reach the level to keep up with the rest of us, and somehow that's my responsibility.
I shook my head. I don't understand.
Neither do I,
he growled.
Apparently, Mrs. Brooks asking me to tutor you in water means I'm also somehow accountable for the rest of your studies.
But I'm also studying with Hannah, Daniel, and Malik. I just spent 2 hours with Mrs. Hedging this morning. I've been reading my textbooks and the previous years every night for 3 hours. What more can I do? His jaw clenched, and I worried he was going to break a molar.
I don't know.
Theo turned to me.
Maybe the teachers just need to see for themselves how much effort you're putting in.
My shoulders slumped. How? It's the first week. We haven't had any exams yet. So far, it's just been lectures and a few random assignments. Theo turned to Niall, who finally pulled his eyes off me to look at him for the first time.
What did the headmaster say? What does he want you to do?
Niall rolled his eyes.
He'd probably like for you to not waste your time with horses when you could be studying.
We'd been here for less than an hour. Was I not allowed a break?
I didn't ask what you thought, Kelly. What did Goldstein say?
Theo crossed his arms over his wide chest. Niall gave him a once-over before turning toward me.
You have this weekend to prepare for a placement test in each class. If you don't pass at the level where 4-year students should be, then they'll change your schedule. You'll be put in classes better suited to your current,
he sneered,
state.
Current state? Like I was less than? Not up to par?
She has to learn 3 years' worth of material in 2 days?
Theo gasped.
Or accept that she needs to start from the beginning, like she should have.
Niall answered him without taking his eyes off me. But I don't want to move down to the Year 1 classes. I had friends in my current ones. I was doing all I could to progress as quickly as possible. They couldn't seriously expect me to learn everything I needed to in a week. I was supposed to have the whole term.
Then I suggest you leave this field and get to the library.
Niall's disgust was clear. He didn't want to be out here. This seemed to be beneath him.
Let's go.
Theo offered me his hand like he was going to join me in this marathon cram session.
What are you planning on helping with?
Niall cocked his head.
I might not have the same affinity, but I can help with all the other subjects and the basics of witchcraft.
Niall made a sound between a scoff and a snort.
You're not exactly at the top of the year, Bridges. I doubt there's much you could help with.
Theo cracked his knuckles. I thought he was getting ready to fight him, but as he worked his jaw, it looked more like a soothing gesture.
I'm not an idiot. I can help. Fine.
Niall turned without another word and started back toward the barn. Theo and I hurried to follow him, and he took my hand about halfway across. I smiled up at him. You really don't have to come. I'm sure you have better things to do with your weekend. The tension left him, and he squeezed my hand.
I can't think of anything more important.
My heart soared. I might have swooned if we weren't in such a rush to follow Niall. He was a man on a mission, and I didn't want to make him angrier than I already had. Somehow, without even speaking to him, I'd become his enemy. It wasn't my fault Mr. Haddon, Mrs. Brooks, and the headmaster had all told him to help me. I hadn't asked him for anything. That didn't matter to him. I couldn't blame him for hating or resenting me. If some random student showed up at my old high school with zero understanding of my world and people kept pushing them on me to help, I'd be annoyed. But I wouldn't take it out on that innocent person. It wasn't their fault they didn't know, or that their family had kept the truth of who they were from them for 17 years. Eyes followed us as we hurried along the path toward the library. If people weren't already talking about me, they would be soon. That was why it didn't surprise me when Hannah, Daniel, Malik, and Carter showed up 10 minutes after Niall claimed a table deep in the library, as far away from everyone else as possible. Not that many other students were in here. It was a warm, sunny summer day, and none of us had had much homework yet. Well, besides me.
What are you guys doing here?
Niall deadpanned. Hannah stood with her hands on her hips. We're here to help. The guys nodded behind her, and I couldn't help but smile at them. My new friends showed up for me. Theo waved his phone in the air.
I called him back up before we even left the barn.
I smiled at him, grateful he had the foresight to let Hannah know. I wasn't sure how much we could get through with Niall glaring at me.
Yeah, we're not letting Sage drop down to year 1,
Daniel said. Niall sat with his eyes closed and rested his elbows on the desk while rubbing his temples.
I don't need your help. We'll take all the help we can get,
Theo said at the same time, and everyone chose to ignore Niall even as he lifted his head and glared at each of them like he was casting spells in his head to torture them. Good. Hannah sat across from me, next to Niall, as if she was immune to his threatening gaze. I stopped and spoke with Mrs. Sheridan. I had a feeling she was going to be the toughest to convince. All the guys flinched at the same time. Is she really that bad? I hadn't exactly gotten the best vibes from her, and Mrs. Hedgings did say my science teacher didn't think I'd cut it. Still, why did everyone else dislike her?
She can be really...
Malik trailed off like he couldn't come up with an appropriate word. Tough? Hannah offered.
Insane?
Daniel suggested.
Sadistic.
Carter shivered. Yikes. None of those were qualities I wanted in someone who held my future in their hands.
All of the above,
Malik said.
She gives out punishments using her set of tarot cards.
What? How? That didn't make any sense.
You don't want to know,
Theo mumbled next to me.
She gave detention to Will Sharp last year, and he got the moon card. She cast an illusion that made him live his deepest fears for 2 straight hours. When it was over, he couldn't move or speak for 3 days.
Daniel shook his head as if he was still trying to comprehend what happened.
During our 2nd year, Sarah Bowles got the Empress card, and Miss Sheridan locked her in a coffin until she passed out from screaming.
Carter stared down at the table. How is that allowed? Why doesn't anyone stop her? Does the headmaster know? I couldn't believe the administration would tolerate this.
He believes each teacher has the right to run their class as they see fit. That includes grading, discipline, and teaching methods. As long as no student is seriously injured, he doesn't intervene.
Holy shit, this place was deranged.
Will you all shut up so we can focus?
Niall snapped, and everyone fell silent.
Hannah, what did you find out?
Hannah swallowed, shrinking in on herself a bit. She said the test will be a general overview. Nothing too specific. Rather, a tool to gauge Sage's knowledge.
How do you know she's telling the truth? She could be lying to trick Sage into failing.
Malik leaned back in his chair. Because I'm one of the few that she doesn't despise. I'm a good student and haven't ever caused trouble, Hannah countered.
Fine. If that's all we have to go on, then let's make a list of the key points Sage needs to know and work through them.
Niall muttered under his breath, and a stack of books and a black notebook and pen appeared before him.
What the hell? How did you do that?
Malik was on the edge of his seat, leaning toward the new arrivals. Niall rolled his eyes, and Hannah replied, "It's a pocket spell. It's like carrying around a huge backpack, only it's invisible." My eyes narrowed. "Do you feel it?" She shook her head. "No, it's not really with you. It's more of a space ability." She turned to face Niall. "So how do you know how to do it?" Niall ignored her, opening the notebook and uncapping his pen.
We'll go through her schedule, starting with history.
The others offered topics they thought would be most relevant, and soon the page was full. My hands drifted to my hair, automatically sectioning off a small chunk and braiding as the tension thickened in the room.
Next, math.
Niall's hand hovered over the paper, but this time Hannah was the only one to add anything, and it was only a few lines.
Science.
This one was longer than the history list, and the weight that had settled on my shoulders when Niall first explained why he hunted me down felt heavier and heavier. How could I possibly learn all of this in less than 2 days? I couldn't skip classes on Monday. There was no way I could pull this off. Maybe I should pick 1 or 2 subjects to dig into. That way I could stay at a year 4 for those. That was better than going to year 1 for everything because I failed everything.
I'll work on water, but I don't know how to help with earth,
Niall admitted. Do you know anyone in your class? Hannah asked. I shrugged. We spent the week testing to find out what our specialties are. I spent each class reading the textbook. So it will just be the general earth powers then. That shouldn't be too hard to cover, Hannah said to Niall. He nodded and flipped back to the first page.
Let's get started.
Theo took over.
You know some of the main historical points already. I told you about the vampires portion.
We need to tell you about the other supernaturals. The lowers. Hannah shifted. We can start with the brownies. I told you they do the housekeeping. They lived in the area where the treaty was signed. They were loyal to the non-soups, but after the council was established, they convinced the brownies to start working for the soups. The council allowed them to live with their families instead of having to stay with the non-soups. They also agreed to pay them well, which had never happened. They were basically slaves before, and through the council, they gained their freedom. There are some rules, though. They're generally super happy and prefer to work without being seen, so you probably won't run into them. But if you do, you must never call them by anything but their given name. If you meet one named Matthew, for example, you can't call him Matt. You also can't ever thank them or give them gifts. It's highly offensive to them. And if one gets mad enough, it can turn into a boggart.
And you do not want to mess with one of those,
Theo warned. I looked around for something to write all this down. Niall whispered again, and another black notebook and pen appeared. Thanks. I tried to offer him a smile, but he didn't look up from his paper. I quickly wrote down the key points of what she said.
Then there are the trolls.
Daniel started.
They're malicious, hideous creatures, but they made the best guards and warriors. The family that guards the school has been here for generations. They live in underground caves near the back boundary of the property. You'll likely never see them, but if you do, just be respectful."
I nodded. No rules like the brownies? They all shook their heads. That one was easy enough.
"Some of our teachers are demons, so you need to know about them."
Theo took over.
"They aren't the same as demons. They're spirit guides, kind of like guardian angels. They're immortal and cannot be created or destroyed."
"Those that are here volunteered to be assigned here for a few hundred years," Hannah explained.
A few hundred years? They were that old? My human, non-soup, brain couldn't really comprehend what that meant.
"Are any of my teachers?"
"Yes, history and literature are both taught by demons,"
Niall answered. "Miss Martin? The tiny, pixie-looking woman?"
"Huh.
I expected them to be something else. Grander. Angelic."
"Demons also exist, but the Academy is protected,"
Theo began.
"They're creatures of hell, are innately evil, and have endured long periods of torture and pain. They lure their victims in by changing their appearance and voice to match that of a loved one, then trap them and feed on the life force of both non-soups and soups."
I gasped. That was horrific. "How do they get to Earth?" "That's a part of history we haven't covered yet," Hannah answered. "It has something to do with a great war several millennia ago."
"Focus," Niall scolded. "You know about the treaty, lower species, vampires, and witches, right?"
Hannah leaned over and read through the list they wrote. "Oh, we should cover shifters." I sat up with a jolt, then stretched to play off my sudden interest. Was this my chance to ask about my dad's side without raising suspicions? Chapter 22. My friends, and Niall, were amazing. I didn't get any information that would specifically help me figure out more about who I was and my hybrid powers, but I did learn more than I had in my 3 years of high school. None of them complained about the long hours that turned into the entire weekend spent in the library. Niall loosened up a fraction by Sunday afternoon, but he stopped us any time we laughed or got off track. He was taking my tutoring so seriously, and I wasn't sure why. What did it matter to him if I got put into first-year classes, or if I got kicked out at the end of the term? He didn't seem to like me, so I couldn't figure out why he was doing it. Maybe he just cared about what our teachers and headmaster thought. He probably didn't want them blaming him for my failure. I sent my parents and Macy a message telling them about this test, but tried to downplay how serious it was. I didn't tell them what was at stake. I didn't want to let them down, even though I knew they would have been more than understanding if I needed to start from the very beginning. "You've got this." Hannah gave me a reassuring smile outside of the lab building. Theo draped his arm over my shoulder and pulled me into his side.
"Yeah, you know everything you need to. Just stay calm and you'll do great."
I soaked in his confidence, hoping it would get me through the assessment.
"He's right. We covered everything you need to know. If you can't immediately recall something, skip it and let yourself relax. Your subconscious will bring it back to you."
Niall's advice was surprisingly helpful. "Thanks." I smiled at him and received a slightly less severe scowl in response. After over 2 solid days together, I'd hoped we could have gotten past this. But nope. His walls were thicker and taller than anyone else I'd ever met. He wasn't willing to let anyone slip in without his consent.
"Yeah, go in there and prove them wrong."
Daniel grinned, and Malik flashed me a thumbs up.
"Good luck, Sage."
Sai's reassuring smile made my cheeks warm, especially with Theo still pressed to my side. Once he heard about what we were doing, he joined up on Saturday night and stuck with us through the rest of the weekend. Even Carter stayed, helping me with some of the science I wasn't grasping. My brain was overloaded, and I could barely pay attention during classes today. I couldn't fit any new information in, but luckily,
I had someone in almost all of them that offered to let me copy their notes later. The only class I had to try to focus in was earth magic, and we spent it talking mostly about vegetation and soil interaction, so nothing groundbreaking. Ha! I made a joke.
It's time.
Niall gestured toward the entrance to the building. We'll be here when you're done. Hannah waved me on. No, don't just stay here. You've all helped way more than I could have asked for. Go sleep or eat or relax. The group shared looks, and I knew nothing I said would change their minds. Thanks again. I waved and started toward the building alone. I'd hoped Mrs. Hedgings would be the one administering the assessment. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sheridan volunteered, and Headmaster Goldstein agreed. I stopped at her classroom door and knocked.
Come in,
her shrill voice replied. I entered, and she pointed to a desk in the front, which I quickly slid into while keeping my eyes on her.
You will have 2 hours to complete this test. No questions. No getting up.
She glared down at me.
Time starts now.
She set the packet on the desk at the same time an hourglass appeared behind her on the lab table. The sand was already running through the center, so I stared down and got started. The first section was history, and I confidently answered the first 10 questions before pausing at the 11th. At what age does a shifter manifest their abilities? Crap, we didn't cover that. How is that even a history question? That's a species question, and should be in science or something. I rubbed my temples and tried to remember any conversation I had with the guys. None of them mentioned this, and it was something I was wondering about myself that I never brought up. Something I meant to ask Macy. Damn it! The full moon following their 10th birthday. From birth, following the first signs of puberty, on their 14th birthday. The moon one was wrong. Hannah taught me that in the field when the guys shifted for me. Did they show their abilities from birth? That was possible. Their 14th birthday seemed like another human, non-soup story. Puberty made sense too. That was around the age when they started attending the academy. I debated back and forth before remembering what Mr. Haddon said about the vampires and shifters starting school at 14. I let out a sigh of relief and chose that one before moving on. Niall's advice proved incredibly helpful. When I read a question that seemed vaguely familiar, or something I knew I learned but couldn't recall, I'd skip it, and minutes later, the answer would come to me. The science section was the hardest, but luckily, we also spent the most time on that during our studies. When I finished, a mix of relief and anticipation washed over me. It wasn't an easy test, but I was pretty sure I'd done well. I felt confident like there should have been more. I expected Mrs. Sheridan to hand me another packet and tell me I also had to complete it with the remaining 15 minutes. I checked my answers, making sure I didn't leave anything blank before standing. I've finished. She looked up at me from the book she read behind her desk and met me at the lab table at the front of the room. I handed her my packet, and she waved me off.
I'll let you know when I've graded it.
I nodded and went back to my seat. I wanted to pull out my phone and text the group that I survived, but Mrs. Sheridan had a strict no-phone policy in her class. Even though this wasn't our normal time, I assumed the rule still applied. Also, I didn't want them to get too excited if I didn't pass. Her eyes flicked back and forth from my test to the key she had with the answers. She dragged her pen down the page, but I couldn't tell if she was marking anything. When her wrist didn't move after the second page, I gave up. She probably didn't want to tip me off, so she wasn't crossing them out the way my old teachers had. Maybe she was using magic to mark them or something. I rolled my head side to side, loosening the tension in my shoulders. There wasn't anything I could do now. It only took her a few minutes to go through the 10 pages, and she called me back up.
Well, Miss Williams, I'm pleased with the progress you made. Not only did you pass at a Year 4 level, but you managed to learn everything you needed within just 2 days. You've proven how serious you are about being a student here, and that you are up to the challenge. The rest of the semester will continue to push you, but I believe if you keep this up, you will do well here."
She didn't smile, but I could see the pride shining in her eyes. The others said she was cruel, especially with her punishments. But maybe they were wrong. She seemed like she genuinely wanted me to succeed. "Thank you, Mrs. Sheridan. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and continue to learn."
"I'll pass these results along to the headmaster and your other teachers. You're free to go."
I gathered my things before heading down the hall and rushing down the stairs. When I pushed the doors open, my friends jumped up from where they were sitting. "I passed!" I shouted as I ran to them. "We knew you could!" Hannah reached me first and gave me a hug before passing me around to each of them, who pulled me in and congratulated me. Niall was last, and I didn't give him the opportunity to reject me. I threw my arms around his neck. "Thank you so much. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." His body tensed against mine, but after a moment, he patted my back.
"It's no problem."
I released him and smiled up at his brooding expression. "You saved me from having to repeat 3 years of high school. That's a huge deal. I really appreciate it." His lips twitched, and I held my breath, waiting to see if a smile could appear. But he regained his composure and just nodded.
"Right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow."
With that, he turned and walked away. I watched him, wanting to call out and ask if he wanted to get dessert or something to celebrate. But I'd already taken up enough of his time. I just thought, or maybe hoped, this weekend had changed something between us. That we could go from classmates and forced tutor to something closer to friends. Not yet. I wouldn't give up, though. He was moody and cold and gave no indication he wanted anything more from me. If I was smart, even a little bit, I'd read the signs he was clearly giving me and leave him alone. But I wasn't. Not in this case. It was like the more he blocked me out, the more I wanted to break in. Something in his darkness called to me. Loneliness, loss, and uncertainty reflected back to me in his eyes. Was it instinct, or something else that made me feel like if I told him what happened to my parents, he could relate? Not that I would ever be able to ask. Macy's reminder was fresh in my mind. I couldn't risk anyone finding out who or what I was. Malik poked my side.
"Come on. Drake texted me earlier and said they have the 10-layer cake tonight."
Everyone instantly perked up. Sai led the way toward the dining hall.
"I hope there's some left. It's the best dessert they make."
I fell into step between Hannah and Theo. I had too much adrenaline still coursing through me to join in the conversation. My mind raced, and Niall's quick departure nagged at me. His sadness made me spiral into my own. I missed my family, and wanted to know exactly what would happen if people found out about me and my parents. Theo was out and proud about being a hybrid, but his parents hadn't been murdered because of him. And why not? That bothered me, even keeping me up the night before. Why was it my parents and their friends? How were they targeted? If they left and started a new life, how were they found? Did someone betray them? Had someone outside of their group found out and told the council? I needed these answers. It wasn't just simple curiosity. The more time I had to obsess over the few facts I knew, the more dread pulled in my stomach. There was more to this than my parents and Macy admitted. My grandparents said they stayed away from me to not draw attention from anyone watching them. Why would they do that? They believed they were important in the Soup Society, but was that all? Were they involved? What if it was them that turned in my parents into the council? They didn't approve of my mom being with my dad. I'm sure they weren't thrilled about having a hybrid grandchild. Would they have done that? It couldn't be possible. No one would do that to their own child.
Well, no sane, loving, normal person. I didn't know my grandparents well enough to know whether they checked those boxes. And if it wasn't them, then who? It had to have been someone close to my parents and their friends. Someone who knew they were all in Seattle. Someone who didn't support the idea of different species being together. I looked around at my group of new friends. Had my parents met them here? Did someone from Drexel betray them? Chapter 23. The dining hall was mostly empty, and there were nearly 2 full cakes left, which Malik and Daniel quickly grabbed, while Carter and Cy collected plates and forks for the table. Hannah didn't go to where we normally ate, instead claiming the middle table at the end furthest from the doors. "We are celebrating, and I don't want anyone complaining about us being too noisy," she explained as I took the spot to her right. Theo sat across from me, and the guys filled in around us. Cy sat on my free side, sliding the enormous cake in front of me. Only one slice was missing, and he made another cut and carefully laid it on its side on the plate before handing it to me.
"Congratulations, Sage. You proved how incredible you are, and how much you belong here."
His words made my chest tighten. Did I belong here? Every day felt like a struggle, but maybe now that I passed the assessment, things would settle down. I wouldn't feel like all eyes were on me, watching and waiting for me to fail. Thanks. I smiled at him, then looked around the table. Theo caught my gaze and winked. I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth. Had Cy seen that? Did it matter? He was too busy serving everyone. I doubted he noticed, but it still made me nervous. What would he think if he saw Theo flirting with me, or vice versa? Would either of them get mad? Would they even care? We were all just friends. I'd only been here for a week. I didn't need to overthink it. "You guys are amazing. I wouldn't have stood a chance without each of you. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." Hannah held up a forkful of cake. "To Sage and the excitement she brought to our dreary lives." The guys all laughed and held up their forks. I held up mine. "To the best friends I could ever ask for." We all said cheers and took the first bite. I moaned as the decadent, moist cake hit my tongue.
"Told you it was good,"
Cy whispered. I grinned and took another bite.
"I think we should have a party to celebrate Sage,"
Theo proclaimed as we ate. Hannah swallowed. "Yes, that's a great idea. We can invite the other 4th years so they can get to know her too." Theo and Cy both spoke at the same time.
"No."
I looked back and forth at each of them while Hannah leaned around me to do the same. "What's wrong with you two?" Yeah. Why didn't they want me to meet more of our classmates? Theo rubbed the back of his neck.
"I just don't want you to get overwhelmed." "Yeah, not everyone is as cool as us,"
Cy added. I narrowed my eyes. "You don't think they would like me?"
"I think they would like you too much,"
he muttered under his breath.
"Somehow word hasn't spread yet about you're different. I think it's best we keep it that way for as long as possible."
Theo kept his eyes on his plate. I turned to Hannah and Daniel. "What does he mean?" Daniel shrugged. Hannah was still glaring at Cy and Theo, so Malik answered.
"Most people don't know about you having 2 affinities. Either the witches haven't noticed you going to 2 classes, or they don't care."
"Oh, they will." Hannah's voice was low. "They just haven't realized it yet. It's only been a week, and she's kept a pretty low profile."
"It's a matter of time,"
Cy agreed. "So what? You said people would want to be friends with me when they found out. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't want to be friends with people who are only interested in what I can offer them. I'm not ditching you guys." None of them seemed to believe me. I wasn't sure how to make them trust me. It would take more than words. I'd prove it to them. Once you realize what some of the others can offer you, it could change your mind.
Hannah's shoulders slumped. What could anyone offer me that's better than what you guys have already done? You all stuck it out with me this weekend. You sacrificed so much time and energy to make sure I passed that exam. And thanks to you guys, I can stay in this year and on track. There's nothing that can beat that. I promise. They went silent at my declaration until Malik slammed his fist on the table.
That's it. I don't care what the rest of you say. We're keeping her.
Sai balled up a napkin and threw it across the table at him.
Shut up.
Theo shook his head.
Don't listen to him. If anything, we'd vote to kick him out to make room for you. Oh, in a heartbeat,
Sai said. I smiled at their teasing, but their easy banter put me on edge. I got the initial impression Theo and Sai were friendly, but not actually close friends. After this weekend, and seeing how they interacted, I realized how wrong I was. They had different class schedules, which was why they were rarely with each other during the day, but now I knew they were really close, which was bad news for me. How was I supposed to hide my crushes, as teeny tiny as they might be, on both of them? What would happen when they talked about me and realized I flirted with both of them? That I was drawn to both of them? I'd never been in a love triangle before, not that I was in one now, but as romantic as they seemed in books, I doubted having guys fight over me was something I'd enjoy. I needed to let one or both of them down. But how could I choose? Sage? Hannah's voice cut through my panic. Yeah? We're talking about the party. Do you want to do it in the woods? I glanced around and realized everyone was watching me. How long had she been trying to get my attention? Sure. Since I had zero experience with parties here, I wasn't sure why they were asking for my opinion. I didn't know any of the other options.
We should have as many as we can while the weather's still nice and we can be outside,
Theo said. What do you mean? He made it sound like there will come a time when we can't be outside.
Come November or December, we'll be stuck inside until spring, he answered, except for the shifters. Yeah, most of us can brave the cold, and none of us want to go without shifting for months at a time,
Sai explained. How do we get to our classes if we don't go outside? I was obviously missing something if no one else seemed to think it was a big deal.
The tunnels the vampires without amulets use,
Theo replied. Oh, right. Daniel mentioned those, but I hadn't given them much thought. All the buildings, even the barn, are connected through the tunnels. It takes longer to get from place to place, especially with everyone having to use them at the same time, but it works. Hannah took another bite of cake. The entire campus crammed into tunnels? That wasn't something I wanted to spend too much time thinking about. There isn't a spell or something that can keep you warm enough outside? It seemed like a realistic solution, but I didn't know very much about the limits of magic, despite my weekend of studying. My suggestion was really based on movies and books.
Fire witches can,
Theo answered.
Some of the earth witches with the seasoned specialty can manipulate the weather around them, but it takes way too much energy to spread that over the entire campus.
Yeah, it would take a seriously powerful bonded witch to do that for even a few minutes. Hannah seemed entertained by the thought. A bonded witch? Why would that matter? I asked.
Because bonded soups are far more powerful.
Sai sliced another serving of cake. I wasn't sure how he could eat another bite, but I was too concerned with the bonded business to ask. Natasha explained about bonded pairs, but I was still curious. So being bonded really can make that much of a difference? Going from keeping yourself warm to warming the entire campus?
It's more than that, but yeah. I guess that's a decent visual for you,
Theo said.
Dormant powers you didn't even know about can develop after you bonded.
Malik leaned forward with a wicked grin.
My aunt can change specific parts of herself, rather than a full shift. Like, make her nose more sensitive, or draw out her claws. That takes a ton of control and power. Most shifters can't ever learn to do that. But it's a hell of a lot easier as a bonded pair.
Whoa, I gasped. Does everyone have a pair? They all went quiet, sharing looks I couldn't decipher.
That's not an easy one to answer. There's no proof either way. Since you might never meet your pair, does that mean that they don't exist, or that you just never found them?
Daniel shrugged. My roommate, Natasha, told me she was working on a spell to help locate her friend's pair. Why don't more people do that? Hannah choked, coughing uncontrollably, and Daniel jumped up to run toward the food line for a drink. He brought her back a bottle of water, and she carefully sipped until she could breathe. I was frozen, watching her with dread filling me. What had I said wrong? She told you that? She finally got the words out. Yeah. A vampire dropped off his nail clippings at our door, and when I gave them to her, I asked what they were for. She sucked in a deep breath with her jaw clenched. She shouldn't be doing that. Why? I glanced around the table, but the guys were looking anywhere but at us. Because it's forbidden. That's manipulating fate. But she said it was one of the few ways to use magic to find your pair. She made it seem like it was what everyone did. Theo groaned.
Natasha's always pushing the boundaries. She thinks because of her family, she's above the rules.
Her family? She hadn't said anything about them. Her grandfather is on the council, Hannah explained. The council? Like the main one? She nodded, and I looked to Theo, who, unfortunately, confirmed. Huh. Well, that would make anyone think they were above the rules. It wasn't like she could get into too much trouble if her grandfather was in charge of the entire supernatural world. I didn't know. That seemed like something she would brag about. But maybe she didn't like what everyone assumed about her. I'd have to ask her one day. Maybe once she did more than tolerate my existence.
She's taking a huge risk doing that.
Theo blew out a breath.
Try not to get mixed up in her drama, okay?
I agreed, since that wasn't really an option. We barely spoke to each other. I hadn't even told her about my assessment.
Can we talk about something fun again? This was supposed to be a celebration.
Sai complained.
Back to party plans.
Sure. Are you thinking Friday night or Saturday? Hannah asked, and I too was grateful for the subject change. I'd had too much new information thrown at me this weekend. I wanted a break from the soup drama for a little while. I have tutoring on Saturday morning, so can we do it that night? I asked. Having to get up early to meet with Mrs. Hedgings after spending the night in the forest didn't sound at all fun. Perfect. Hannah beamed and delegated who was in charge of what. Sai put his arm over my shoulders.
I'm really glad you're sticking with us.
I turned enough to meet his eyes and smiled. Me too. The soft look in his eyes made my stomach flip. It was so sweet and tender. And if we were alone, I'd think he wanted to kiss me. A fork dropped onto a plate, pulling my attention to where Theo was glaring at Sai. He didn't say a word, but I could feel the tension building. I didn't want to be around when it snapped. Chapter 24. Walking into my room had never felt so awkward. Normally, Natasha had her headphones on and ignored me. Tonight, the emerald barricade was missing, and she glanced up at me as I crossed my bed.
You're out late.
It wasn't a question, just an observation. So I wasn't sure how to respond, or if one was even necessary. Yes, it was much later than I usually got in. I was having dessert with some friends. She made a humming sound and returned her focus to the textbook in her lap. I really wanted to bring up the pair-finding spell, but decided my curiosity wasn't worth the potential fallout. She would probably get mad at me for telling people. She didn't tell me I couldn't, and she knew how completely ignorant I was to the rules of this world. It was more her fault than mine. There was something I wanted to ask her about since she was the only person I knew outside of my little group. Something I didn't want getting back to any of them, even Hannah. For now, at least. Can I ask you a question? I was taking the absence of her headphones as a sign she wasn't too busy or focused. Her eyes flicked to mine, and her perfectly arched brow raised a fraction of an inch. That was all the invitation I would receive. I opened my mouth, but stopped. Robert mentioned shifters could be small enough to sneak around and listen in on conversations. How do you make sure no shifters are hiding in the room? Her brow rose higher. The school wards against that. Shifters can change in their own rooms, but they can't leave in that form. But I saw some running around campus. I didn't tell her who they were. She shrugged. Outside is a different story. There's a spell to reveal people that are trying to hide, but we don't need to use it. That was comforting. That wasn't my real question. She rolled her eyes. Please, take your time. I have nothing else to do. I really wanted to snap back at her, but moved on. It has to do with the bond. You said people might not feel an instant connection or anything at all. So, how do you know when you found your pair? I leaned against my bed and crossed my arms. She tilted her head and ran her eyes up and down my body, like she was searching for something. Do you think you found yours? I'm not sure. Probably not, but I'm curious how you would even tell. She kicked her legs over the side of her bed and lifted her chin until I felt like she was somehow looking down at me, even though I was standing up. Do you find yourself thinking about that person? Do you feel nervous or excited when you see them? A fluttering in your stomach? I nodded. Her expression fell flat. You have a crush, not a magical connection. Her tone was so condescending. I nearly had whiplash from her personality change. What the hell? Why was she being so mean? I wasn't going to give up that easily. Not yet. What about a sort of electricity when we touch? She side-eyed me, almost like she was considering whether replying was worth her time. Static buildup, she deadpanned. Fine. Ugh, she wasn't taking this seriously. I rolled my eyes and grabbed pajamas from a drawer under my bed and picked up my bathroom kit to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. It was 1 in a billion, or more. I didn't actually know the world population of supernaturals. Chance that I would meet my pair, so it was pretty damn unlikely any of the guys at the school were mine, let alone 2. Whatever I was feeling was just a simple crush. I just hadn't had one in so long I forgot what it felt like. The bathroom was almost empty. Just one other girl was brushing her teeth. So I claimed the sink at the end and put my kit on the counter and went in a stall to change. By the time I finished and walked out, she was gone. I took my time washing my face and applying a moisturizer. Unlike my friends back home, I didn't have an elaborate skin routine. It was probably because my mom didn't. She barely wore makeup, so I did the same. She taught me the importance of never going to bed with makeup on, staying moisturized, and using sunscreen. Other than that, we kept things simple. I used concealer when I had a blemish, and blush or bronzer, depending on the time of year. My most high-maintenance product was the mascara I bought online. It was made by a company founded by fellow redheads and was tinted to match my lashes, rather than the more common brown or black. I preferred how natural it looked, so it was my one splurge. Maybe that was another thing I could ask Mrs. Hedgings to teach me to make. Then I wouldn't have to worry about getting mail while I was here. My phone vibrated on the counter, and I leaned over while I was rubbing the lotion into my cheeks to check who it was. Macy was calling. I wiped my hands on my shorts and picked it up. Hi. You didn't call me."
It took me a second to realize what she was talking about. The assessment. I completely forgot the moment I walked out to see all my friends waiting. "Sorry, my friends dragged me to the dining hall for dessert." There were a few beats of silence.
"Oh, sweetie, what happened?"
"No, it was a celebration, not commiseration." I giggled at my own joke.
"Really?"
she squealed.
"I'm so relieved. Tell me how it went."
"I passed all my subjects. I can stay with the fourth years."
"Sage, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you."
I leaned against the cold counter. It was all thanks to my friends. They spent the whole weekend in the library with me. They even waited almost 2 hours for me to finish tonight. That's why I forgot to call.
That makes me so happy, sweetie. It's so good to hear you've already made such good friends.
Yeah. They've really gone above and beyond anything my friends from back home would have done. They've been really welcoming and made me feel like I belong. She sighed.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that.
I know none of this has been easy on you, but you've taken it all in stride.
I wish I lived closer so I could be more helpful.
New York never felt so far away. I wish she was closer too. But being on my own has forced me to push myself without having a safety net. I think this has been good for me. I know I have to do this, and it will be for the best that I did it alone. If you or my family was closer, I would be tempted to run back anytime things got hard or I was scared of trying something new.
You're so strong.
I swear I heard her sniff.
Your birth parents, would be so proud of the young woman you've become.
I bit my lip, fighting to keep the tears at bay. Breaking down would only make things worse. Thanks, Macy. Since the topic was on my mind, I decided to bring it up with her. Do you know if my parents were a bonded pair? She let out a small laugh.
Wow, they get right to the good stuff now, don't they?
I giggled. No, I learned about that from my roommate and friend.
Of course. The girls were always more interested in the idea of pairs and bonding than the guys. Which is strange because you'd think they would be just as eager to become more powerful.
My roommate told me she doesn't want to find her pair because she doesn't want anyone to have control over her. She sighed.
There have been cases of people who misuse the bond and try to manipulate their pair. But I promise those are the exceptions. When you find your pair, it's such a harmonious relationship. If you hurt them, you hurt yourself. So those that do abuse the situation are negatively impacted, but endure it.
I cringed. That sounds scary.
You'd have to be a masochist, which is why it's rare, she explained.
Oh. Natasha made it seem like it was a very real possibility. Almost like it happened to most people. What was she exposed to? Maybe she heard terrible stories from her grandpa. So, my parents? Do you know if they were?
No, sweetie, they weren't. It's become rarer and rarer to find your pair as the soup's spread out. We used to live in much more condensed communities, but it's not that way anymore.
It didn't matter to me if they were bonded or not. I knew they loved each other, and me. And you haven't met yours?
No.
She sounded a little sad.
Not yet.
Was that why she was single? I'd never even heard her talk about dating before. It was a topic that never came up. It didn't feel like my place to ask, and I was too young to give it much thought. But now I wondered.
I've got to run, but I'll talk to you soon. I'm so proud of you, sweetie.
Thanks. Love you.
Love you too.
I hung up and had the urge to call my parents, but it was already 2 a.m. there. I didn't want to wake them up or have them panic. I could wait until tomorrow. I gathered my things, and when I got back to the room,
The infernal headphones were back in place. I returned to being non-existent in Natasha's world, and after the night I had, it didn't even bother me. I climbed into bed and wished for a dreamless sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was in a different country. Somewhere tropical, if the humidity in plants were any indication. I spun around, looking for anything amiss. If I was here, then something terrible was about to happen. My gut clenched. I closed my eyes, screaming to wake myself up. But it didn't work. It never did. I was stuck here until whatever I was meant to see took place. I stepped out of the thick foliage and onto a dirt path. I heard the chatter of voices and cars, so I headed in that direction. When I followed the turn, an open-air market appeared full of men, women, and children. I couldn't enjoy their smiling faces, their friendly conversations, or the hugs and handshakes. This was a community. Families. And something was about to destroy them all. I wanted to run into the middle of the market and scream for them to run, to take their children and go somewhere safe. But I couldn't. I wasn't really here. I learned that the hard way after years of terrible dreams. I was forced to watch what happened, but I was helpless to stop it or change the future in any way. These people, wherever they were, likely wouldn't be alive within a day or two. My heart seized, breaking as I took in the joyful faces. They all seemed so happy. I hoped they remembered this, that they appreciated how blessed they were. I'd seen areas before their destruction that seemed miserable. Whoever these people were, at least they had known peace and love. A crack broke through the air, sending chills down my spine. It was louder than anything I'd ever heard. I spun in the direction of the sound and my jaw dropped. A mountain. No, it was a volcano, spewed an angry cloud of ash into the sky. The crowd behind me screamed, and chaos broke out. People ran, clinching one another and saying something in Spanish I didn't understand. I wanted them all to make it. I wanted them to survive. It was just ash. That would be okay, right? But as I stared up at the volcano, a dark gray avalanche came barreling toward us. Images of Pompeii I'd seen in my history classes ran through my mind, and somehow, I knew. These people would all leave similar shadows. They were dying as they ran. Nothing could stop this. A sob broke through my chest. No. It was too horrendous to conceive. I cried and shouted, but couldn't hear my own screams over the deafening roar of the wave of ash and rock crashing down. Chapter 25. I jerked awake and rubbed my hands over my face, trying to scrub away the memory. It didn't work. Nothing ever does. I'll have that dream with me for the rest of my life, just like all the others. With no chance of getting back to sleep right away, I leaned over to pick up my phone and check the time. 4 a.m. My parents might already be up. Natasha hadn't moved, and the last thing I wanted was to piss her off by waking her. So I slipped out of bed and into the hallway. It was as bright as it was during the day, but the stillness made it feel eerie as I opened the door to the stairwell and sat on the bottom stair leading up to the next level. Not knowing where or when my dreams took place was the worst part about waking up. Sometimes I could narrow it down based on what I saw. But more often than not, I got the answers at the same time as everyone else, when the disaster made the news. I did a quick internet search to see if there had been any recent volcanic activity, but no headlines came up. The sound of the people's screams and cries will haunt me forever. I wish I could forget. What was the point of seeing these events if there was nothing I could do to stop or change them? It was just cruel. Maybe there was a spell or potion that would block them? Something to make sure I have a dreamless sleep. I might not see my hawk anymore, but it might be worth not having those nightmares either. I selected my dad's cell number and willed him to answer. On the third ring, it connected.
Sage? It's early there. Are you okay?
No. It was all I could get out through my tight throat.
Did you have another dream?
He knew. Of course he did. If I was home, he would have found me sitting out in my spot by now. Yeah. I took in a long breath to soothe my nerves. It was terrible. It's going to be absolutely devastating.
Oh, honey. Do you want to tell me what happened, or do you want me to distract you?
I closed my eyes and rubbed them with the heel of my free hand. It was somewhere tropical. Warm. Lush green jungle everywhere. I found a marketplace. I pinched my nose to keep the tears back. The people were so happy, Dad. So full of joy and love. Everyone knew each other. It was so beautiful to see. Then there was this loud, horrible sound, and I turned around. There was so much smoke and ash in the air. Then it was like an avalanche. This cloud came rolling down into the valley. Everyone was running and screaming and crying. It's gonna wipe out everything. Nothing and no one will survive its path. Dad was silent for a long time. This was one of the worst dreams I'd had in a long time. People could survive hurricanes and earthquakes. There were often mass casualties, but at least some were saved. Not this time. That entire village would be wiped away, as well as any others in the area.
I'm so sorry.
His voice broke.
I wish I could take this from you. I wish I could carry the burden.
I wouldn't wish that upon him. I wouldn't wish it upon anyone, let alone someone I loved.
How is everything else going? How was the assessment?
I was grateful for the subject change. Good. I've made some good friends, and I passed the exam. I can stay at the 4th-year level course.
Wow. I'm so proud of you. I can't believe how well you've handled all of this. I wish now we'd have told you sooner. Maybe then you could have had more time to adjust and maybe even learn from Macy.
You did your best. I honestly believed that.
It's a difficult situation. I'm grateful you don't hate us either. I feel like we got off too easily,
he confessed. I can never hate you or Mom. I love you both. And I know all this time you were trying to protect me. I won't hold that against you guys.
Even though we didn't let you do the things you really wanted to?
Yes, I smiled. I might have been angsty about it, but I know you guys didn't tell me no just to be controlling or spiteful. There was, and maybe even still is, a threat against me. I'm not sure what you could have done differently.
I wish that wasn't true, that there still might be a threat. But it's good you're aware of that. It was a risk bringing you to that school, but it was also necessary. I just wish we were closer.
Me too, I admitted. Even though the distance forced me to stand on my own and learn to count on myself, I did miss them all so much. How are Aiden and Brielle?
They're great. They miss you, though.
I blinked rapidly, fighting to clear my vision. I miss them so much. It felt like a huge chunk of my heart was missing being so far from them. Did they understand I didn't want to leave them? That I hadn't abandoned them? Maybe we can do a video call tonight so I can see them.
They would love that,
Dad replied, sounding less morose. Okay, I'll call after my classes.
Sounds great. Have a good day.
You too. I love you.
Love you too, honey.
I ended the call and leaned back on my elbows. He always had a way of making me feel better. I just wished we could be out on the roof together, watching the sunrise instead of being on different sides of the country. Sitting in a cold, empty stairwell didn't have the same calming effect my secret spot had. But it was better than having to stay silent in my room. I played on my phone, stalking my old friends to pass the time. They were still enjoying their summer vacation. But after only one post mentioned my absence, it looked like they all moved on. We grew up together, had been friends for 10 years, and they forgot about me in less than 2 weeks? I shouldn't hold that against them. I was creating my own new life here, making new friends, and not giving them more than a thought every few days. But it's different when you're the one that leaves. You're forced to change and adapt. They're the ones who should be mourning what once was. My lame attempt at cutting them off worked better than I imagined. I got one email signed from all of them, and that was it. They didn't even reply to what I sent back. So, this was it. This was my new life. I didn't belong in my old one anymore. Finally, it was an acceptable time to get up and shower. I went back to my room and grabbed my things before claiming as much hot water as I wanted. After I changed and blow-dried my hair, I went back to see if Natasha was awake and wanted to get breakfast, but she was still snoozing. I headed downstairs wearing my favorite teal Converse to cheer me up and sent Hannah a text to let her know I was going to breakfast early. Hopefully someone I knew would be there to distract me. Anytime I wasn't actively thinking of something, my nightmare replayed, so I had to stay busy. This wasn't turning out to be a great day. If I wasn't so terrified of having another bad dream, I would have gone back to sleep until tomorrow. I sat alone during breakfast and got a message in our group chat that everyone was running behind. I'd have to meet Hannah, Daniel, Theo, Sai, and Malik at our history class. The teachers acted like a secret email was sent out to all the staff telling them to go full force today. We got homework and reading assignments in every class, including math. I'd never been so grateful for tutoring and study sessions in my life. My friends were going to be the only reason I managed to pass my classes. I saw Niall throughout the day, but each time I tried to speak to him, he ignored me. It felt strange to have gone from nearly 48 straight hours together to silence. I kind of hated it. Hannah caught up with me after my Earth class, on the way back to the dorm. "You've been off all day. Is everything all right?" Hannah stopped me before we reached the building. I hadn't realized she'd noticed. We all seemed lost in our own worlds and too busy in class to connect. My overstuffed backpack slipped off my shoulder and I hiked it up with a shrug. "I had a rough night." She raised a concerned brow, waiting. Was this an off-limits topic? It wasn't like I could tell her to hang on while I called and checked with Macy. This wasn't about my birth parents or my past, so it was fine, right? Or were dreams like this a sign of something? What if only hybrids got them? Would I be revealing myself without even knowing? I knew I should play it safe, but I was so exhausted. Since I got to this school, things just kept piling one on top of another, and I was close to my breaking point. My nightmares might be what pushed me over the edge. And if there was a way she or someone else here could help, then it was worth the risk. I could trust Hannah. I truly believed that. I could deal with any fallout later. I get nightmares, and last night was particularly bad. I can't usually sleep after them, so I'm pretty tired too. Nightmares? About what? This was the first time talking to anyone about them outside of my family. I tried to keep them from my mom as much as possible, because I knew how much she worried about me. I didn't want her thinking even my sleep was dangerous. How was I supposed to explain this? If anyone, or any place would understand, it was Hannah and the other students of Drexel. But it still felt strange. No one else had talked about dreams or premonitions yet. They're about disasters, usually. She shifted her feet. Like earthquakes and tornadoes? Yeah, and fires and typhoons. But sometimes they're also about mass shootings or building collapses. Sage, that's terrible. When did they start? I was 12, the first time one came true. I watched for her reaction. Came true? She gave nothing away. She wasn't going to accuse me of being crazy. Yet. The first one I had was of a flood in China. I woke up panicked and convinced it was real. My dad got on the computer to prove to me it wasn't, but then it showed up on the news. The images and video we saw were exactly what I remembered from my dream. And it happened again last night? This time it was a volcanic eruption. Somewhere near a jungle. The plume of ash and smoke kills everything in its path. Her face paled, and she pulled out her phone. After typing, she turned it so I could see the screen. Cerro Negro volcanic eruption in Nicaragua kills over 10,000. I read the headline and covered my mouth. It already happened? I got the notification during literature, she whispered. It never mattered how much warning I had, or how much time was between my nightmare and the actual event. I felt sick after every single one. You dreamed of this last night? She asked, and I nodded. And that always happens? You dream of something before it occurs? Yeah. It's not always the same day, but I haven't ever been able to figure out the location before it makes the news either. I've tried so hard. I want to warn the country or the people, but I don't see enough to help me figure out where or when it takes place. She rolled her bottom lip between her teeth while staring over my shoulder. I didn't interrupt her thinking. She was up to something. What if there was some sort of tracking spell to figure out where they take place? Was there a magical way of stopping these dreams? Could I finally sleep without worrying about what I would see next? Chapter 26. Mrs. Hedgings opened her door and waved us inside. I should have realized where we were going the second we walked into the lab building. But Hannah was practically jogging on the way over. I doubted she would have even answered if I bothered to ask. What can I help you two with? The older woman asked once we sat on the couches in the back of the room. Sage has psychic abilities. How did that go unnoticed by the assessments? Hannah blurted. I turned and shot her a look. That was rude. Mrs. Hedgings wasn't to blame for missing something I never brought up. Her brows rose, and she looked from Hannah to me. Is that so? Yes, I confirmed, sinking into the cushion, wishing I could disappear from this conversation. Interesting. She made a humming sound and picked up a notepad from the side table. And what do these abilities include? She has dreams of disasters, then they happen. Hannah blurted in one breath. Sage? Mrs. Hedgings had the pen poised over the paper. Can you please explain for yourself? But it was so much easier letting Hannah take the lead. I wasn't used to discussing this with anyone but Dad. The impulse to start braiding had never been stronger, but I managed to sit still. She's right. I have dreams of disasters. Some natural and some are caused by us, or well, humans. Non-soups. I still wasn't used to that word. What's an example? The volcanic eruption in Nicaragua. I dreamed of that last night. I saw it destroy a village. Her lips drew into a thin line and she stared back at me. She's had dreams of earthquakes, tornadoes, shootings, and what was that other one? A building collapse? She looked at me and I nodded. She has the dreams, then sometime later they happen. She doesn't know when or where she is when she dreams and hasn't been able to figure it out before the actual event happens. Miss Jeffries, would you please let Sage speak? Mrs. Hedgings scolded her, then angled herself toward me. Do you dream of this disaster and then it occurs sometime in the future? What was the longest period between your dream and the event? I wasn't sure, but I thought over the past few years. I don't think it's ever been longer than a few days. Not quite a week. She jotted down a note and lifted her gaze to mine. Anything else? Hannah turned to me with raised brows. I crossed my arms and moved as far back as I could. I felt ridiculous mentioning this. Didn't everyone have a gut instinct? Plenty of people in movies and books had talked about it. Sometimes I get a feeling, like an instinct or impulse to do or not do something. Can you describe the feeling? So she wasn't going to dismiss this? I kind of hoped she would. But she'd been my guide at this school. I trusted her and knew she would take this seriously. It's probably easier if I give you an example. The other day, I was walking across campus and I had this sudden urge to stop walking. A second later, a rugby ball soared right in front of me, exactly where I would have been if I kept walking. I probably would have ended up with a black eye. Hannah was staring at me with wide eyes. Why didn't you tell me about that? I shrugged. It didn't seem like worth mentioning. Can you tell me about another time? My mentor pushed. I shut my eyes and tried to think of one that would convince her. How often does this happen? She asked before I could answer. I blinked my eyes open. Every few days? Sometimes it's so natural that I don't recognize it until later. Like taking a different route to class or thinking I should wait before doing something. There have been big ones. I was at the mall with my friends and had the instinct to go into a store we'd already been in, and one of the employees told us a man had been following us, and she called security. She wrote something down. That makes sense. It would feel very natural for you. She believed me? This wasn't normal? Well, what was normal at this school? And she had a premonition last week, Hannah said with a smirk. I shot her a look, letting her know I didn't appreciate her bringing this up. Mrs. Hedgings already believed me. We didn't need to bring up my fantasy. Interesting. Will you describe it? I groaned. I touched someone and had sort of a vision of the two of us. It felt like a memory, like it was familiar. But it couldn't have already happened. So Hannah said it might be a premonition. She nodded and added a note. See? She's a strong psychic, Hannah gloated. You are correct, Miss Jeffries. Mrs. Hedgings returned her attention to me. I apologize for not including this in your assessment. I think we were both overwhelmed that day. Most students mention any psychic abilities, but of course, you didn't know to. She tapped the end of her pen on the tip of her nose. Your schedule is already more than the majority of your peers, and it doesn't seem like you necessarily need direction on how to use your abilities. Is there a way to stop the nightmares? I cut her off. She tilted her head and lowered the pen. Why would you want to do that? Seriously? Because they were awful? I don't sleep. Not often or well. The nights I'm too exhausted to stay up is the only time I allow myself to sleep. It's been better since I got here, but I think it's because I'm so worn out each night that my mind is too tired to dream. You avoid these dreams. She seemed confused. I hate the nightmares. They're so vivid, and I experience what the victims do. For years, I've tried to figure why I see them. I can't stop them. I've never been able to figure out where one happens before it makes the news. So what's the point? They're just torturing me. Her frown deepened. I understand. I'm not sure why you have these nightmares, if there's a greater purpose or not. And before we make any decisions, I would like the divination teacher, Miss Cronus, to meet with you. Hannah gasped, and I turned to her. What? She covered her mouth and looked between me and my mentor. Nothing. I just didn't know that she took students. Only in rare cases, Mrs. Hedgings replied. I looked at my friend, but she was staring down at her lap. What was that about? Who was Miss Cronus? She might be able to help train you to get out of the dream, or how to identify when or where it takes place. She might also think creating a potion or spell to block them would be the best plan. When can we meet? I was eager to get this over with. If she had answers, I wanted them. I'll send her a message tonight and let you know as soon as I have an appointment arranged. I let out a sigh. Why don't you two go get dinner? I'll get a message to you as quickly as possible. She stood and we followed. I thanked her at the door, then linked my arm with Hannah's. Does it ever get easier? We took the stairs and walked out of the building into the bustling courtyard. The sudden noise and crowd felt overwhelming. I needed time to process what I just learned. Being a psychic wasn't something anyone had mentioned. Was this genetic? Did I get it from my mom? Macy would have mentioned that, right? Or was it another little detail she failed to mention? What if it was a shifter trait? Would that give me away? Hey, are you okay? Hannah pulled me onto the grass and out of the way of the passing students. I shook my head. Even though I knew this about myself, having it confirmed and giving it a name feels like a lot. She nodded like she understood, but how could she? This wasn't new to her. This was her world. It was as simple as telling her my eyes were blue. It was a fact, an attribute that made me who I was. I didn't know I was psychic. I didn't know that was a real thing. It just feels like every time I start to make progress and even catch up a little, another flaming torch is thrown at my face that I have to dodge to survive. Graphic, she said with a low chuckle. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I'm not sure how much more I can take. I'm towing my breaking point. She put her hand on my upper arm and squeezed. You're going to get through this. Remember, you're not alone. You have me and the guys and Mrs. Hedgings. We're not going to let you fall off the edge. I don't want to tell the guys. Not yet, at least. I want to meet with Miss Cronus first. Okay, she agreed. I won't tell them. But you have to realize something. You're obviously more powerful than any of the other witches in our year. I'm honestly surprised you've been able to stay under the radar this long. At some point, word is going to spread that you have two affinities. It's not like that's something you can keep secret. Anyone paying attention to you will realize you go to water and earth. She cringed. And when they find out you're being tutored with Miss Cronus, there's going to be no stopping the rumors. Why does that matter? Who is she? She licked her lips and glanced around. Remember the demons we told you about? Yeah? The guardian spirits? Immortal and cannot be created or destroyed? Right. She's one of them. So are Mr. Athanasios and Miss Martin. I learned that detail during our weekend-long study session. It made sense that an immortal taught the history and literature class, since they were alive through it all. Other than giving off a distinct vibe of being far older and wiser than he looked, he was pretty normal. For Drexel, at least. Well, she's not just a teacher. She's one of the originals. Cronus means time. She is time. I narrowed my eyes. What are you talking about? She's existed since our universe was created. She's the past, present, and future. That's why she's the divination teacher. But I heard she stopped taking students a few years ago. She only does research and attends council meetings on behalf of the school. I pursed my lips. So, this is a big deal. Yep. She turned and tugged me along toward our dorm building. We can try to keep this from getting out. But if there's one thing you need to know about Drexel, it's that we get really bored here. With little to no connection to the outside world, We entertain ourselves with the drama taking place here. And if there is none, we create it. This alone is enough to fuel rumors for weeks. I dropped my head. That's the last thing I need. Don't worry. We'll try to keep them off your scent, and in the meantime, you can distract yourself with your crushes on Cy and Theo. I froze in the middle of the path, pulling her to a stop with me. What? She grinned wickedly. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell them. I glanced around as if one of them might pop out of a bush. Who else knows? She rolled her eyes. Like any of them are smart enough to take notice. If they did, maybe Daniel and I wouldn't be planted so firmly in the friend zone. We continued walking, and she bumped my hip with hers. Both are great choices. I know I teased Theo about staying away from you, but he's a good guy, as long as you know what you're getting into. Just because I've never seen him commit doesn't mean he's incapable. Plus, it's not like you have to pick anytime soon. Just give it time. Get to know both of them. I was relieved she wasn't mad or demanding I pick between her friends. I wasn't ready. I really liked both of them and was having fun hanging out with them. Plus, no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't get Niall out of my head. Chapter 27. Spells aren't nearly as interesting as I expected. I wanted an ancient spellbook full of magical words, but what I needed was a Latin dictionary. Mr. Haddon was right. I should have taken the language class, but my brain probably would have exploded if I added anything else to my workload. Like the week before, Mrs. Hedgings wanted to give me a practical lesson on casting spells and let me pick what I wanted to start with. My detangler was working better than I could have imagined. My hair was smoother than ever, and my nervous braids combed out to silky strands rather than crimped, frizzy chunks. I could use more of that magic in my life. There are too many options. How am I supposed to decide on just one? I flipped through her book of favorites. What do you have a need for? She guided me. A device to show you to your classes? A pen that will write down what you dictate? That sounded helpful, but not something I wanted right now. A sleeping spell or a dream blocker would be ideal, but I needed to wait for Miss Cronus for that. She was taking her sweet time replying with her availability. Of course, she felt no sense of urgency. She was time. What did she care if I was quickly losing my mind from keeping myself awake? No, what I needed, and what Mrs. Hedging could help with, was some way to make sure my secret stayed that way. I wanted a place to store what I found without the possibility of it being discovered. It wasn't that I didn't trust Natasha. Okay, I didn't, especially not after finding out who her grandfather is and her dabbling in magic that toes the line between right and wrong. I doubted she would waste her time digging through my things, but I didn't want to take any chances either. Is there a spell to make something lock or stay closed, even if another witch tries to unlock it? She flipped toward the back of the book. Yes, remember? Our magic is mostly controlled by our intentions. If you cast this spell with the intention of only your being able to open it, then that's how it will work. I liked the simplicity of that. Hopefully it was true, and not just easy for her because she was so experienced. So, this is the word you'll need to say. She pointed to the first line on the page. Chino? She nodded. You're pronouncing it correctly. Try again with more force. Cinchino. It sounded better to me. Her smile widened a bit, and she picked a small wooden box with a small gold latch from the shelf behind us. Try it out. This was my first time casting a spell. I felt like I needed a wand or some hand signal. I glanced at her, and she smiled in encouragement. So I stared at the box and focused on wanting it to open only for me. Cinchino! Nothing happened. No spark or burst of light. How do I know if it worked? She reached out and tried to open the lid. It stayed firmly in place. Good box. She pulled back and I tried, but the latch wouldn't even lift. It was sealed shut. Why can't I open it? You have to say the spell to unlock it, but let's make sure I can't do it first. She focused on the box. Resino. I bit my lip as she tried again and met my eyes with a proud smile. Very good. Now you try. Resino, I repeated and reached for it. The latch flipped up with no effort and I opened the lid. I did it! Indeed. You are a very quick learner. By the time we finished our lesson, I had several missed calls and texts from Hannah, asking when I wanted to start getting ready for the party. It was all she and the guys could talk about all week, so I sent her a text on my way back to the dorm. Sage. Party? Hannah. You're hilarious. Sage. It's not even 11 yet. Hannah. Exactly. Time is flying by. Sage. I'm almost back. I'll come to your room. She was waiting for me in the hall when I stepped off the elevator as if I might try to sneak by and hide in my room, which was tempting. And now I knew how to lock myself inside without the risk of being disturbed. Come on. She swung her arm, herding me in. Last week at this time, I was alone with Theo meeting horses. That felt like a lifetime ago. I didn't even know him then. Just that he was friends with my new friends and had the most amazing smile. Oh, and that he was a hybrid. And that I felt sparks when we touched. Just little details. The weekend-long study session changed so much. It was like weeks' worth of hanging out and getting to know all of them condensed into 2 days. I was already comfortable around them and felt like a real part of their group. These are my options. What's your first impression? She crossed her arms and stared down at her bed like her outfit choice would change the course of the entire universe. Back home, pre-Drexel, PD, my friends went to parties. But my overprotective parents rarely allowed me to go. And the PD parties never really appealed to me either. Seeing my classmates get drunk on cheap beer and make poor decisions the entire school would hear about before Monday didn't scream fun to me. Hannah assured me the parties here weren't like that. I was not convinced. I think you'll be cold in that. I pointed to the tiny silver dress. I can warm the air around me, she countered. I lowered my finger to the stilettos on the floor. You can't walk in the forest in those. She sighed and put her hands on her hips while I checked out the other options. Hannah, none of these seem like you. Her lips pursed, turning white. It's not that they aren't cute, but I can't see you walking around in this all night. I held up a skin-tight jumpsuit. Her shoulders slumped, and her whole demeanor changed from defiance to defeat, and she lowered herself to the floor. Hey, what's wrong? I sat in front of her, tossing the jumpsuit to the other side of the room. I know this isn't me. She stared up at the skimpy dresses with the saddest eyes. But being me isn't working. It's not enough. I thought maybe if I tried something new. She didn't finish, but she didn't have to. This was one problem that faced all teenage girls, regardless of their supernatural status. You thought Daniel would notice you? As more than his friend? She nodded, picking at the white fluffy rug that covered the red carpet. You don't need to go over how dumb I am. I know. It's stupid to change for a boy. If he liked me, I wouldn't need to change. I shouldn't dress in things I'm not comfortable in just to try to get his attention. Would you really want to be with a guy that plan worked on? That means that he's only interested in your body. I know. Her voice was so small. I wanted to give her a hug and tell her he was stupid and not worth her time, but we both knew that wasn't true. Well, not the second half. He was stupid for not realizing what was right in front of him. How about we take this down like 10 notches? What's his favorite color? Light blue, she answered without having to think about it. Then let's try that. You don't have to say you're wearing it for him, but it will make him wonder. She worked her bottom lip between her teeth and finally agreed. I jumped up and went to her closet. She'd organized it by style, then color. Because, of course, she had. The rows of tailored pants, skirts, sweats, and tops were much more Hannah. I didn't know where she found those outfits, but hopefully she could return them and never think of this again. Nothing jumped out at me at first, but I found a baby blue sundress with thin straps, a sweetheart neckline, and buttons down the front. I examined her shoe selection and found tan platform sandals. It was still warm enough to wear summer clothes without being too cold, but it wouldn't stay that way much longer. We needed to take advantage of that. Here. I held up my selection and waited for her reaction. She tucked her hair over her shoulder and studied the combination. You don't think it's too boring? I shook my head and laid them on the bed. I think it's classy and sexy in an understated way. It will show off your curves without screaming in his face. Finally, a small grin appeared. Okay, thanks. Good. Now that we have that cleared up, can we get lunch? I'm starving. But what are you going to wear? She started folding the rejected options and put them on the other bed. I hadn't met her roommate, but the idea of her sharing a living space with someone so opposite piqued my curiosity. How did that work? I'll figure it out later, like 5 minutes before we left. Somehow I was able to distract her for the rest of the day. We ate lunch with some of the guys. Cy and Theo were mysteriously absent, but I didn't ask Malik or Carter about it. The last thing I needed was anyone else finding out about my crush on the shifter and hybrid. We spent the afternoon finishing homework in my room, since Natasha was gone for once, and I read from the previous year's textbooks while she flipped through magazines. Okay, can we start now? She asked for the 5th time in the last 30 minutes. I checked my watch and blew out a breath. I wanted to keep reading, but I told her she had to wait until 6:30. It was 6:33. Fine. I closed the Year 2 history book. I knew most of the material already, but it was still good to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Yay! She sprang to her feet and rushed to my closet. Do you have any ideas? I stood next to her and looked down at my white t-shirt, boyfriend jeans, and gray and white polka dot socks. Is this not okay? She stared at me, and I willed myself not to crack. The struggle was so clear on her face. Whatever she wanted to say, she was using all her willpower to hold it back. Fine, I'll change. I relented, and she turned back to my clothes, muttering under her breath. What's your favorite feature? She watched me in the mirror attached to the back of one of the closet doors. I shrugged. I don't know. It wasn't like I thought I was ugly, but I was self-aware enough to know I wasn't conventionally pretty either. I lacked the feminine curves most of the girls my age had developed years before. My boobs were smarter than I was. They were A's. At least, that was the joke I came up with to combat anyone who wanted to tease me about my underwhelming chest size. Oh, and the bubble butt that was so popular? I could do 10,000 squats a day, and still my back would be as flat as my front. I was thin, but not in a way I wanted to flaunt. Muscle definition was another thing that evaded me. At least I was of average height, so I didn't stand out. If it wasn't for my red hair, I would have no problem blending into a crowd. I used to want to dye it brown to be like the other girls, but now I'm grateful I never did. It was something I got from my birth mom. Oh, come on, Sage. You're beautiful. You have to have one thing you like showing off. She was wrong. I tapped my fingertips on the side of my thighs. I don't think I've ever thought of that. She squinted and eyed me from head to toe and back again. Obviously, your hair is amazing. All the money in the world couldn't get you that much dimension. I smiled and fought the impulse to start braiding it. And your eyes are the closest I've ever seen to being true ocean blue, like you'd see in the Caribbean. That was nice too. But after meeting my grandpa and realizing they were his eyes, I no longer liked them quite so much. And you've got that runway model build. You would look good in anything. I stepped back. This was too much. I appreciate the compliments, but you don't see yourself that way? She spun to face me. I shrugged. Not really. I get it. We're teenagers. Our bodies are changing and awkward and everyone's insecure. But focusing on one thing you like makes it a lot easier. What's your favorite? She sucked in a breath. I used to be really self-conscious about my thick eyebrows. People would tease me all the time. Some people asked if I was a shifter that couldn't change back into my human form. It was really mean. But then, all of a sudden, they were in style and girls said they were jealous, as if they hadn't tortured me for years. She rolled her eyes. But I get them from my dad, and I'm proud of them now. So, you're a brow girl? She smiled. That, and my clavicles. I burst out laughing, and she scowled. Your collarbones? That's what you like? Her hand shot to the bottom of her neck. Yes, okay? It's hard for me to come up with positives about myself, too. I happen to think I have very nice ones. It's true, you do. They're very pronounced without looking weird. She held her head up a bit more. Thank you. I thought about it again and finally came up with an answer. If we can pick obscure body parts, I really like my shoulder blades and ankles. Her eyes dropped and she nodded before walking around to my back. I can't see them. I tugged off my shirt, leaving me in a cami, and wiggled my shoulders. See? Good ones, huh? Yes, quite nice. She giggled. Let's find something to show off those sexy ankles. Chapter 28. It took less than 3 minutes for her to go through every single item I owned, and for me to convince her that it was, in fact, all I owned. At least, it was all I brought. Fine, she huffed, and tossed items out of the drawer until she pulled out a black racerback tank. Wear this with those jeans since you have them cuffed. I did as I was told and pulled on my lavender Converse before turning in a slow circle. What do you think? Pull your hair up, and it will be perfect. She went down to her room to change while I pulled my hair into a high ponytail and fluffed and tugged it a bit so it was messy. When she got back, she looked gorgeous in her dress with her hair parted in the middle and laying in a dark sheet down her back, leaving her clavicles for all to see and admire. Ready? I asked, grabbing my phone and room key. Yeah. We took the stairs together, and I was surprised when we got outside to see the sun already setting. Are we going to be too early? No. She pointed toward the forest on the other side of the tower. They already started. I caught a glimpse of a fire and realized it was where the party was taking place. As we got closer, the bonfire came into view as well as about 100 people. I thought the guys wanted it to be just us. She shrugged. Word got out. It always does. Where were our friends? I scanned the area and smiled when I spotted Malik dancing with Travis, his non-crush. They looked adorable together. Him and his tall, dark, and handsome glory contrasting with Travis's pale skin and sandy brown hair. The Sorcerer Society kids were there, and I couldn't help but watch as the brunette had her arms wrapped around 2 of the guys, while a third offered her a chunk of a brownie. I wanted someone to feed me chocolate. There's Daniel. Hannah squeezed my hand, snapping me out of my creeping. I followed her line of sight to the far side where he stood with Carter and Cy. Go ask him to dance, I prodded. She shook her head, still frozen in place. Hannah, He's one of your best friends. It's not weird." She bit her lip, and I waited for her to gather her courage. "Come on. If you do, I'll talk to Sai." Her head snapped toward me. "You have to ask him to dance, too." Shit. I totally walked into that. "What about Carter? I don't want to leave him alone." "One of the girls will snatch him up. It never takes long." I could do this for her. She needed a push, and I could be brave. "Fine." "Really?" Was that panic I heard? I nodded, faking confidence I most definitely did not feel. "Come on." I took her hand and carved a path to the guys. "Hey!" I called out when we were close enough for them to hear us over the music.
"There you guys are."
Sai smiled, and my stomach did a little somersault.
"Wow, you guys look great."
Daniel grinned, and his eyes lingered on Hannah. "Thanks," she said to the ground. "Do you want to dance?" I asked Sai, ripping off the Band-Aid before I had a chance to change my mind. His eyes widened a fraction, but he recovered quickly.
Yes.
I turned and headed in that direction, leaving Hannah to live up to her end of the bargain. Sai fell into step next to me and pointed to Malik and Travis when we got close.
"Let's go by them."
They smiled and greeted us when they saw us, and I realized with a flash of dread that I had no idea how to dance. With a guy. To party music. This wasn't a slow song we could just sway back and forth to. On the few occasions I went out with my friends, in the PD days, all the girls danced together and the guys hung out around the edges of the room. It didn't matter then if I looked like an idiot. I should move my hips and shoulders to the beat, but what about my hands? What did they do? Do I touch him? He took the decision-making responsibility from me by taking my hands in his and doing little side steps in time with the music. Okay, so he wasn't some secretly amazing dancer either. We could figure this out together.
"You look beautiful,"
he said over the music. At least, I was pretty sure that's what he said. I was mostly relying on my mouth-reading abilities. "Thanks! You look good too," I half-shouted back. He grinned, and I took that as a good sign. The music changed, and he placed my hands on his shoulders, then lowered his to my waist. I giggled, feeling completely out of my comfort zone. Why was I so awkward? Hannah and Daniel were a few feet away, and I winked when she caught my eye. Her smile was brighter than the fire, and she looked like she knew what she was doing. I mirrored some of her moves, twisting my hips and slipping my fingers up into Sai's hair. His eyes heated as he looked down at me, and I nearly melted. He liked that? Good, because I really liked it too. I stepped a bit closer, and he met me, closing the distance until we were nearly pressed into each other. Oh man, he smelled so good. Like pine and apples. It didn't matter right now. I just wanted to stay here in this exact position forever.
"Mind if I cut in?"
A deep voice came from behind me. Sai's eyes changed into a burning fire in an instant.
"Yeah, actually, I do."
Theo glared at Sai, but when he settled his attention on me, his whole face lit up, exposing those dangerous dimples. Shit. This wasn't good. "Hi, Theo." What was I supposed to do? I didn't want to turn him down, but I didn't want to blow off Sai either. Just as my anxiety was boiling over into full-blown panic, another guy joined our group.
"Can I talk to you for a second, Sage?"
Niall looked bored as he glanced from Theo to Sai.
"If the brutes don't mind."
Before they could start arguing, I agreed. "Yeah, I'll be right back," I told Sai, then smiled apologetically at Theo. "We can dance later." Niall was already walking into the dark, so I hurried after him. He leaned against a tree, facing away from me, so I slowed down until I was next to him. "What did you need to talk to me about?" He smirked. "Nothing. You just looked like you were about to have a breakdown, so I decided to save you." "Save me?" I huffed. "Since when do you care?" How his bright blue eyes managed to look so dark was a mystery I'd never solve. "I don't. I just happen to enjoy pissing those two off." I narrowed my eyes. "Why? Why aren't you friends with anyone?" This was something I wanted to ask him since I first heard about him having friends and being nice once upon a time. He glared back. "What are you talking about? I have friends." I crossed my arms. "Not from what I've seen." "Oh, since you've been here, what? 2 weeks? You know everything?" His Irish accent was out in full force, and I'd be a big ol' liar if I said it wasn't the sexiest thing in the world. "I know a few things." I refused to back down. He was probably used to people backing down, but not me. There was something strange between us, and I was sick of ignoring it. "But I don't know why you hate me." "I don't hate you." His voice was much softer now. "Really? 'Cause it feels like you do." He looked into the darkness of the forest. "Nah, takes too much energy to hate someone. I don't care enough to do that." Okay. That was a slap in the face I hadn't been prepared for. "Awesome. Great talk." I started to turn away when he wrapped his hand around the back of my neck. I froze. He was so close. If I stood up on my tiptoes and he dipped his head. He leaned to the side and stared at my neck for a moment before the muscles in the corners of his jaw bulged from tension. In a flash, his hand was gone, and he was striding back to the party, leaving me behind like I didn't matter at all. My heart was racing, and I sagged against a tree to keep from falling over. His touch was the most intense few seconds of my life. It felt like something big was about to happen. Then he just disappeared. What was wrong with him? Or was it me? It didn't matter. He didn't matter. He was a jerk. I had enough to worry about with Cy and Theo to care about that arrogant, sexy, stupid asshole. Being around people now held no appeal. One interaction and I was exhausted, emotionally and mentally. I didn't want to deal with the duel between the guys either. Hannah would probably get mad at me later, but at least she had Daniel to hang out with. I just wanted to be alone. I snuck along the edge of the party until I saw the tower through the trees and was about to find the main path. I passed a few latecomers on their way to the danger zone. Hopefully they would have a better time than I did. The dorms were silent as I waited for the elevator to come. Everyone was off enjoying their Saturday night. Good for them. I wasn't bitter. I wasn't going to write a declaration that I was never going to another party. Nope. I was just fine. Natasha was still out, so I changed and climbed into bed. The familiar wish floated through my mind, not for the first or even 100th time, that I had a way to block the nightmares and never have to worry about drifting into a much-needed slumber. I lay as still as possible and went through a few meditation practices that helped me relax. By the end of my 4th round of deep breathing, I felt the tug of pleasant sleep and smiled before falling into the sensation. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my wildflower field. I looked up for my hawk, but only saw trees. Everywhere. I was in the middle of a thick forest I didn't recognize. It could be the area around the school, but I wasn't sure. This wasn't right. Was something bad about to happen? I turned around, but couldn't see anything except tree trunks, so I started running. The ground was soft, damp. There were so many scents. Too many to take in. Moss, pine, fur, dirt. Something decaying. Wait. Why were the different smells in the earth so strong? I stopped and looked around again. This was all off. Why was I so low? The lowest branches of the trees around me were several feet up. I could usually reach them. I glanced down and blinked. My feet were gone. The ankles I was so confident in were missing. 2 small gray paws were in their place. What the actual hell? I glanced back and found a fluffy gray and white tail. What kind of nightmare was this? I gasped as I shot up in bed and looked around. I was in my room. Safe. I patted my chest and shoulders before throwing back the blanket to confirm that I did in fact have normal feet and no tail. That was the strangest, most disconcerting sensation I'd ever had in one of my happy dreams. No hawk, but no disaster either. What was that? I picked up my phone to check the time. It was only 1 a.m. Natasha's bed was empty. I didn't bother sneaking into the stairwell this time. Macy answered on the second ring. Sage, are you okay? No. My voice cracked. What happened? I had to know. Been meaning to ask since the first day, but something in me kept pushing it off. What kind of shifter was my dad? She was silent for a moment. A wolf. His family is part of the biggest pack in the States. I gasped. What is it? Sage? My breath was coming in pants now, and I was starting to get lightheaded. Macy, how do shifters first manifest their powers? Oh, Sage. There was so much sadness in those 2 words, and I knew. My gut instinct or psychic ability told me I wasn't just a witch. I was also a wolf. This is the end of Summoned by Magic, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more reverse harem romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Summoned by Magic, Book 1 of Drexel Academy. Produced by Troy Oti. Written by Lexie Scott. Performed by Sarah L. Colton. Text copyright 2012 by Lexie Scott. Production copyright 2022 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.